Chapter 2159. With so many forks, it was obvious that some were safe and some were dangerous, but Yang Kai didn't know which one to choose for a while, so he could only grit his teeth and choose a path at random. Just as he disappeared, Lan Sun and Xiao Qin also escaped from the illusion array, and Yang Kai's back just happened to be printed in Lan Sun's field of vision. Huh? Lan Sun's eyes showed surprise. He was faster than me? What? Xiao Qin followed behind Lan Sun and didn't notice the situation ahead, so he couldn't help but ask. Nothing. Lan Sun shook her head and glanced back. She found that the two of them were only 10 steps away from the previous entrance. The surrounding area was empty, and there was no trace of other people. She knew the power of the illusion array and was too lazy to care about the life or death of others. She said to Xiao Qin, "Let's keep going." After a while, the two came to the front of the fork. Lan Sun deliberately chose a different path from Yang Kai's and walked in. Although there were many forks here, the light was not dim. There were some strange glowing stones around the forks, emitting a soft light. Yang Kai radiated his divine sense to a distance of 20 feet around him. While being vigilant of possible dangers, he groped forward. After walking for a while, Yang Kai suddenly showed a strange expression and listened carefully. The sound of fighting vaguely came from the front, and there seemed to be a trace of bloody smell. Startled, he quickly withdrew his divine sense. He held his breath. He slowly walked forward. After a while, he came to an empty hall. Although the area of this hall was not as big as the place where everyone entered at the beginning, it was not small. The situation in the hall was clear at a glance, and there was not much strange about it. There was only a pool in the middle of the hall. It was more than 45 feet deep, and it was unknown what was originally inside, but at the moment it was empty. On the left side of the hall, there was a long table with 2 spirit fruits on it. The spirit fruits had been here for who knows how many flowing time Great Emperor, but they still looked as fresh as new and even exuded a strong fragrance. The spirit fruits were not big, only the size of a fist. They looked like 2 ripe peaches, making people salivate. This is the flowing time Great Emperor fruit? Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he immediately recognized what this spirit fruit was. He had previously obtained the jade slip left behind by Gong Suanmu, the 3rd disciple of the great emperors of Wondrous Pills, under the Yuan Furnace Mountain. The jade slip recorded the names, appearances, and refining methods of various rare spirit herbs and medicines in the star boundary in detail. Yang Kai had already memorized the contents of the jade slip, so how could he not recognize it? So the flowing time Great Emperor is something that only exists in the flowing time temple. Yang Kai was suddenly enlightened. Although he already knew that the flowing time Great Emperor was a fruit, he knew that the flowing time Great Emperor was not a fruit. However, he had never associated it with the flowing time temple. Now that he had seen the flowing time Great Emperor fruit, he immediately understood. The flowing time Great Emperor fruit had a very strange effect. It did not have any substantial help to a cultivator's cultivation. But even so, it did not hinder its rarity and preciousness. In the jade slip left behind by Gong Sunmu, it was recorded that the flowing time fruit had 2 diametrically opposite effects. One was that it could rejuvenate a person's youth, allowing an elderly person to regain their youthful appearance for a short period of time, while the other was like a poison of time. It could make a young man age in the blink of an eye. If one did not know how to distinguish between different flowing time Great Emperor fruits, no one would dare to take them rashly. Not to mention whether the second effect was useful or not, the first effect would definitely make countless cultivators go crazy, especially female cultivators. Which one of them did not want to be young forever? Which one of them did not want to be young forever? But no matter how high their cultivation was or how exquisite their youth-retaining technique was, the flowing time Great Emperor would still leave some marks on their bodies. As time passed, these marks would become more and more obvious. But if there was a flowing time Great Emperor fruit that could rejuvenate a person, it would be different. Even an old woman would become peerless in the blink of an eye. Of course, this did not mean that the flowing time Great Emperor fruit was only useful for women. For those cultivators who were nearing the end of their lifespan but had no hope of breaking through, the flowing time Great Emperor fruit was undoubtedly a good medicine to increase their lifespan. It could make a cultivator return to their physical state decades or even hundreds of years ago, which was equivalent to adding decades or even hundreds of years of lifespan out of thin air. To some extent, the value of this thing was even more precious than an emperor artifact. After Yang Kai recognized the flowing time Great Emperor fruit, he immediately became spirited. If this spirit fruit fell into the hands of others, Yang Kai didn't know what kind of effect it would have, but in his hands, it would be incredible. He was an alchemist and could use the Flowing Time Great Emperor fruit as the main ingredient to refine a furnace of Flowing Time Great Emperor pills. This was an almost extinct spirit pill that represented a huge amount of capital and wealth. Yang Kai quietly swallowed his saliva and turned his eyes to the center of the hall. There, a man and a monster were fighting. The sounds of fighting that Yang Kai had heard before were also made by them. This man was none other than Kong Chi of Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce. As for the monster, it was blood red in color, as if it was made entirely of blood, and its entire body exuded a nauseating bloody aura. This blood monster had a humanoid upper body, a round head and 2 arms. Its lower body, however, was in the shape of a flowing top. As it ran around the hall, it waved its fists, which were wrapped in a thick bloody aura, as if it could explode the air. The light of source chi around Kong Chi's body blossomed as his expression became dignified. From time to time he would display a powerful attack towards the blood monster, seemingly probing for its weakness. A cultivator like Kong Chi was generally a cautious person. After encountering a strong enemy, he would not act unless he was absolutely sure he could win. Before Yang Kai arrived, Kong Chi had been dealing with this blood monster for a while and had basically figured out the other party's routines and moves. He was now looking for an opportunity to deal a fatal blow to this blood monster. How did I end up on the same path as this guy? Yang Kai hid in the dark and frowned. There were more than a dozen forks in the road before. He had just chosen one at random and hadn't expected someone to beat him to it. But fortunately, Kong Chi had walked ahead of him, otherwise Yang Kai would have been the one dealing with this blood monster at this moment. Looking at the battlefield, Yang Kai turned his eyes to the 2 Flowing Time Great Emperor fruits on the long table and a despicable idea came to his mind uncontrollably. While this guy is attracting the blood monster's attention, I can secretly take away the Flowing Time Great Emperor fruits. That wouldn't be too much, right? Before this, Yang Kai had never had any dealings with Kong Chi. There was no gratitude or grievance between them, so when this idea came to him, Yang Kai didn't feel embarrassed. Thinking of this, he immediately displayed his Nihility secret technique, restrained all his aura, and then cautiously walked towards the other side. After displaying his Nihility secret technique, Yang Kai didn't really exist in the void, but instead completely isolated his aura, making it impossible for others to spy on his existence with their divine sense. Unless the person spying on him had a divine sense strong enough to penetrate the void. The only weakness of this secret technique was that others could see him with the naked eye. The hall wasn't too big, so if Yang Kai acted too fiercely he would obviously expose his whereabouts, but he was also a cautious person, so he waited until Kong Chi and the blood monster had both entered his blind spot before suddenly taking action. Rushing forward. Because he didn't need to worry about being detected by the divine senses of others. As such, Yang Kai's actions could be said to be unscrupulous. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai arrived in front of the long table and reached out to grab the 2 Flowing Time Great Emperor fruits, intending to put them into his space ring. Unexpectedly at that moment, a light curtain-like barrier appeared above the long table, directly blocking Yang Kai's hand. Crap. Yang Kai muttered to himself, knowing that he definitely wouldn't be able to sneak around under the eyes of others. Sure enough, the moment the light curtain flashed, Kong Chi and the blood monster, who were fighting fiercely, both noticed it and cast their gazes towards it. Kong Chi had a stunned expression on his face. His eyes widened as he stared at Yang Kai, seemingly not having expected that someone would be able to steal his spoils without him noticing. He couldn't help but tease, "Friend, your cultivation isn't high but your courage isn't small. It's just so." Yang Kai answered casually, his source chi erupting from his body as he punched the light curtain on the long table. Since he had been discovered, Yang Kai might as well openly snatch the fruits. The barrier on this light curtain was indeed extraordinary. Even after experiencing countless Flowing Time Great Emperor fruits, it was still able to function, but after taking a blow from Yang Kai, it finally shattered. Yang Kai's eyes were sharp and his hands were quick, grabbing one of the Flowing Time Great Emperor fruits and throwing it directly into his space ring. You. Kong Chi looked angry. No one would be able to remain calm in such a situation. After he came in, he found the 2 Flowing Time Great Emperor fruits, but before he could take them, the blood pool in the hall suddenly roiled and quickly condensed into a huge blood monster. Kong Chi had no choice but to fight with this blood monster, wanting to finish it off as soon as possible so he could collect the spoils. But how could he have known that Yang Kai would appear out of nowhere and snatch what should have been his? Roar. After the Flowing Time Great Emperor fruits were taken away by Yang Kai, the blood monster, which was already shrouded in a violent and hostile aura, let out a roar and rushed towards Yang Kai madly, throwing a huge punch at him. This blow. Kang Chi's eyes narrowed as a look of horror appeared on his face. He had just fought with this blood monster for a long time and thought he had a good grasp of its strength, but he didn't expect it to be so weak. Judging from its attack on Yang Kai, it was clear that this blood monster was definitely not as easy to deal with as he had thought. He turned his head to look at Yang Kai again and sneered, muttering to himself, "First Order Dao Source Realm is going to be killed instantly?" In his opinion, even if he wanted to defend against this blow, it would not be easy, so wouldn't a mere First Order Dao Source Realm be killed in the blink of an eye? Chapter 2160. Kong. A violent explosion, a violent shockwave, and a wave of blood flooded the place where Yang Kai stood. Seeking death. Kang Chi stared ahead and coldly snorted, his eyes carefully searching the chaotic area, trying to find the space ring left behind by Yang Kai after his death. However, there was nothing there. Could it be that even his space ring was destroyed? Kang Chi's face turned slightly pale. He wasn't shocked by the strength of this blood monster, but by the treasures in Yang Kai's space ring. Not to mention what good things Yang Kai had in his possession, the two unusual spirit fruits were absolutely valuable. If Yang Kai's space ring had really been destroyed by this blood monster, everything in it would have been banished to the void, never to be found again. Just as Kang Chi was lost in thought, the blood monster roared again and a blood-red light burst from its body, radiating outwards. What's going on? Kang Chi frowned and hurriedly leapt into the air to avoid the red light. At the same time, the blood-red light spread out and filled the entire hall, forming a red light curtain that sealed all the entrances and exits. The next moment, at the exit, the red light curtain caved in slightly and a figure strangely appeared, as if it had been ejected. There's such a trick? Kai Yang was stunned while he spoke. While speaking, he threw a punch. He punched towards the light curtain. To his surprise, although this light curtain looked extremely thin, it was actually extremely tough. His punch, which was full of power, actually did not break it, only leaving behind a fist mark. Moreover, this fist mark also recovered in a very short time. You. Kang Chi, who was floating mid-air, suddenly widened his eyes, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Looking at Yang Kai in surprise, he muttered, "You're not dead?" A cultivator from the First Order Dao Source Realm was actually unscathed under the blood monster's attack and had even managed to escape to the exit without anyone noticing. If it weren't for the blood monster being vigilant and using some unknown method to seal the exit, Kang Chi would have already escaped. At that time, the furious blood monster would definitely vent its anger on Kang Chi. In the end, Kang Chi would not only fail to eat the meat he had eaten, he would also be in trouble. This little brat is too insidious and vicious, he's simply inhuman. After Kang Chi understood this, his anger surged, wishing he could rush down and join forces with the blood monster to beat Yang Kai to a pulp. "Ah. Hello, Brother Kong." Yang Kai greeted Kang Chi a little awkwardly. Originally, he could have feigned death and escaped, leaving Kang Chi to deal with this blood monster alone. Unfortunately, his plan could not keep up with the changes and he was trapped in the end. "Hello, my ass." Kang Chi's face became gloomy as he snorted, "But if you die, I'll be happy." He and Yang Kai had never met before, and seeing how the other party had acted just now, his first impression of Yang Kai was naturally not very good, feeling that this person was both evil and treacherous. Since this person was not someone he could befriend, he naturally would not treat kindly. Yang Kai didn't mind and simply smiled. "Brother Kong is too polite, as the saying goes. At home you rely on your parents, but outside you rely on your friends. Who's your friend?" Kang Chi didn't wait for him to finish before interrupting him, his veins bulging. "Good." Yang Kai's expression became solemn as his figure flickered and he dodged a killing blow from the blood monster. Since he secretly took the two flowing time Great Emperor fruits, this blood monster seemed to regard him as the murderer of its father and attacked him fiercely, completely ignoring Kang Chi. The blood monster's body was huge and Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, so it wasn't difficult for him to avoid it. The only thing that made Yang Kai vigilant was the blood chi emanating from this monster's body. This strange blood chi seemed to have some kind of corrosive power that was constantly corroding his source chi and trying to invade his body. While avoiding the blood monster's attacks, Yang Kai shouted, "Brother Kong, why don't you come down and help me kill this blood monster?" Kang Chi crossed his arms and sneered, "Why should I go down and help? It's looking for you, not me. Your life or death has nothing to do with me." Brother Kong's words are wrong. Yang Kai shook his head, his voice coming out intermittently. While moving at high speed, his voice was somewhat erratic, As you can see, this hall seems to have been sealed by some kind of power. Unless we kill it, we won't be able to leave this place. Brother Kong, are you willing to be trapped here? Kong Chi smiled and said, I can wait until it kills you. Yang Kai sneered and said, with all due respect, Brother Kong, although your strength is good, if you want to kill this monster alone, won't it be difficult? Kong Chi's face twitched slightly. Although he didn't want to admit it, what Yang Kai said was true. If it were before Yang Kai came here, Kong Chi would have been confident that he could easily take down this blood monster, but judging from the combat power it was displaying at this moment, it was obvious it had been hiding some of its strength. Even if Kong Chi used his trump card, he would have to pay a price to kill this blood monster. What's more, only the heavens knew what dangers awaited them, so unless he had no other choice, Kong Chi was unwilling to use the power he didn't want to use. Thinking so, Kong Chi's expression became serious as he narrowed his eyes towards Yang Kai and said meaningfully, Your Excellency seems to be an extraordinary person. Only now did he suddenly notice that while dealing with this blood monster, Yang Kai was also casually chatting with him. This was definitely not something a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator could do, and combined with his previous strange performance, Kong Chi couldn't help wondering which sect this young man came from and why he possessed such strength. Brother Kong is too polite. This Yang is just a little confident in his movement skill. As Yang Kai spoke, he deliberately paused mid-air, waiting for the blood monster's attack to reach him before suddenly disappearing, as if he was deliberately showing off. Just a movement skill. Kong Chi muttered to himself, not intending to verify this, instead shouting loudly, It's not impossible for me to take action, but what you took before, I'll give you one. Yang Kai seemed to know what he was going to say. He immediately replied. Just as he finished speaking, something flew over from Yang Kai's side. Kong Chi frowned and reached out to catch it, quickly discovering that it was the spirit fruit that had been placed on the long table before. So straightforward. Yang Kai's action stunned Kong Chi. Brother Kong, if you and I join forces to kill this enemy, we can split the spoils in half. There shouldn't be any problems, right? You can't monopolize it. Yang Kai's voice came out again. Kong Chi carefully checked the spirit fruit in his hand. After confirming that it had not been tampered with, Kong Chi solemnly put it into his space ring and said lightly, Although you're a little disagreeable, since you're so sincere, this Kong will cooperate with you. Yang Kai grinned. Brother Kong is really smart. Delay it. Well, this Kong needs some time to perform this move. Saying so, Kong Chi's source chi shook. At the same time, with a flick of his wrist, a golden copper coin appeared in his palm, and after a loud shout, he madly poured his source chi into it. Seeing this, Yang Kai immediately understood what kind of powerful secret technique Kong Chi was about to use, and it was one he was using with the help of an artifact. The power of this technique was definitely extraordinary. Immediately, a look of shock appeared on Kong Chi's face as he focused on delaying the enemy. Kong Chi did this out of self-confidence. Although he felt that Yang Kai was an extraordinary cultivator from the first-order Dao Source Realm, he didn't think Yang Kai was stronger than him. Yang Kai being able to contend with the blood monster for so long was only because of his outstanding movement skill and speed. If he wanted to cause fatal damage to the blood monster, he would have to take action himself. As such, he took on the role of the main attacker. Sure enough, Yang Kai didn't disappoint him, leading the blood monster around the hall. Not a single hair on the blood monster's body was touched. On the contrary, as the energy fluctuations around Kong Chi continued to rise, the blood monster seemed to faintly feel uneasy and became more and more irritable. At a certain moment, the blood monster finally gave up chasing Yang Kai and instead turned its head to stare at Kong Chi with its scarlet eyes. With a loud roar, its huge body transformed into a blood-red beam of light and rushed straight towards Kong Chi. Kong Chi's eyes narrowed and he almost gave up on condensing his secret technique to escape. At that moment, Yang Kai's figure flickered and appeared in front of him, waving his 10 fingers as he sent out a series of golden blood threads. In an instant, the sky was filled with golden light as the countless golden blood threads entwined with each other and condensed into a golden shield in the blink of an eye. Kong. When the blood monster's body hit the golden blood shield, its huge body was immediately exposed and it was forced back several steps. At the same time, the shield condensed from golden blood threads dissipated and transformed back into countless golden blood threads. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and took them all back into his body before quickly asking, Brother Kong, if you're ready, you should act quickly. I won't be able to stop it a second time. What a coincidence, I was just about to begin. Kong Chi grinned, his expression becoming solemn in the next moment as he flicked his finger and sent the golden copper coin in his hand flying out. His hands danced in the air, forming a series of hand seals as he muttered, "Coin fall, primordial unity chi. Asterisk shio shio shio." Asterisk in midair the coin suddenly split into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. In the blink of an eye, a sky full of coins appeared. Each coin emitted a buzzing sound as it flew through the air, as if it had a strong ability to shrink, constantly growing larger and smaller. Under the control of Kong Chi's divine sense, these countless coins flew towards the blood monster in unison. The blood monster seemed to feel something and hurriedly retreated, but no matter how fast it was, how could it be faster than this strange artifact? In the blink of an eye, the blood monster was caught by one of the coins, which then expanded in size and wrapped around the blood monster's body, binding it tightly and restraining its movements. Immediately afterwards, a second and third coin fell, also wrapping around the blood monster's body, making it even more difficult for it to move. As more and more coins fell, the blood monster was completely trapped in a very short period of time. Looking at it from head to toe, the huge blood monster was tightly bound by countless coins. It was airtight. Chapter 2161. At a glance, the arrogant blood monster was now wrapped like a rice dumpling by the countless golden copper coins. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai vaguely had a premonition of Kong Chi's next move and quickly retreated. Sure enough, just as Yang Kai was about to move, Kong Chi suddenly shouted, "Die!" As soon as these words fell, a buzzing sound rang out. The countless gold and copper coins seemed to have turned into extremely sharp weapons at this moment. They suddenly shrank and cut through the blood monster's body. As the golden light dissipated, the countless copper coins turned back into a single coin and were taken back by Kong Chi. However, the blood monster that stood on the spot suddenly collapsed. When it fell, its body turned into pieces that were as thin as cicadas' wings, turning into pus that flowed all over the ground. The hall was soon filled with a nauseating smell. Unable to withstand a single blow, Kong Chi landed from midair with a confident look and coldly snorted. If it weren't for his slightly pale face, his words would undoubtedly have been more convincing. The move just now had obviously consumed a lot of his strength. Yang Kai smiled faintly, but just as he was about to open his mouth to say something, his expression suddenly changed and he looked around with rapt attention. "What's wrong?" Kong Chi saw Yang Kai's startled expression and couldn't help frowning. "Brother Kong, haven't you noticed that the barrier around this room hasn't been removed?" Yang Kai glanced at the entrance and asked. After hearing what he said, Kong Chi looked left and right in hindsight. Wondering, he asked, "It's true, why is that?" "There are two possibilities." Yang Kai's face sank as he looked at Kong Chi solemnly and said, "The first possibility is that this barrier was originally set up in this room and has nothing to do with the blood monster, so even if it died, the barrier around it still remains. Even if it died, the barrier still hasn't disappeared." Then the other possibility? Kong Chi was not a fool, so how could he not understand what Yang Kai was trying to say? As he spoke, he glanced towards the ground and shouted, "It's not dead." As soon as his voice fell, the pool of blood-red pus on the ground squirmed rapidly and poured into the pool in the center of the room, as if it were alive. "He's really not dead?" Kong Chi was shocked. The blood monster had already been cut into countless thin pieces by Yang Kai's secret technique and artifact, but even so, it still hadn't been destroyed. From this, one could see how bizarre it was. This blood pool is the key. Yang Kai seemed to have realized something. As he spoke, the blood in the blood pool kept boiling and bubbling. It looked like another blood monster was about to be born. How troublesome. Kong Chi couldn't help retreating a few steps, his face filled with worry as he proposed, "How about you and I join forces? Break the restriction. It's better to leave first." Kong Chi really didn't want to fight against this strange and almost unkillable monster. Yang Kai stood where he was and turned a deaf ear to him. "Did you hear what I said?" Kong Chi frowned and shouted. "Oh." Yang Kai finally responded and said, "No need to go through so much trouble. I suddenly have a good idea." "What?" Kong Chi asked in amazement. But Yang Kai didn't answer him and instead stood in front of the blood pool, assuming a strange posture as he stretched out his hand and grasped forward. At the same time he raised his chi and called out. Raising his hand, Yang Kai shouted, "Ocean Divine Art, absorb." "What the hell?" Kong Chi's mouth twitched, really not knowing what to say to Yang Kai, because even with his knowledge and experience, he had never heard of a secret art called the Ocean Divine Art. It was obvious that this secret art was either made up by Yang Kai himself or was some kind of garbage secret art. But in the next moment, A scene that made Kong Chi's eyes pop out of their sockets appeared. The churning blood in the blood pool was actually sucked up by Yang Kai, and it continuously flowed into his palm, disappearing without a trace. The blood in the blood pool churned even more violently, and vaguely roaring and struggling could be heard, but because the body of the blood monster had not yet been fully formed, it was unable to resist and could only be pulled towards Yang Kai's palm. Yang Kai's palm was like a bottomless pit at this moment, sucking in the blood full of evil aura. Kong Chi was dumbfounded and could not help feeling a storm in the depths of his heart, constantly rubbing his eyes and telling himself that this was an illusion. But no matter how he looked at it, the scene in front of him was extremely real. At the same time, Yang Kai maintained his strange posture in Kong Chi's blind spot, holding the sealed world bead in his hand as he communicated with his embodiment with his divine sense. "Are you sure you can refine this thing?" The embodiment replied, "This blood contains a huge amount of energy and is of great use to me. The heaven-devouring great emperor's secret art devours everything, so how can this trivial blood be an exception? I've even refined 2 Dao Source Realm cultivators." "Good, since you say so." Yang Kai no longer said anything. If the embodiment had not suddenly sent him a message just now, he would not have used the sealed world bead to suck this pool of blood into his sealed world bead. After a pause, he exhorted, "But you still have to be careful, don't let those evil thoughts contaminate your soul." "I understand." Inside the hall, Kong Chi's expression was one of surprise, shock, amazement, and so on. As time passed, the pool of blood soon disappeared along with the indistinct wails. At the same time, the light screen restriction that sealed the room was broken. After the blood was completely sucked dry, Kai Yang drew a circle in the air with his hands, condensed his qi into his dantian, and assumed a posture of finishing his cultivation. After turning around, he didn't forget to pat his stomach and burp, looking like he was very full. Kong Chi's face turned green. "Brother Kong, it was a pleasure working with you. You're truly worthy of being an elite of 7 Glories Chamber of Commerce. That falling gold coin just now really opened my eyes. You truly live up to your reputation. Brother Kong's name is well deserved." As he spoke to her, he paused for a moment. Tilting his head, he looked at Kong Chi. "Why are you making such an expression?" Kong Chi's mouth twitched as he said, "I just want to ask, your body, is there any abnormal reaction?" "I don't," Kai Yang replied while continuing to walk forward. Kong Chi took a few steps back and raised his hand. "Don't come over, just stand there and talk." If Kong Chi's attitude towards Yang Kai before was one of disgust and vigilance, but now it was pure disgust. He looked at Yang Kai like he was looking at a maggot crawling out of a cesspool, not daring to look directly at him. "Brother Kong seems to be a person who loves cleanliness." Yang Kai grinned and said meaningfully, "It has nothing to do with cleanliness." Kong Chi endured the discomfort in his abdomen and replied quickly, immediately closing his mouth and nose. "By the way, there is one more thing I want to tell Brother Kong. You should ask your Chamber of Commerce's elders about this spirit fruit after you go back. Identify the variety and effect before making any plans, but don't eat it easily." Yang Kai suddenly changed the topic and cautioned. After all, although the 2 flowing time Great Emperor fruits looked the same, they were very different. The one Yang Kai gave to Kong Chi had a small problem. If Kong Chi suffered because of this, he would not be able to escape responsibility. "You don't need to remind me of this kind of thing." Kong Chi frowned. He secretly felt that Yang Kai was being a bit too concerned. "That's good." Yang Kai grinned, saying, "This matter is over, how about we?" But before Yang Kai could finish speaking, Kong Chi cupped his fists and said, "Farewell." Turning around, Kong Chi rushed out of the hall. He didn't even bother to say anything like, "See you again," as if he didn't want to see Yang Kai again. He really ran away fast. Yang Kai looked in the direction Kong Chi disappeared and muttered to himself. After standing in place for a moment, he didn't turn around and instead followed Kong Chi. Although he had accidentally chosen the same fork as Kong Chi, it was already too late. But at this moment it was probably too late to return. The other cultivators had probably also escaped from the illusory array and rushed into different forks. Even if Yang Kai made a choice, he would still have to follow the same path as the others, so he simply didn't want to waste time. After this hall, there was still a corridor dotted with strange stones. There seemed to be a few small barriers along the way, but they were all broken by Kong Chi. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was safe and sound. After walking for about half an hour, Yang Kai suddenly raised his brow and grinned towards the figure standing in front of him. "Brother Kong, why are you waiting for me here? Did you encounter some kind of trouble?" "No." Seeing him approaching, Kong Chi felt an inexplicable sense of panic and stepped back a few steps before asking, There is a fork here, which one do you want to take? Yang Kai heard this and glanced around and found that there were indeed 2 forks, but there weren't many of them, only 2. Rolling his eyes, Yang Kai immediately understood why Kong Qi had deliberately waited here. This guy obviously didn't want to take the same path as him, so he waited here to confirm, not even hesitating to delay. Which one does Brother Kong want to take? Yang Kai asked with a smile. Kong Qi's mouth twitched as he said, whichever one you take, I'll take the other. Is that so? I still want to follow Brother Kong. Don't mention this again. Kong Qi hurriedly stopped him and said coldly, hurry up and choose, don't dawdle. Then let's go this way. Kai Yang pointed to the fork on the right. Saying so, Kong Qi's figure flickered and rushed into the left fork, disappearing soon after. This guy is quite interesting. Yang Kai stared in the direction Kong Qi disappeared and grinned meaningfully before turning around and stepping into the right fork. In fact, even if Kong Qi hadn't deliberately waited for him here, Yang Kai would have chosen a different direction. Although it was good to have someone leading the way, if all the benefits fell into someone else's hands, Yang Kai didn't want to see that happen. The rest of the way was quite peaceful, and although there were a few small barriers, they were all successfully broken by Yang Kai. At a certain moment, a ray of light suddenly appeared in front of him. Yang Kai's spirit shook as he looked up and found that there was a door-like existence in front of him, from which the dazzling light was being emitted. Chapter 2162. With the light guiding the way, Yang Kai couldn't help quickening his pace. Not long after he passed through the door. What he saw was a straight white jade staircase, pure and flawless. It was impossible to see the end of it, and it was difficult for his divine sense to see the end of it. At the bottom of this white jade staircase to the right of Yang Kai, there was a stone tablet with a line of large characters engraved on it. Yang Kai looked down and read, "The Flowing Time Great Emperor's Staircase?" He frowned with a blank look on his face. He didn't know what mysteries were hidden in this white jade staircase, but he didn't dare to move forward rashly, lest he encounter any danger. Fortunately, there was no one else here, so after thinking for a while, he directly summoned Hua Qingxi. After all, Hua Qingxi was a disciple of Star Soul Palace and had been preparing for the Four Seasons realm for a long time, so she should know more about the Flowing Time Temple than he did. With a flash of light, Hua Qingxi's figure appeared. She looked around blankly at first as if she didn't know where she was now. "This is the Flowing Time Temple," Yang Kai said from the side. "Huh?" Hua Qingxi responded in surprise and immediately said with joy, "You really found the Flowing Time Temple?" "And it was a coincidence. I don't know why it appeared," Yang Kai said. "Take a look at this first." While speaking, Yang Kai pointed to the white jade staircase in front of him and the stone tablet beside him. Hua Qingxi glanced at the stone tablet and her tender body trembled. "The Flowing Time Great Emperor's Staircase? You really know?" Yang Kai observed her expression. He immediately understood that she should have some understanding of the Flowing Time Great Emperor's Staircase. He immediately opened his mouth and said, "Tell me, what's the secret behind this?" Hua Qingxi took a deep breath and calmed the excitement in her heart. She said in a deep voice, "The stairway of the Flowing Time Great Emperor is said to contain the understanding and control of the principles of time of the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. Those who step on this stairway can be cleansed by the principles of time. It is of great benefit to the cultivator." Her eyes were shining and she was eager to try it out. "What if it fails?" Yang Kai frowned. Hua Qingxi was startled. She stammered for a while before saying, "I don't know. Probably there will be some terrible consequences." Yang Kai nodded slightly. It seemed that Hua Qingxi didn't know much about the stairs of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, but she was still better than him. Seeing that Yang Kai was pondering, Hua Qingxi pursed her red lips and said, "Whether you want to go up or not, I want to go up and try." Yang Kai glanced at her. He smiled and said, "Since it's an opportunity, I naturally can't miss it. Call Ruashi out too." While speaking, he stretched out his hand again and called Zhang Ruashi out. After explaining the wonders of the Flowing Time Great Emperor's Staircase to Zhang Ruashi, Yang Kai looked at her and said, "It's up to you whether you want to go up or not, although I don't know what the consequences will be if you fail. But it shouldn't be too wonderful. But don't worry, if it really comes to that, I will take you into the small sealed world." "I want to go up." To Yang Kai's surprise, Zhang Ruashi didn't hesitate at all after hearing this. Instead, she expressed her opinion very actively. Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and smiled. "This little girl is young, but she's quite energetic. In that case, let's go together." Yang Kai nodded and said seriously, Don't go too far away from me, otherwise something will happen. I may not be able to take you into the small sealed world in time. Jianghu, she nodded nervously, her face slightly flushed because of excitement. Hua Qingxi smiled charmingly. Then you have to follow behind elder sister well? Yang Kai glanced at her, sneered, and stepped up the white jade stairs. Seeing this, Hua Qingxi and Jianghu, she's expressions became serious and they stepped up side by side. Suddenly, a pure white energy emerged from the white jade stairs and turned into a cloud that shrouded the three of them, giving them the illusion that they were walking on clouds. At the same time, Yang Kai's body shook as he inexplicably felt a strange force pour into his body. Like a catalyst, it cleansed the source qi in his body and the spiritual energy in his knowledge si, making his source qi and spiritual energy more vigorous and condensed. This force was indescribable, as if the flowing time great emperor was passing, and as the flowing time great emperor passed by, his strength was also increasing step by step. It was clearly just a moment, but the three of them felt like a long time had passed. A wonderful feeling lingered in their hearts. Yang Kai glanced around and found that Zhang Ruoxi and Hua Qingxi were both at ease. After confirming that the two of them were fine, he took another step forward. As the feeling grew stronger, Yang Kai's spirit shook, and he opened his mind to accept the baptism of the principles of time on the stairs. His source qi and spiritual energy became more and more vigorous and pure. At the beginning, Yang Kai still had the leisure to observe the situation of Hua Qingxi and Zhang Ruoxi, lest the two of them couldn't bear the principles of time and something unexpected happened. But as he climbed up the stairs, Yang Kai gradually became immersed in this seemingly slow but rapid feeling of becoming stronger, and for a while, he was unable to extricate himself. Is this the principles of time? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows slightly with a look of admiration on his face. What a strange power. It's obviously only a short period of time, but it makes me feel like a long time has passed, as if I've been cultivating for a long time. This strange power is even better than the Tao of space. Just as he was immersed in his thoughts, he suddenly felt an unusual energy fluctuation coming from the front. Yang Kai was shocked. He collected his thoughts and looked up. 7 or 8 steps ahead of him, Zhang Ruoxi was walking forward step by step. Her clothes were soaked in sweat, revealing her beautiful figure. As she took this step, a halo of energy suddenly burst out from her petite body and spread out in all directions. Are you kidding me? Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He didn't know when Zhang Ruoxi had walked in front of him, and she was so many steps ahead of him. But that wasn't all. The key was that Zhang Ruoxi had clearly broken through a minor realm and reached the second-order origin-returning realm. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Yang Kai wouldn't have believed it was true. After all, Zhang Ruoxi had just broken through to the origin-returning realm a few days ago. How could she have broken through another minor realm in such a short time? It was simply unbelievable. Although Yang Kai himself had gained a lot on the flowing time great emperor's steps, it was not to the extent that Zhang Ruoxi had. This little girl is really strange. Yang Kai recalled the day she broke through to the origin-returning realm. The giant master's shadow that appeared behind her was at a loss. It really didn't know what kind of bloodline power in her body was that allowed her to break through so quickly. Yang Kai opened his mouth, wanting to call out to Zhang Ruoxi so that she wouldn't be too far away from him, but he found that he couldn't call out a single word no matter how hard he tried. Even his divine sense couldn't leave his body and was suppressed as soon as he tried. He looked back again. Seeing that Hua Qingxi was about 6 or 7 steps away from him, she was drenched in sweat and trekking with great difficulty, as if she was struggling to even move. Sure enough, the flowing time great emperor's steps weren't a place to test one's cultivation. If it were, Hua Qingxi should be walking at the front. No matter what, Zhang Ruoxi, who had the lowest cultivation, wouldn't have a chance. Yang Kai pondered for a moment. He stopped in place and waited for Hua Qingxi. In his opinion, Hua Qingxi was probably the first to break down, so he had to take her back to the sealed world beat at the right time. As for Zhang Ruoxi, Yang Kai could easily catch up with her later. The facts were indeed as Yang Kai expected. After climbing more than half of the flowing time great emperor's steps, Hua Qingxi finally couldn't bear the baptism of the principles of time. The benefits she could obtain from stepping on the steps suddenly turned into torture. The erosion of the principles of time made her inexplicably feel like her youth was fading away. She panicked and hurriedly looked up at Yang Kai, wanting to call out to him. At the critical moment, she couldn't utter a single word. She was so anxious that she was sweating all over. Fortunately, Yang Kai had been paying attention to her movements. As soon as he noticed this, he quickly reached out and directly took her back into the sealed world bead. At this time Yang Kai looked up again and could only vaguely see Zhang Ruoxi's back. The little girl had at least thrown Yang Kai dozens of steps away, and seemed to be immersed in the various benefits she had obtained, unable to extricate herself. Her steps didn't stop for a moment and she kept going up. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai didn't dare to neglect and spared no effort to continue climbing, trying to close the distance between him and Zhang Ruoxi. Somewhere in the Flowing Time Temple, in a dark and boundless hall, there was a faint sound of low breathing and a strong heartbeat. An inexplicable pressure filled this hall. If a living creature came here, they would immediately collapse to the ground. The pressure was as heavy as a mountain, and even the Emperor realm would tremble before it. At a certain moment, two long and narrow red lights suddenly lit up in the darkness. Accompanied by a heavy exhalation, the two long and narrow lights suddenly widened. They were two eyes the size of gongs. This was a pair of beastly eyes that were filled with wildness and killing intent. Golden pupils, red pupils filled with boundless ruthlessness. Oh, have these little insects finally found the Flowing Time Temple? A muffled thunderous voice rang out in the dark hall. At the same time, a dazzling flame suddenly burst out in the darkness. The flame came from a strange giant beast covered in flames. This beast was about 3 stories tall and looked like a tiger or a cow. It looked as if it was made of flames, with a single red horn on its forehead, a pair of wings on its back, and a body covered in scales. It looked majestic. It seems that this uncle's mission is about to be completed. How many years has it been? This uncle is finally going to be free. A voice that shook the entire hall came from the belly of this strange beast. It stood up and looked around with its eyes as if they could pierce through the void. While looking, it muttered, "Let this uncle see what's so special about these little insects." As far as its eyes could see, none of the dozens of cultivator in the Flowing Time Temple could escape its observation. It didn't forget to comment while looking, "Well, this guy's aptitude is not bad, but he still can't enter this uncle's eyes. This little girl is quite famous. Her physique is good, and her cultivation isn't high, but she has an emperor artifact. Is she a descendant of some great emperors? Well, although she barely meets the requirements, forget it, the great emperors aren't good people." Chapter 2163. In the Flowing Time Temple, everyone had different opportunities because of the different routes they chose. But at this moment, no matter where they were, everyone inexplicably felt a sense of horror, as if there was a pair of eyes looking down at them from above. This made everyone feel a little creepy and cold. Fortunately, this feeling came and went quickly, disappearing in the blink of an eye. They couldn't help but think that it was just their imagination. In the dark hall, the strange beast was still observing the surroundings, commenting from time to time. Many elite cultivators were spurned as trash by it, but when it cast its gaze towards the stairs of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, it was surprised. "What's with this little insect? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A guy from the First Order Dao Source realm actually has 5 emperor artifacts on him? Where did he come from?" Even though the strange beast had lived for tens of thousands of years and had seen many storms, it was still shocked by Yang Kai's background at this moment because it found that Yang Kai alone had 5 emperor artifacts. Even the Emperor realm didn't have so many emperor artifacts, right? The 5 emperor artifacts it was referring to were naturally the Annihilation Thunder Bead, Sealed World Bead, Insect Enslavement Bracelet, Soul-Splitting Saber, and Myriad Sword. In this Flowing Time Temple, nothing could escape its observation. Is his family all great emperors? The strange beast secretly guessed. Otherwise such a cultivator. How could he have so many emperor artifacts? An emperor artifact was not something that could be found on the streets. One had to know. Even a noble existence like Lan Sun only had 1 emperor artifact, and that was a defensive emperor artifact given to her by the great emperor's bright moon to prevent her from encountering any accidents. Forget it. Although his aptitude and temperament are excellent, this guy looks like trouble. It's better not to have any contact with him, the strange beast nagged for a while. Then it shifted its gaze from Yang Kai to Zhang Ruoxi. And this little girl. Why is she only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator? The strange beast's eyes flickered with suspicion. How did you enter this place with such a low cultivation? Why are there so many strange things happening when I'm just sleeping? At this point, his eyes suddenly widened as he stared in Zhang Ruoxi's direction and exclaimed, "Wait! This little girl, she actually..." At this moment, it seemed to have discovered something, and its originally arrogant tone suddenly became one of fear. Even its 2 terrifying eyes showed a horrified expression, as if it was afraid of Zhang Ruoxi. On that huge head. He was actually dripping with cold sweat at this moment. Zhang Ruoxi also seemed to have reached her limit. The end of the flowing time Great Emperor's staircase was clearly not far in front of her, but she couldn't lift her foot no matter how hard she tried. She stubbornly looked up and wanted to take a step forward, but she felt weak all over and her legs were as heavy as lead. The principles of time that filled the flowing time Great Emperor's staircase suddenly broke out at this moment and invaded Zhang Ruoxi's body, wanting to engulf her. Behind her, Yang Kai, who had already caught up to her a dozen steps away, clearly saw Zhang Ruoxi's black hair. In a very short period of time, it became as white as snow. Yang Kai was shocked and realized that something was wrong. He pushed the source qi in his body and rushed forward, trying to shorten the distance between him and Zhang Ruoxi. But at this point of the flowing time Great Emperor's staircase, every step was extremely difficult. The distance of a dozen steps was not something that Yang Kai could shorten even if he wanted to. He suddenly became as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. The strange beast in the hall was just as anxious as him. As the guardian of the flowing time temple, it naturally saw Zhang Ruoxi's state and changes. At first it rejoiced, thinking that Zhang Ruoxi was dead for sure, but soon it realized something was wrong. Because once Zhang Ruoxi was forced into a dead end, the bloodline power lurking in her body was very likely to awaken. Once that thing was awakened, it would be in big trouble. Thinking so, the strange beast stood up and stretched out a claw towards the void. Space shattered under this blow, and the huge claw crossed the barrier of space and grabbed Zhang Ruoxi before immediately retracting. As it did so, it muttered worriedly, "Oh. I don't know if this is the right thing to do." As soon as it finished speaking, it slowly opened its claws and placed the dazed Zhang Ruoxi in front of it. Zhang Ruoxi obviously didn't understand what was going on. She just felt endless time passing by her body. In that short moment she felt like 100 years had passed. Her vitality seemed to be draining away, and the aura of death rushed towards her. She wanted to turn around and call out to Yang Kai, but she couldn't even turn around. And just when she thought she was going to die, a huge claw descended from the sky and pulled her back from the gates of hell, bringing her into this dark hall. She looked up and saw a huge burning monster beast in front of her, staring at her with a pair of beastly eyes. Most people who saw such a behemoth would probably turn pale with fright, scream and run away. Zhang Ruoxi wasn't a bold person, and her cultivation wasn't high, nor was she knowledgeable. It wouldn't be surprising if she fainted from fright. But for some reason, when she looked up and stared at the monster beast, she didn't feel the slightest fear. Instead, she had a feeling that the other party should be afraid of her. This feeling was baseless and absurd, but it was a feeling that came from deep within her bones, as natural as breathing, and made people believe it without a doubt. She pursed her red lips and looked up at the huge monster beast, her small figure forming a sharp contrast. Their eyes met, but the monster beast felt its hair stand on end. Its forehead was dripping with cold sweat, and its eyes were flickering. Why do you seem to be afraid of me?" Zhang Ruoxi suddenly asked. As soon as she opened her mouth, the monster beast couldn't help but take 2 steps back. It looked at her with fear in its eyes. A muffled sound like thunder came from its abdomen, and it laughed dryly. Yes, why should I be afraid of you?" Zhang Ruoxi didn't get to the bottom of it but beckoned to it. Seeing this, the monster beast actually walked over and crawled in front of Zhang Ruoxi. Its violent eyes became extremely docile at this moment. Faintly there was a trace of panic and fear. "Did you save me?" Zhang Ruoxi asked. The monster beast thought for a while and said, "Yes. Thank you." Zhang Ruoxi smiled sweetly and stretched out her hand as if she wanted to touch the monster beast's head, but she hesitated and said, "I won't hurt you, right?" She didn't know why she asked such a question, but she had a feeling that if she touched the monster beast in front of her, it was very likely that it would be hurt. "The current you probably won't," the monster beast replied. Only then did Zhang Ruoxi put her hand on its forehead and gently touched it. The scorching flame burned Zhang Ruoxi's white hand, but miraculously, it didn't hurt her at all. Instead, it accompanied her touch. The monster beast actually made a purring sound. It was like the reaction of a cat when it was petted. So shameful, so shameful. This great lord is actually being touched by a little girl like this. This is simply an extraordinary shame and humiliation. The demonic beast muttered unhappily in its heart, but its body gave a very honest reaction. "What's your name?" Zhang Ruoxi suddenly asked again. "Qiongqi. What a strange name." Zhang Ruoxi smiled slightly, a confused look in her beautiful eyes, and said, "I don't know why, but although this is the first time I've heard this name, it feels very familiar. Do you know why? I don't know. Qiongqi shook his head like a rattle drum, thinking in his heart, it's better if you don't understand in your lifetime. Why would this great master take the initiative to tell you this kind of thing? If that's the case, then this great master's doomsday is coming. Okay. Zhang Ruoxi said. She withdrew her hand and said sincerely, thank you for saving my life just now, but can I trouble you to send me back? If I suddenly disappear, Mr. will be very worried. Mr.? Qiongqi heard this and asked suspiciously, the man behind you? Yes, you can see him? Zhang Ruoxi nodded quickly. Qiongqi said proudly, in this temple no wind or grass can escape this great. My observation. Just now I saw that you were in danger, so I brought you here. After a pause it shook its head and said, I didn't expect that someone as strong as you would be protected by others. Although it deliberately lowered its voice when it said this, its voice was loud and clear, so Zhang Ruoxi still heard it clearly. Zhang Ruoxi quickly waved her hand and said with embarrassment, what are you talking about? Mr. is the powerful one, how am I strong? She just thought that Qiongqi was talking nonsense to make her happy. One day you will be strong. Qiongqi said meaningfully. Yes, I will work hard. Zhang Ruoxi was full of enthusiasm. Well, since you and I are fated to meet today, I will give you something. Qiongqi suddenly seemed to think of something and said. As it spoke, it stretched out its claws and grabbed at the void. When it retracted its claws, there was a pink rainbow-colored robe on its claws. The robe was dazzling and emperor aura flowed on it, making it look magnificent. Your strength is still low, so I will give you this pink cloud's phoenix robe. After wearing it, ordinary people probably won't be able to hurt you. Qiongqi was very strong, so the ordinary people it mentioned could be understood as a cultivator in the emperor realm. How can I accept this? Although Zhang Ruoxi liked this robe, her good upbringing made her unable to accept this gift without any reason, so she quickly waved her hand and refused. Just wear it. This is your opportunity. When a cultivator cultivates, opportunities are also a part of their strength. Qiongqi said, but in his heart, he was thinking, if it wasn't for the fact that I was afraid some blind guy would provoke you and cause your bloodline power to awaken in advance, why would this great master go through so much trouble? It's not easy for me to plan ahead. Once I'm out of here, I should go to the Dragon Island and extort those old dragons. Anyway, this isn't my problem alone. Those old dragons definitely won't sit back and do nothing. Chapter 2164. At the Flowing Time Great Emperor's Staircase, Yang Kai was burning with anxiety as he tried his best to climb it. Zhang Ruoxi had suddenly disappeared before his eyes, leaving him at a loss. He didn't know what kind of danger this little girl had encountered, or if anything had happened to her. He secretly blamed himself, feeling that if he hadn't been on a whim and wanted Zhang Ruoxi to climb the Flowing Time Great Emperor's Staircase with him, such a thing wouldn't have happened. Just as he was feeling anxious, a flash of light suddenly appeared above him and a figure appeared. Yang Kai was startled, looked up and was stunned. Zhang Ruoxi was standing at the top of the Flowing Time Great Emperor's Staircase, looking at him with a smile. Her hair, which should have turned snow white, was still as black as ink. Was it an illusion? Yang Kai was a little confused. He had clearly seen Zhang Ruoxi disappear mysteriously just now, and he had clearly seen the flowing time force erode her body, causing her to age rapidly, but now she had appeared in front of him, perfectly fine, and she had reached the top of the 9 peaks. Everything seemed so unreal. Yang Kai quickened his pace, and after an incense stick's worth of time, he finally reached the top, panting. As soon as he set foot here, the principles of time that lingered around him disappeared instantly. Looking back, the Flowing Time Great Emperor's Staircase also became ordinary, as if it no longer had the magical power it once had. What happened just now? Yang Kai gasped for breath and asked quickly. Ruoxi was reckless. Zhang Ruoxi replied in a low voice with a guilty look, I was just immersed in the joy of gaining power. I forgot Sir's instructions. By the time I reacted, it was too late. Then how did you, a powerful monster beast, saved me? Zhang Ruoxi replied timidly, observing Yang Kai's expression as she spoke, lest he get angry. A powerful monster beast? Yang Kai looked stunned. There's a monster beast in the Flowing Time Temple? What kind of monster beast is it? At this moment, Yang Kai was startled. The Flowing Time Temple had not appeared for tens of thousands of years, and now it had suddenly appeared. He thought that there were no living creatures here, but he didn't expect to learn from Zhang Ruoxi that there was a powerful monster beast here. Moreover, it was able to rescue Jianghu Shi from the stares of the flowing time Great Emperor, so its strength was obviously extraordinary. This was enough to make him vigilant. I don't know. Jianghu Shi thought for a moment but didn't know how to describe it. Suddenly she giggled and said, but, it says it's called Qiongqi. What? Yang Kai's eyes widened in an instant, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He swallowed his saliva and said bitterly, Qiong? Yes, that's what he said. Jianghu Shi nodded and replied. After that she tilted her head and asked, Sir, what's wrong? Why do you look so pale? Are you feeling unwell somewhere? You're sweating so much. As she spoke, she took out a silk handkerchief. She stood on tiptoe. She gently wiped Yang Kai's face. Haha. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He really didn't know what to say. Sir, are you okay? Jianghu Shi asked softly. I'm fine. Yang Kai replied subconsciously, then immediately looked at Jianghu Shi and asked, Are you sure it said it's called Qiongqi? Yes, that's what it said. It didn't do anything to you? Jianghu Shi shook her head blankly, No. While speaking she said happily, That's right, it also gave me something. What? Jianghu Shi pursed her lips and smiled. The saint qi in her body shook, and a dazzling glow suddenly bloomed from her tender body. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked over, and his heart shook violently. At this moment, a pink close-fitting robe suddenly appeared on Jianghu Shi's body. The treasured robe was dazzling and magnificent. Strands of Emperor's aura flowed around it. The treasured robe emitted a powerful Emperor's aura, an Emperor artifact. And it was a defensive Emperor artifact. What the hell is going on? Jianghu Shi suddenly and strangely disappeared from the flowing time Great Emperor's staircase, and when she came back she told him that she saw a monster beast named Qiongqi. Not only did that monster beast not do anything to her, it even gave her a defensive Emperor artifact. Yang Kai was completely at a loss. After Jianghu Shi activated her robe, her whole body was dazzled by the Emperor artifact. She looked at Yang Kai timidly and asked, Is this beautiful? Yang Kai laughed dryly and said, It's beautiful. This is an Emperor artifact. How can it be described as beautiful? Yang Kai howled in his heart. Although he had 5 Emperor artifacts, none of them were defensive, which showed how rare defensive Emperor artifacts were. Qiongqi said it's called the Pink Cloud's Phoenix Robe. Jianghu Shi explained, I don't like the pink one, but it's fine as long as Sir says it's beautiful. It's a gift from someone else. Yang Kai tried to calm himself down. Next time you see it, you must thank it properly. Ruashi will remember. Jianghu Shi nodded respectfully. Put it away first. Don't activate its form unless it's absolutely necessary. Otherwise it's very likely to cause a lot of trouble. Yes. While speaking, Jianghu Shi used her divine sense to restrain the light of the Pink Cloud's Phoenix robe. With a flash of light, the robe disappeared. By the way, Ruashi, did Qiongqi say anything else to you? Yang Kai asked cautiously. Jianghu Shi heard this, thought for a while and said, It told me to tell Sir that if you have the chance to enter the final position, you must choose the most useless thing. Choose the most useless thing? Yang Kai frowned, puzzled. What does that mean? Jianghu Shi shook her head. I don't know. It sent me back after it said that. After getting along with her for so long, Yang Kai also knew that this little girl's personality was pure and kind, so it was impossible for her to hide anything from him, let alone deceive him, so he didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he carefully inquired about the situation after her meeting with Qiongqi, but he didn't obtain much information. Yang Kai couldn't believe it. In the end, he could only think that this was Jianghu Shi's opportunity. Otherwise, how could a second-order origin returning realm cultivator not only return safely after meeting a fierce beast like Qiongqi, but also receive an Emperor artifact like the Pink Cloud's Phoenix robe? Later, Yang Kai asked Jianghu Shi to enter the small sealed world bead. He sat alone at the top of the stairs of the flowing time Great Emperor and calmed down a little. After a long time. Only then did he stand up. At the top of the stairs of the flowing time Great Emperor was a door. Yang Kai had noticed it before. If he wanted to leave this place at this moment, he could only go through this door. He stretched out his hand and slowly pushed the door open. A dazzling light came from the front. Yang Kai couldn't help but narrow his eyes and release his divine sense to investigate. After confirming that there was no danger inside, only then did he step in. A feeling of weightlessness immediately came over him, as if this step had brought him to another space. The aura of a living being suddenly appeared, faintly carrying a trace of familiarity and a strong sense of enmity. Yang Kai was startled and raised his eyes to look ahead. After seeing the situation in front of him clearly, he couldn't help but be startled. Where he was now, it seemed to be a high platform. This high platform was round and occupied an area of more than 1,000 feet. Around the high platform there was a dark abyss. There were ghostly cries and howls coming from below, making one's hair stand on end. It was like a demonic abyss purgatory. Once one fell into it, they would never be able to escape. Looking back, he couldn't see where he came from. The previous door was nowhere to be seen. On this high platform, a man stood holding a sword, waiting quietly. The moment Yang Kai appeared, a pair of eagle-like eyes suddenly shot over and fixed on Yang Kai, full of fighting spirit. For eyes met and both of them were stunned. Yang Kai grinned and raised his hand to greet the man. "Brother Xiaobai, you're here too, what a coincidence." He found that the person on this high platform was actually Xiaobai of Azure Sun Temple. But for some reason Murong Xiao, who had been with him all this time, was not by his side. While talking, Yang Kai walked over there, looking around the environment as he walked, but what puzzled him was that this high platform seemed to be an independent space. He couldn't see where he came from and he couldn't see where he went, as if he was isolated from this world. Yang Kai frowned slightly, not knowing what mysteries there were in this place. While he was thinking, he heard a buzzing sound coming from in front of him, and at the same time, a brilliant light flashed. Yang Kai's footsteps came to a halt, allowing the light beam to slash at the tip of his foot, almost injuring him. Yang Kai looked up at Xiaobai and frowned. "Brother Xiaobai, what is the meaning of this?" "Let's fight." Xiaobai shook his long sword and pointed it at Yang Kai, his fighting spirit surging like boiling water. Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he said, "There's no need. If you want to fight, wait until we get out of the Four Seasons realm, then I'll fight with you. Here, forget it." Xiaobai slowly shook his head, his face as cold as ice, and quickly said, "It is precisely because we are here that we must fight." Hearing this, Yang Kai seemed to have thought of something and his face sank. "What Brother Xiaobai means is, only one of us can leave this place?" Xiaobai said, "It seems that you aren't too stupid." He shouted loudly, "This is a Dao discussion stage, only the winner has the qualifications to move forward." As he spoke, Yang Kai noticed that above this high platform, there were 3 large characters formed of pure energy suspended in midair. These were the words Dao discussion stage. In an instant he understood. Xiaobai was probably waiting here for an opponent to discuss the Dao. It was just a coincidence that he had run into him. Thinking so, Yang Kai's expression also became solemn as he said, "It seems, we really must fight." "Yes. The winner moves on, the loser, what will happen?" Yang Kai asked. Xiaobai shook his head, "I don't know, most likely death." After saying so, he coldly snorted and said, "What's wrong, are you afraid?" Yang Kai smiled bitterly and shook his head, "No, it's just, I don't want to kill you, Brother Xiaobai. You and I have no grievances, and although you seem to have some complaints about me, we still entered the Four Seasons realm together. If I really killed you here, how would I explain it to Elder Gao and the others?" Chapter 2165. With just you. Xiaobai's eyes flashed as he sneered, "Shameless boasting. Brother Xiaobai." Yang Kai said earnestly, "Why don't we find a place to sit down and carefully search for a way out of this damned place?" "No, before you came, I had already searched carefully. Between you and me, there is only one way out." Before Yang Kai could finish speaking, Xiaobai interrupted him and said coldly, "To be honest, with your strength, it is really surprising that you can defeat Shui and snatch his spot. You do have the qualifications to enter the Four Seasons realm. However, this Xiao is a disciple of Azure Sun Temple and Shui's brother, so I can't just sit back and watch him be humiliated. Today this Xiao will avenge junior brother Shui's death. But you can rest assured that the difference in cultivation between you and me is huge, so this Xiao will not use all of his strength. 60% of my strength is enough to deal with you. If possible, I won't kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaobai flicked his long sword and floated above Yang Kai's head. His long sword was like water and ice, exuding a resolute chill, and a dazzling sword light poured down. Yang Kai grinned and said, "Since this battle is inevitable, if I offend you in any way, I hope Brother Xiaobai won't blame me." As soon as he finished speaking, the place where he stood was covered by sword light and his body was pierced by sword light, but strangely no blood flowed out and the smile still hung on his face. Xiaobai's expression changed and his source chi burst forth. His aura was like a rainbow as his body exuded a cold aura like a violent snowstorm. With a backhand swing, his long sword suddenly became extremely huge as if it was a heavenly sword and slashed down. On the other side, Yang Kai's figure appeared like a ghost. But his eyes narrowed and he had to escape again. Calm. The giant sword slashed down and the aura surged. Xiao Baiyi put away his sword and stood there looking sideways at the void. Where his eyes fell, Yang Kai's figure appeared. You are really different. It was not by luck that you defeated Shui Yi. Xiao Baiyi said in a deep voice. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Brother Xiao Bai, was that 60% of your strength? If that's the case, I advise you to use your full strength quickly. Otherwise, rest assured it was only 30% just now. Xiao Baiyi said proudly. 30%. Yang Kai murmured, then immediately nodded slightly and praised, as expected of an elite of Azure Sun Temple, you are very different from the Dao Source Realm cultivators I encountered before. It's not too late to admit defeat. Xiao Baiyi shouted, swiping his finger across his sword as he spun around. All of a sudden, he wrapped himself in the sword light and turned into a beam of light, aiming straight for Yang Kai's chest. This sword strike was fast, accurate and ruthless. The energy of the laws coiled around it, and layers of thin ice appeared on the Dao exchange platform as it overflowed with icy coldness. The entire environment of the high platform seemed to have suddenly turned into a cold winter. The faint whistling of the wind sounded in their ears, making them feel cold in their hearts. Law of ice. Yang Kai shouted as he felt the erosion and influence of the world principles on his body, causing the surrounding space to solidify. He could not help but let out a roar as a five-colored light bloomed from his body, dispelling all the discomfort. With a flick of his wrist, the myriad sword appeared leisurely. Waving his sword, he muttered, "Million swords. One man against the pass." Tens of millions of sword chi streaked through the air like a torrential rain, meeting Xiao Baiyi's attack head-on. Another Emperor artifact. Xiao Baiyi's cold snort came from the sword light, but he had no intention of dodging. Instead, he urged his sword light to meet it head-on. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk the shocking sword light cut through the millions of sword chi and arrived in front of Yang Kai without any reduction in power. Asterisk who? Asterisk Xiao Baiyi's figure suddenly appeared, his eyes as sharp as a knife, exuding an astonishing aura as he swung his sword towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and raised his sword to block. Clang. A peerless imposing aura shook out, and the space above the Dao discussion platform was actually sliced into countless cracks by the fine strands of sword chi that emanated from it, and they flashed before vanishing. Xiao Baiyi's whole body froze slightly, but he quickly got rid of the influence of the Emperor artifact. His whole body turned into an afterimage as the long sword in his hand continued to attack Yang Kai. He still had the strength to taunt. Although the Emperor artifact is strong, with your strength, how much power can you exert? Shui lost to you because he was careless. Yang Kai's body was like a dragon as he held the myriad sword in his hand, constantly blocking the attacks coming from all directions. He smiled slightly and said, "Brother Xiao Bai seems to have a problem with this sword." As the two spoke, their hands did not stop moving at all. The clanging sounds continued to ring out like music, extremely pleasant to the ears. Relying on the power of an artifact is also a skill. Since you say so, I'll change my sword. As soon as Yang Kai's voice fell, the myriad sword in his hand suddenly disappeared and was replaced by another Dao Source grade mid-rank sword. Xiao Baiyi frowned as he leapt out of the battle and asked, "Changing your weapon in the middle of the battle, what do you mean?" "I mean nothing." Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at him. "I just don't want to be accused of relying on the power of an Emperor artifact after I beat you. Are you looking down on me?" Xiao Baiyi was furious, his white robes fluttering in the wind as he slowly floated up into the air and said coldly, "If you change back now, I'll pretend I didn't see anything, otherwise it'll be too late for regrets." As he spoke, he pointed the long sword in his hand to the sky and a snowstorm suddenly appeared. This snowstorm was not fierce at first, but in the blink of an eye, it rolled out a heaven-destroying momentum that wrapped around Xiao Baiyi. A cold voice came out from the snowstorm as Xiao Baiyi muttered, "This is only 60% of my strength. If you can't withstand it, you'll die. I advise you to avoid it." As soon as these words fell, he shouted, "Human sword, rotating annihilation." The snowstorm suddenly turned into an ice dragon, glaring with gong-sized eyes, and pouncing towards Yang Kai with an unstoppable momentum. Yang Kai finally put away his mischievous expression and looked at the incoming attack with a dignified expression. Feeling the power contained in it, he said in a deep voice, as expected of the second place of Azure Sun Temple's sect martial arts demonstration. Brother Xiaobai lives up to his name. If only 60% of his strength is this powerful, if he uses his full strength. Although he was praising, his hands were not idle at all. With a shake of his sword, Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he muttered, 3,000 sword Dao Luyen Rua Hua. The sword blade turned crimson in an instant, and from it, the figure of a firebird shot out. This figure was exactly the same as Lu Yan's original body. A loud cry rang out as the two attacks collided in the air. Asterisk Hong Hong Hong. Asterisk the ice dragon dissipated and the flames were annihilated. Xiao Baiyi was shaken and shouted, "How is this possible?" His eyes were filled with shock as he stared at Yang Kai and asked in a cold tone, "What is your relationship with Master Chen Wenhao of Heavenly Martial Holy Land?" As an elite disciple of Azure Sun Temple, he naturally had some understanding of Chen Wenhao. The 3,000 sword Dao was clearly comprehended by Chen Wenhao, but at this moment, it was being displayed by Yang Kai. Although it was a little different from the rumors, it seemed to be quite powerful. "It doesn't matter." Yang Kai twirled the long sword in his hand and said casually, "I just fought with him once and saw him display the 3,000 sword Dao. I thought it was good, so I used it casually." Yang Kai was telling the truth. When he was eroded by the demon sense that day, he did fight with Chen Wenhao. Not only did he fight with Chen Wenhao, but he also fought with Gao Shuiting and Feng Ming. The three great emperors' venerable realm masters' ultimate moves were still fresh in Yang Kai's memory and he had a little understanding of them. However, the 3,000 sword Dao he displayed at this moment was similar to what Chen Wenhao himself had comprehended. It was completely different. Yang Kai was just urging the fire sword qi of the five elements indestructible sword qi to condense Lu Yan's form. How could the ultimate moves of the Emperor Realm's masters be so easy to comprehend? The mysteries of these moves could only be understood and displayed by those from the Emperor Realm. However, it was more than enough to deal with the current situation. Xiao Baiyi had only heard of the 3,000 sword Dao and had not seen it with his own eyes, so how could he distinguish whether it was true or false? "Enough!" Xiao Baiyi shouted angrily, looking very angry, "There should be a limit to your nonsense. You're just spouting nonsense, who would believe you? Whether you have a relationship with Master Chen Wenhao or not, today's outcome will not change." His aura suddenly soared, and it seemed that he realized that 60% of his strength was not enough to defeat Yang Kai, so he decided to use more of his strength. Asterisk chi chi chi, asterisk bolts of lightning suddenly shot out, and on the surface of Xiao Baiyi's body, the entire Dao discussion stage turned into a sea of lightning in an instant, looking extremely terrifying. "You comprehended the ice principles, but you can also use thunder attribute secret techniques?" Yang Kai was extremely surprised and praised, "Brother Xiaobai is really extraordinary. In time, I'm afraid you will become the overlord of this star boundary." "Flattery is useless, Xiaobai. Xiaobai, you're so happy to call me that. Take this earth sword." Falling thunder. Wherever he pointed his sword, thunder roared and bolts of lightning fell from the sky, completely submerging Yang Kai. The power of this falling thunder was so sharp and violent that it seemed to be able to completely seal off space. Yang Kai's brow rose as he shouted, "So that's how it is, it's because the name Brother Xiaobai made you unhappy." As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai was wrapped in a sea of lightning, and the smell of burnt flesh filled the air. Xiao Baiyi's eyes flashed as he stared down and frowned. "Remember, my name is Xiao Baiyi. I just feel that, the name Brother Xiaobai is very familiar. Brother Xiao doesn't need to be so angry, right?" Yang Kai's voice came from below, full of vitality as if he was not injured at all. Xiao Baiyi's eyes instantly bulged as he stared down dumbfoundedly. Inside the sea of lightning, Yang Kai seemed to have undergone a huge change. On the surface of his body, a five-colored glow bloomed, and the power of the five elements formed a strong and powerful defense, resisting the damage of the lightning arcs. If that was all, both of his hands were now covered with a layer of fine scales, and his hands had transformed into dragon claws. On his cheeks, forehead, and even all his exposed skin were scales that exuded an amazing aura. Chapter 2166. Dragon Aura. Xiao Baiyi exclaimed. He felt the aura of a true dragon from where Yang Kai stood. Although this aura was not strong, the terrifying pressure it exuded was enough to make one's heart tremble. As soon as his voice fell, a golden true dragon phantom suddenly appeared behind Yang Kai. This true dragon phantom was extremely large, and as it coiled behind Yang Kai, it slowly opened its eyes and glanced in Xiao Baiyi's direction. Xiao Baiyi's back was instantly drenched in cold sweat and he couldn't help stumbling back a few steps. Brother Xiao Bai's strength is extraordinary, so I have to take this seriously. Be careful. As soon as Yang Kai finished speaking, his sword shook and in an instant, a five-colored light burst forth as the five elements' indestructible sword chi overflowed, dispersing the Thunder Sea Purgatory in a single breath, revealing Yang Kai's majestic figure. The golden dragon phantom behind him roared towards the sky, its roar resounding throughout the heavens and earth as it turned into a stream of light and poured into the sword, accompanied by Yang Kai's slash. At that moment, time seemed to flow for thousands of years, traversing countless spaces. The power of a true dragon was enough to shatter the world. Xiao Baiyi's temples were covered in cold sweat as he was forced back a few steps by the infinite pressure, but soon, he grit his teeth and forced himself to stand still, fiercely pushing his source chi to form a solid barrier around his body. At the same time, he summoned a mirror-like defensive artifact that transformed into a light curtain and blocked in front of him. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk as the golden light slashed forward, a violent energy overflowed, causing the entire Dao discussion stage to hum, as if the end of the world had arrived. The turbulent world energy fluctuations did not subside for a long time. Yang Kai's eyes were as sharp as knives as he stared forward coldly. A few dozen meters away, Xiao Baiyi's face was pale. Standing in the air, although the light curtain formed by the mirror artifact was still blocking his body, countless cracks had appeared and in the next breath, it shattered into countless fragments. His eyes trembled violently as the divine artifact in his hand let out a mournful cry. Staring at him from afar, Xiao Baiyi grit his teeth and muttered, "You from the First Order Dao Source realm, how could you possibly achieve this?" Yang Kai said indifferently, "Strength. Don't tell me that Brother Little Bai doesn't understand this principle?" "I don't believe it." Xiao Baiyi roared as a violent aura suddenly erupted from his body. The source chi that should have been dormant suddenly surged at this moment as he raised his sword and roared, "This is my final move. If you can take it, you win. If you can't, then I'll kill you. Only death." Hearing what he said, Yang Kai's expression couldn't help but become solemn, knowing that Xiao Baiyi was about to use his ultimate move. A desperate move on the level of the Third Order Dao Source realm would not be easy to deal with. He immediately held his breath and concentrated, secretly circulating his origin energy. When Xiao Baiyi's words fell, his expression suddenly became incomparably solemn. With a devout and holy look on his face, he flicked his finger on his sword. As the sword buzzed, he turned into countless streaks of light and descended from the sky. An astonishing pressure suddenly descended, causing the void to tremble, giving people a feeling that the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. A low voice slowly sounded, "Heavenly sword, shattering star." As soon as these words fell, countless streaks of light burst out from the sky and smashed down. It was as if countless meteors were falling from the sky, making it impossible to avoid and causing despair to fill everyone's hearts. Yang Kai's eyes flashed brilliantly as his figure leapt forward, abandoning his sword, and instead of retreating, he formed a seal with both hands as space force and space principles suddenly filled the air. Countless dark moon blades flew up to meet the falling streaks of light. Accompanied by a series of rumbling sounds, one black hole after another appeared in the void, swallowing up the incredible energy shockwaves. The violent energy fluctuations shook everyone's mind, as if the Dao discussion stage was about to collapse. Yang Kai's figure flashed like lightning as he shuttled through the void, searching for Xiao Baiyi's figure. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed as he pushed his source chi and sent a palm strike towards a certain location. Asterisk pa. Asterisk at the same time, two muffled groans rang out as Yang Kai retreated a few steps with an ashen face. In a place where no one was present, Xiao Baiyi's figure appeared with a pale face, his aura weak as he fell down with a look of unwillingness on his face. The vision that filled the sky suddenly disappeared at this moment, leaving only the bleak atmosphere of the aftermath of the great battle in the air. Xiao Baiyi fell heavily to the ground, but immediately stood up like a carp, unable to stand still. His figure swayed and he had no choice but to support himself with his sword to prevent himself from falling. His exposed skin was all cracked and blood was flowing out of his body. On his chest there was a clear palm print. Only this palm was caused by Yang Kai. Everything else was not the work of Yang Kai. Yang Kai stood mid-air and looked down at the hand he used to attack. At this moment, blood was also flowing out of it. His entire palm had been pierced and the pain was unbearable. There seemed to be a trace of principal strength lingering around the wound, hindering its recovery. Shaking off the blood on his hand, Yang Kai urged his strength to dissolve the residual principal strength and said lightly, "Brother Xiaobai, this heavenly sword seems to be beyond the scope of what you can enslave. Was it necessary to go to this extent?" Although Yang Kai did not know what kind of secret technique Xiaobai had learned, this last sword was obviously not something Xiaobai could display at this moment. Forcibly using it would inevitably bring harm to himself. Xiaobai's current state was the best proof of this. Ha 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 ha. Although Xiaobai looked miserable, he could not help but laugh loudly. His laughter was hearty and joyful, without the slightest regret or unwillingness. He said, "Of course it was necessary. In the face of a strong enemy one should do their best. Either you die or I die, what harm is a trivial backlash?" Yang Kai nodded lightly and said, "Brother Xiaobai really has the heart of a master. Admirable, admirable." Xiaobai slowly shook his head and said, "Unfortunately in the end I still couldn't defeat you. First Order Dao Source Realm, ha." He laughed bitterly, his tone extremely complex and containing many emotions. Before this, he never thought that one day he would lose to an opponent from the First Order Dao Source Realm. He was a proud son of heaven and thought highly of himself. In this world, with the exception of a few people, he did not put anyone in his eyes. But today's battle made him realize many things. It was as if he was standing in a waist-deep river and saying that he had seen the sea was ridiculous. "Yang Kai!" Xiaobai shouted, throwing out his long sword casually and wobbling, "Do it!" He looked like he was about to poke him, and it seemed like he had no intention of fighting back. After all, even his strongest move had been miraculously resolved by Yang Kai, so he no longer had any strength left to fight. "I didn't say I wanted to kill you," Yang Kai grinned. "Are you the only one who wants to fight to the death?" Xiaobai frowned and said, "If you want to move forward, you have to fight, otherwise you and I may be trapped here forever." "Not necessarily." Yang Kai denied his point of view. Indeed, as he said before, he had no grievances with Xiaobai, so there was no need for him to kill him. Moreover, when he fought with Xiaobai before, the other party did not have any murderous intent, only a high fighting spirit. It was obvious that Xiaobai did not want to kill him, he simply wanted to fight Yang Kai. This was the mentality of a cultivator who pursued the peak of the martial Dao. While speaking, Yang Kai turned his head and looked around, trying to find the exit of the Dao discussion stage. However, this place was just a high platform suspended alone in mid-air, surrounded by a boundless abyss. It was dark and bottomless, and below it was wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves as if something bad was about to happen. "The exit is down there?" Yang Kai came to the edge of the Dao discussion stage and looked down. Feeling the strange aura coming from below, he could not help feeling his scalp go numb. If he really jumped down, he did not know what the consequences would be. Yang Kai secretly decided that he would not jump unless he had no other choice. In fact, he had another way to pass through this place. According to Xiaobai, the exit of this Dao discussion stage would only appear after one person died. If that was the case, if he put Xiaobai into the sealed world bead, he would probably be able to make the exit appear. However, if he did so, the secret of the sealed world bead would be exposed. So, he urged his space force to try to see if he could teleport away, but in the next moment he shook his head. He could use his space force, so teleportation was not a problem, but he could only teleport on this Dao discussion stage. This seemed to be an isolated space, so Yang Kai could not teleport to the outside world. "You won't find it." Xiaobai saw him scurrying around and could not help but remind him, "I said before, I have carefully searched this place and there is no exit at all. I have already lost, do you not even have the courage to give the loser a proper ending?" Yang Kai turned his head to look at him and was about to say something when the entire Dao discussion stage suddenly buzzed and began to shake. Yang Kai's face became solemn and he quickly released his divine sense to investigate his surroundings. Xiaobai was obviously taken aback, not knowing what was going on. But soon a surprising scene occurred. In the sky, the three characters hanging high above suddenly turned into two rays of light, one big and one small. One of them shot towards Xiaobai, wrapping him up before he could react and disappearing in a flash. Along with it, Xiaobai's entire body disappeared. As for the other ray of light, it connected the heavens and the earth. After a series of distortions, it transformed into a light bridge leading upwards. At the end of this light bridge, there was a closed door leading to an unknown world. Yang Kai could not help being startled, frowning for a moment before muttering to himself while staring at the light bridge, "This thing is definitely the way to the exit." Brother Xiaobai seems to have been teleported out, so the key is for him to admit defeat? According to the scene just now, it seemed that after Xiaobai admitted defeat, the Dao discussion stage changed, not only teleporting him away but also revealing an exit. Looking at it this way, it was naturally clear where the opportunity was at a glance. Chapter 2167. Deep inside the Flowing Time Temple, a group of masters had gathered. This was the deepest part of the temple, and those who were qualified to come here were the top masters of the Southern Territories' Dao Source realm. Lan Sun, Xiao Qin, Luo Yuan, Kong Qi, Murong Xiao Xiao, Gong Wenshan, and Bian Yuqing were all present. Among these 7, except for Lan Sun who was in the First Order Dao Source realm and Gong Wenshan who was in the Second Order Dao Source realm, everyone else was in the Third Order Dao Source realm. Needless to say, Lan Sun was the beloved daughter of the Bright Moon Great Emperors and possessed a special constitution. Her strength could not be measured by cultivation alone, so she was absolutely qualified to set foot here. The same was true for Gong Wenshan. Although his cultivation was a minor realm lower than most of the people present, as an array grandmaster, his methods were quite profound, so his strength could not be judged by his cultivation alone, so it was not surprising that he was able to come here. At this moment, among the 7, except for Xiao Qin who had been guarding Lan Sun, everyone else was looking for a place to sit cross-legged in meditation, seemingly waiting for something. Murong Xiao Xiao would glance in a certain direction from time to time, her beautiful eyes filled with worry and anticipation. At a certain moment, ripples suddenly appeared in a circular door of light over 100 meters away from where everyone was standing, and then a figure slowly emerged from the door of light. Everyone noticed this and turned their heads to look. Finally, Luo Yuan seemed to have become impatient and could not help snorting coldly. Murong Xiao Xiao stood up with a smile on her face and walked over, seemingly to greet the newcomer. Everyone else also showed a look of interest, wanting to see who this newcomer was. The figure slowly took shape. Finally, walking out of the light gate, his true face was revealed. The smile on Murong Xiao Xiao's face froze as she stared at the newcomer in amazement, her expression extremely complicated, a little disappointed and a little surprised. She did not expect that the last person to come out of this light gate would be Yang Kai. It turned out to be Yang Kai, not Xiaobai as she had imagined. The others also wore different expressions, Kong Qi's face twitching as he quickly averted his gaze, as if looking at Yang Kai any longer would tarnish his own. Bian Yuqing pursed her lips and smiled. As so many people. After Yang Kai walked out of the door of light, he saw the 7 figures in front of him and couldn't help but be a little surprised. Why are you all here? I was waiting for you. Bian Yuqing smiled and said flirtatiously. Yang Kai rubbed his nose. He said, don't joke around. How could I be so important as to trouble you all to wait here? He thought that Bian Yuqing was just joking with him. Who knew? I'm not kidding. We are indeed waiting for you. Gong Wenshan also stood up at this time and looked at Yang Kai sternly, but that's not entirely correct. We weren't waiting for you. We were waiting for the last person to come out of here. Yang Kai frowned, turned his head, and looked around before finally fixing his eyes in front of him and saying thoughtfully, it seems that you don't have enough people to break this barrier. Indeed. Gong Wenshan nodded. Can someone explain to me what's going on here? Yang Kai smiled and looked around. Gong Wenshan said with a look of disdain, I don't want to repeat such a troublesome thing twice. After saying so he ignored Yang Kai. Murong Xiao Xiao pursed her red lips. She said, I'll explain. Junior brother Yang, come over here. She beckoned to Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded and walked over. Murong Xiao Xiao immediately explained to him. After listening to her description, Kai Yang came to know that in front of the main entrance of the hall, there was a spirit array called the 8 points yuan returning array. This spirit array wasn't very profound, nor was it very useful. It was also very simple to break. As long as 8 people were gathered and stood in a specific position, this spirit array would break on its own, not requiring any effort from the cultivator. Of course, if there was no one here who was proficient in spirit arrays, they would not be able to see through the mysteries of this spirit array, but this spirit array was really not a problem for Gong Wenshan. So, you can only wait here for the last person to arrive? Yang Kai asked after listening. Yes, Murong Xiao Xiao nodded gently and smiled. I didn't expect junior brother Yang to be the last person to arrive. Yang Kai glanced at her and whispered, Don't worry, brother Xiaobai is only slightly injured, his life is not in danger. Murong Xiao Xiao heard this and her eyes lit up. Junior brother Yang, you saw brother Xiao? Yang Kai nodded. Where is he now? Murong Xiao asked nervously. I don't know, maybe he was teleported out or maybe he's still somewhere in this temple. Yang Kai shrugged. Murong Xiao seemed to think of something and covered her mouth as she whispered, Junior brother Yang? Did you defeat brother Xiao? Yang Kai was stunned, listening to what you said. You also went to the Dao discussion platform? That's right. Murong Xiao replied, I met an opponent there and defeated him before coming here. It seems that everyone's experiences are similar. Yang Kai said thoughtfully. If everyone had experienced the flowing time Great Emperor's staircase and the Dao discussion platform, then it made sense that there were only 8 people left here at this moment. These 2 checkpoints were not something that just anyone could pass. The rest of them had probably already been eliminated. As Yang Kai spoke, he turned his head to look at the others and was surprised to find that all of them had some star seals on the back of their hands, even Murong Xiao. It seemed that their opportunities in the Flowing Time Temple were quite good. Yang Kai, on the other hand, had only obtained a single Flowing Time Great Emperor fruit when he first arrived at the Two Seasons mountain range and hadn't found any other star seals. Are you done with your nonsense? If you are, hurry up and act, I don't have time to waste here. Luo Yuan urged impatiently. If it weren't for the fact that 8 people were required to crack the spirit array, how could Luo Yuan have waited here? He would have already killed everyone and driven out all of them. Yang Kai glanced at him but didn't say anything. He simply nodded to Gong Wenshan and said, Brother Gong, I understand the general situation. I have a general understanding of the situation, so I hope you can advise me on what to do next. Gong Wenshan nodded and said, Since that's the case, everyone will listen to my orders. Stand where I tell you to but don't move. Although this 8 points yuan returning array is simple to crack if something goes wrong, Although he didn't finish his words, everyone understood what he meant. Xiaoqin smiled and said, Brother Gong, please feel free to instruct us. This matter concerns everyone, so I don't think anyone here will refuse. As he spoke, he glanced over at Luo Yuan. Very good. Gong Wenshan heard this and smiled coldly, forming a series of seals with his hands before pushing them forward. A layer of ripples visible to the naked eye spread out. This source chi solidified and formed a universe heaven and earth seal not far in front of everyone. Immediately, Gong Wenshan pointed his finger and said, I'll have to trouble this friend to stand at the Qian position. He was pointing at Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan was tactful and without saying a word, his figure leapt forward. He landed accurately in the position indicated by Gong Wenshan. Madam, please take the Li position. He then pointed to Bian Yuqing. You're making me sound older. Bian Yuqing pouted. Grumbling, she also landed in the designated position. You take the Qian position. Gong Wenshan pointed to Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded and flew to Bian Yuqing's side. Next, under Gong Wenshan's guidance, everyone landed in different positions. During this time, Bian Yuqing smiled at Yang Kai and said, I didn't expect a smelly brat like you could actually make it here. What? Are you looking down on me? Yang Kai raised his brow and coldly snorted, This one's strength is something Protector Bian hasn't seen yet. Is that so? Bian Yuqing smiled with interest, her seductive manner overflowing with charm. Hearing you say that, I'd like to see it for myself. You'll have plenty of opportunities. Yang Kai rolled his eyes at her before asking, Where's Brother Ko? Isn't he with you? Hearing this, Bian Yuqing's expression became gloomy. Yang Kai said in surprise, It couldn't be. Bian Yuqing sneered, It's not what you think. Ko Wu knows he's not strong enough and stopped at the Flowing Time Great Emperor's stairs. Oh, that's a pity, Yang Kai sighed. Although the Flowing Time Great Emperor's stairs were filled with endless dangers, if one could step on them they could obtain a lot of benefits. Yang Kai was well aware of this. Not only him, but the other 7 people who had come here all looked stronger than before, obviously due to the Flowing Time Great Emperor's stairs. However, Bian Yuqing's words confirmed Yang Kai's previous guess. Everyone's opportunities were basically the same, especially in the later stages. They had all passed the Flowing Time Great Emperor's stairs and passed the Dao discussion stage before reaching this place. While the two were talking, everyone had already taken their places, leaving only Gong Wenshan. Gong Wenshan stood outside the divinatory seal and carefully checked everyone's positions, confirming that they were not in the wrong place before leaping up and landing in the last position. When his feet touched the ground, he suddenly shouted, Don't move no matter what you feel, don't use your strength or else you'll have to bear the consequences. Seeing him speak so seriously, How could anyone not listen to his advice? Everyone held their breaths and entered a kind of ethereal state. Soon a humming sound rang out. The surrounding world energy seemed to be flowing rapidly, triggering some kind of chain reaction. Along with this movement, the humming sound in the void grew louder and more intense. Finally, along with a strange sound, the sound of something shattering entered everyone's ears. It wasn't until this moment that Gong Wenshan, who had been nervous all this time, breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that this 8 points yuan returning array had broken by itself. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk with a series of cracking sounds, the door in front of everyone suddenly cracked open and a ray of light shot out from it. Immediately afterward, the door slowly moved to the sides and the gap slowly grew larger. When the gap was large enough for one person to pass through, Gong Wenshan suddenly shouted, "Don't move!" Everyone was startled and their originally restless figures came to a halt. But at that moment, Gong Wenshan rushed through the door like an arrow from a bow. "Damn it, we were tricked!" Kong Chi shouted angrily and quickly chased after him. Chapter 2168. Asterisk Shio Shio Shio. Asterisk in front of the main hall, human figures flickered. The remaining 7 people used their own methods and rushed forward in a bid to be the first. Gong Wenshan was the first to rush in, causing the others behind him to feel anxious. In the blink of an eye, everyone had flooded into the hall and stood in their respective positions, squinting their eyes as they stared forward. In front of them, a brilliant light shone as the world energy aura surged, as if some kind of treasure had been buried for tens of thousands of years, waiting for its new owner to arrive. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk just as everyone entered, the door slowly closed with a muffled thunder-like sound. Everyone was slightly surprised, but they quickly calmed down and no longer paid attention to it, instead sweeping their eyes around the hall to investigate the situation. As far as the eye could see, at the rightmost position of the hall, there was a circular light gate. Inside this light gate, there was a dense fog, halos and illusions. The power of space fluctuated, leading to some unknown place. Just looking at it would cause one's mind to sink. 300 meters in front of everyone, there was a high platform. On this high platform there were several different things sitting quietly. These are. After seeing the few things on the high platform, everyone showed looks of shock and greed. There weren't many things, only 5 of them. A black oval-shaped shield with dragons and phoenixes carved into its surface and mysterious runes constantly flashed across its surface. A cherry-sized drop of something that looked like a water droplet. It was a strange existence that emitted a 7-colored light and was as soft as water. A spirit pill that wasn't actually a spirit pill, a longan-sized round bead that was a fiery red color, a total of 5 treasures. All of them were placed on top of the high platform. Each treasure was shrouded in a semicircular light curtain visible to the naked eye, like an invisible bowl that had been placed on top of the high platform. Everyone's eyes swept across the 5 treasures one by one before finally fixing on another semicircular light curtain. This one seemed to have originally been a treasure, but for some reason it had disappeared. In other words, there were originally 6 treasures on this high platform. But at this moment there were only 5 left, and the last one had been taken away by someone else. Asterisk Gudong, star. Kong Chi gulped as he stared at the black oval shield and said with difficulty, Is this a pseudo-emperor artifact? I can feel a trace of emperor's might from it." Everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't know that such a treasure would appear in the depths of the flowing time temple. For a time, everyone's eyes were filled with fanaticism as they stared excitedly at the 5 treasures on the high platform. He was so excited that he couldn't control himself. Although their hearts were itching, none of them dared to make a move. That was because everyone knew in their hearts that although there were 8 people here, there were only 5 treasures. It was simply not enough for everyone to split. If anyone dared to act blindly without thinking, they would definitely be killed. It was very likely that he would be regarded as a hostile target by others. At that time, it would be difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands, and it was very likely that he would be eliminated directly. Even someone as strong as Luo Yuan suppressed the restlessness in his heart and kept observing the changes in the expressions of the others. "Princess, you are quite knowledgeable. Do you recognize what these things are?" Gong Wenshan suddenly looked at Lan Sun and asked. Lan Sun's beautiful eyes glowed as she smiled and said, "I know a few. Please enlighten me, Your Highness." Gong Wenshan said sincerely. Lan Sun nodded lightly and pointed to the pitch-black oval shield. "Brother Kong is right, this is probably a pseudo-emperor artifact." "What's a pseudo-emperor artifact?" Yang Kai asked. As soon as this remark came out, everyone cast strange looks at him, as if they felt it was a bit strange that he didn't even know this kind of common-sense question. Bian Yuqing, on the other hand, understood that Yang Kai was indeed ignorant. After all, he was a cultivator from a low-level star's territory, so she kindly explained to him, "Emperor artifacts are not refined, you should know this, right?" Yang Kai nodded lightly. The birth of an emperor artifact required a cultivator to refine and nourish it for many years. Only after a cultivator broke through to the emperor realm, could they condense their emperor intent into an artifact and infuse their comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao into it. Only then could an emperor artifact be born. Some people from the emperor realm fail to succeed when they attempt to refine their artifacts due to various reasons, but the artifact's power does not decrease and instead increases. The artifacts born under such circumstances are called pseudo-emperor artifacts. They surpass the level of Tao source grade artifacts but are not emperor artifacts. They can be considered semi-finished products. Bian Yuqing said softly with a solemn expression, "A good pseudo-emperor artifact is not worse than an ordinary emperor artifact, but some pseudo-emperor artifacts are only slightly better than Tao source grade artifacts." So that's how it is. Yang Kai showed a look of understanding. Bian Yuqing continued, "But this is a defensive artifact. Even if it is a pseudo-emperor artifact, it is absolutely rare. Its value is far above that of a Tao source grade high-rank artifact. If one can obtain this shield, I'm afraid no one in the Emperor realm will be able to break through its defense." "That's a really good thing," Yang Kai echoed, his eyes burning as he stared at the shield. Although he had a lot of Emperor artifacts, none of them were defensive. If he could snatch this shield, he could make up for his shortcomings and at least be able to resist for a while when encountering a strong enemy. "Please continue, Your Highness." Kong Qi glared at Yang Kai from the side, seemingly blaming him for his ignorance and interfering with Lan Sun's explanation. Lan Sun didn't care and simply smiled lightly as she pointed to a cherry-sized droplet of water and said, "If I'm not mistaken, this should be the legendary Supreme Divine Water." The sound of people sucking in cold air was heard. Everyone was shocked. "Sure enough, it's Supreme Divine Water." Gong Wenshan's expression flickered, as if he had some guesses but wasn't sure, but after listening to Lan Sun's words, he immediately confirmed it. Murong Xiao was surprised. "Is this the Supreme Divine Water that can allow spirit medicines to grow rapidly with just a drop?" "Indeed." Lan Sun smiled and nodded. Perhaps because she was taking care of Yang Kai, she slowly explained, "With just a single drop of Supreme Divine Water, any spirit medicine can grow to 1,000 or even 10,000 years old in a very short time, and this time is only a month." Yang Kai swallowed his saliva and asked, "What Princess means is, if this thing is dropped on a spirit grass, it can reach a medicinal age of 10,000 years within a month?" "Exactly." Lan Sun nodded and said indifferently, "Although Supreme Divine Water is not one of the three great divine waters in terms of efficacy, it is sometimes much more precious than the three great divine waters. I also saw a few drops of Supreme Divine Water when I was young, so I recognized it. If it were someone else who said they had seen Supreme Divine Water, everyone would likely be skeptical, but when it came from Lan Sun's mouth, it was a different story. With her identity, status and even background, she would not tell such a lie. If she said she had seen it, then naturally she had seen it." Yang Kai's heart suddenly became hot. In the medicine garden in his mysterious small world, there was so much heavy earth that it could only increase the growth rate of spirit medicines by 100 times. In other words, it took a year for a spirit medicine to grow to 100 years old. But this Supreme Divine Water only needed a month to make a spirit medicine reach 10,000 years old. The gap between them was simply incomprehensible. If this drop of Supreme Divine Water was absorbed by the gold and silver tree, wouldn't this strange tree named Firmament gain 10,000 years of sealing power? With so much sealing power, he could remove the seal on his abdomen at any time and anywhere, and he would have no worries when fighting powerful enemies. At that time, he would only need to use the power of the Firmament tree to reseal the demonic chi and demon spirit. Supreme Divine Water is the source of all water, but its role is not limited to just that. If it is absorbed by a cultivator who cultivates a water attribute secret art or a water attribute physique, the benefits are simply immeasurable. Moreover, it can also be used to refine water attribute artifacts. Its uses are infinite. Lan Sun continued to explain. Gong Wenshan slowly exhaled and cupped his fists. "This one understands, many thanks, Princess." Princess, Her Highness kindly explained this to you, so don't refuse." Xiao Chen coldly snorted. No one paid him any attention. Lan Sun then pointed to the treasure that was exuding a 7-colored glow and said, "I don't need to explain this, don't you recognize it?" Kong Chi's face twitched as he said bitterly, "Could this be an emperor aura? It is definitely an emperor aura." Gong Wenshan seemed to have also noticed and said in a deep voice. Lan Sun smiled slightly and said, "Yes, this is an emperor aura. If you have it, you can fuse it with an artifact that is closely related to you, and in time, it is very likely that an emperor artifact will be born." Emperor aura was the key to the birth of an emperor artifact. It was condensed by a master of the emperor realm and fused with an artifact. If successful, it would become an emperor artifact, but if it failed, the artifact would either be damaged or become a fake emperor artifact. Generally, when the emperor realm condensed an emperor artifact, they would directly pour their own emperor aura into the artifact. This emperor aura contained the essence of a master from the emperor realm, which was extremely rare. However, such a mass of emperor aura could not be condensed by an ordinary master from the emperor realm. Even Xiao Chen's father, Silver Star Envoy Xiao Yuyang, did not have this ability. Only a third-order emperor realm master could accomplish such a feat. Condensing an emperor aura was a great loss to a master from the emperor realm, and it would take at least 100 years of hard work to make up for it. Therefore, under normal circumstances, a third-order emperor realm master would not condense an emperor aura and leave it outside. But this flowing time temple had such an emperor aura. This thing was fundamentally different from the pitch-black shield. The pitch-black shield had already been formed, so it was a fake emperor artifact and had no possibility of being promoted to an emperor artifact. On the other hand, this mass of emperor aura represented infinite possibilities, but it required time and effort. Between the two, it was hard to say which was more valuable. If one liked a ready-made one, they would naturally choose the pitch-black shield. After all, it was a defensive artifact, so its value and rarity were needless to say. If one had the ambition to refine an emperor artifact of their own, they would undoubtedly fall in love with the massive emperor aura. Chapter 2169. This is. Lan Sun's eyes turned to the fourth treasure. This thing looked like a spirit pill, yet not a spirit pill at the same time. Lan Sun's brow furrowed slightly as if she was at a loss, but soon her expression brightened and she exclaimed, "Emperor Authority Bead." What? Luo Yuan, who had not spoken until now, suddenly exclaimed, "Emperor Authority Bead? Are you sure you're not mistaken?" As soon as this remark came out, Xiao Qin could not help but coldly snort, "Pay attention to your words, the one in front of you is Her Highness the Princess." Luo Yuan turned his head and glanced at him, causing the two's eyes to meet and sparks to fly. Lan Sun pursed her lips and smiled, "This should be the Emperor Authority Bead. If Brother Luo doesn't believe me, you can break the barrier and take it out for a look." "It's not that I don't believe you." Luo Yuan snorted, "It's just, I didn't expect such a treasure to appear here." Lan Sun nodded and said, "I didn't expect it either. This Emperor Authority Bead. I've never seen it before, but I've heard my father mention it a few times, so I didn't recognize it immediately. However, this Emperor Authority Bead is sealed with the full strength attack of a master from the Emperor realm. If we can obtain this thing, it's tantamount to obtaining a trump card." Hearing what she said, Yang Kai immediately understood what kind of mysteries this Emperor Authority Bead contained. This thing turned out to be able to seal the full strength attack of a master from the Emperor realm. Its wonders were somewhat similar to the Star Emperor token he obtained in the territory of the Homeland Star. The Star Emperor token also contained a divine technique of the great emperors of the star field. Everyone here was a Dao Source realm cultivator. If they could obtain this Emperor Authority Bead, among those in the same realm, who could be their opponent? Even if they encountered someone from the Emperor realm, they would still be able to put up a fight. As Lan Sun said, this thing could indeed be used as a trump card, the kind that could determine the outcome of a battle. After all, which cultivator had not experienced life or death situations several times? At such a critical moment, this Emperor Authority Bead was undoubtedly the best trump card. Everyone's breathing quickened again. His face was burning. The last thing? Lan Sun frowned again as she stared at the longan-sized fiery red bead for a long time before slowly shaking her head. "Sir, forgive me for my ignorance, but I don't recognize it. Does anyone have any impression of it?" Even a character like Lan Sun did not recognize this fiery red bead, let alone the others, all of them shaking their heads, indicating that they had never seen it before. Lan Sun. Since it was placed together with all the other treasures, it's an extraordinary item. Her words were not without reason. Among the 5 items placed on the high platform, there was a defensive pseudo-emperor artifact, a drop of supreme divine water and an emperor aura. An emperor authority bead. Treasures treasures. Extinct, and which treasure was emperor. In terms of value alone, it was hard to say which was higher. There was no reason for the 5th item to be a useless item. This fiery red bead was at least on the same level as the other treasures. It was just that no one knew what it was used for. Actually, Lan Sun's beautiful eyes were blurred, and her gaze was fixed on the center of the high platform. There was an empty light screen restriction and there was nothing inside. What I'm more concerned about is what originally existed here. What does your highness mean? Kongqi asked. Lan Sun said, inside this barrier there is a very strong remnant emperor pressure. If I'm not mistaken, there should have been an emperor artifact here. An emperor artifact? Really? Impossible. Even though everyone present had experienced great storms, they were still shocked. An emperor artifact was not something one could obtain casually, so many of them couldn't help exclaiming. I can't be wrong. Lan Sun said confidently, not long ago this emperor artifact was here, but for some reason, it suddenly disappeared. Otherwise, the remnant emperor pressure would not be so clear. Someone came here before us? Gong Wenshan's face sank. Damn it, who got here first? Kongqi also cursed angrily. Lan Sun shook her head and said, that shouldn't be the case. If someone really got here before us, why would they only take 1 treasure? The rest of the treasures are also rare treasures, so there's no reason to let them go. What's more, this barrier is still intact. Then what's going on? Kongqi was confused. I don't know, Lan Sun smiled helplessly. While they were talking, Yang Kai couldn't help thinking about the pink cloud's phoenix robe, recalling the emperor pressure Jianghu she exuded when she wore the pink cloud's phoenix robe and feeling the remnant aura on the high platform. Yang Kai immediately coughed dryly and said, whether or not there was an emperor artifact here, since it's gone now, it means we are not fated to obtain it. Let's talk about how to distribute the rest of the treasures. As soon as he said this, the somewhat harmonious atmosphere suddenly became tense. Everyone present secretly pushed their source chi to open up the distance between them and the others, their eyes vigilant and dignified. There were 5 treasures and 8 people, so it was obviously impossible to distribute them evenly. Some people were bound to get nothing. All of them were heaven's prides and powerful cultivators, so no one was willing to return empty-handed. Everyone, this Xiao has a proposal, but I don't know if you are willing to listen. Xiao Qin suddenly said with a smile. Kongqi didn't know what he was going to do, but since the other party had spoken, it wasn't appropriate to stop him, so he could only follow along. What good idea does Brother Xiao have? Why don't you tell us? Everyone else also looked at him. Seeing this, Xiao Qin smiled heartily and said, in the southern territory my Star Soul Palace is supreme, and just now Her Highness the Princess generously shared a lot of information with everyone. Her Highness the Princess is so kind and selfless, shouldn't you show some appreciation? When he said this, everyone suddenly had a bad feeling. Sure enough, Xiao Qin continued, this Xiao thinks that with the status of Her Highness the Princess she should take 1 first. What do you think? Everyone immediately cursed Xiao Qin in their hearts. It was just that in front of Lan Sun they couldn't vent their anger, so they all wore gloomy faces and didn't answer. Originally there weren't enough treasures to go around, but now this guy actually proposed to let Lan Sun take 1 first. This was simply a shameless act. If it were anyone else who said such a thing, they would have drowned in spittle, but since Xiao Qin mentioned Lan Sun, no one dared to act presumptuously. With Lan Sun's status, who dared to have any opinions about her? Did they still want to mingle in the southern territory in the future? Even someone as strong as Luo Yuan had a gloomy expression at this moment and didn't say a word. Although he didn't flinch in the face of Wu Chang, he also knew that there were some people in this world who couldn't be offended, and Lan Sun was one of them. What? Do you think this Xiao's proposal is inappropriate? Xiao Qin used the tiger's skin as a banner, but seeing no one speak, he coldly snorted and said, or, do you all look down on my Star Soul Palace? With this big accusation, Kongqi immediately glared at Xiao Qin as if he had just sullied his mother, cursing his 18 generations of ancestors in his heart. This Murong Xiao was a kind-hearted person, so seeing the atmosphere become so awkward, she didn't know how to ease it after saying a word, causing her face to turn red with anxiety. Everyone else was silent and didn't say anything. Yang Kai observed Lan Sun's expression and saw her slightly frown, seemingly a little unhappy. He knew that this was not something she had discussed with Xiao Chen, but rather the latter's arbitrary decision. He nodded secretly in his heart. Yang Kai's impression of Lan Sun was still quite good. If Lan Sun really wanted to use the name of the great emperors and Star Soul Palace to take the treasures, no one would be able to do anything about it, but if that happened, Lan Sun's image would suffer a huge blow. Moreover, although the things on the high platform were extremely precious, with Lan Sun's status she might not really care about them. The pitch-black shield was of little value to her because she already had a defensive emperor artifact given to her by the great emperors. She had no use for the supreme divine water. There were plenty of spirit herbs in the Star Soul Palace, and they had all kinds of ages, so why would she need the supreme divine water to ripen them? As for the Emperor Aura, she was currently in the First Order Dao Source realm, so it was useless to her. As for the Emperor Authority bead, if she really wanted one, she only needed to act coquettishly with the great emperors, and the great emperors would definitely refine a few for her. In any case, the great emperors had profound strength and were not afraid of consuming a few hundred years' worth of secret art. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Lan Sun suddenly smiled and said, "Since no one has any objections, then Big Brother Xiao Chen and I will take one first." Chem? Hearing this, Gong Wenshan raised his brow, seemingly understanding the meaning behind her words. He stared at Lan Sun in amazement, but soon his amazement turned into relief and he smiled lightly. Kong Qi frowned but also understood the meaning behind Lan Sun's words, smiled and nodded. If the princess wants to take one first, this Kong naturally has no objection. I have no objection. Bian Yuqing immediately expressed her opinion. Everyone present was a shrewd person. Although the meaning expressed by Lan Sun was similar to Xiao Chen's, the intentions of the two were completely different, so how could they not understand? What about you? Lan Sun turned her head to look at Luo Yuan and the others. Your Highness can do as you please. This Luo may not trust others, but he can trust your Highness. Lan Sun gently nodded. Many thanks for Brother Luo's consideration. Since Luo Yuan had expressed his opinion, how could Yang Kai and Murong Xiao have any objections? While everyone nodded in agreement, Xiao Qin became anxious and said with reddened eyes, Your Highness? The smile on Lan Sun's face disappeared as she stared at him coldly and said, Big Brother Xiao Qin, since no one has any objections, I'll have to trouble you to take our... At this point, her beautiful eyes flickered as she turned to the high platform and pointed, Take back the pseudo-emperor artifact. The value of these 5 treasures was really difficult to judge. Because everyone's needs were different, the functions of these 5 treasures were also different. But for Lan Sun, of the 5 treasures, the least valuable was the pseudo-emperor artifact shield. Because this thing was completely useless to her. Even the fiery red bead, whose purpose she didn't know, might be a rare artifact that would be of some use to her. But she still chose the pseudo-emperor artifact. Chapter 2170. Lan Sun's choice undoubtedly released a different kind of signal. Although she did not want to pressure others with her power, she also did not want to return empty-handed. Regardless of whether those things were useful to her or not, she had come this far with her own ability, so she should have her own share of the spoils. With her and Xiao Chen's strength, they were definitely qualified to snatch at least one. However, she did not really want to have any conflicts with the others over something that was not very useful, so she casually chose one of them as a token. This way she would be able to account for herself and others. Your Highness. Xiao Qin shouted in a low voice as if he still wanted to persuade her. Lan Sun's expression was indifferent as she calmly said, Big Brother Xiao Qin, do you want me to take it myself? Meeting her gaze, Xiao Chen's heart sank as he realized that if he continued to pester her, he would really make Lan Sun unhappy. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Qin squeezed out a smile and said, Then Your Highness, please wait a moment, I'll be right back. As he spoke, his figure flickered and he leapt onto the high platform. Someone acted as the vanguard, working hard to test whether there was any danger on the high platform while the rest of the people naturally watched with wide eyes. Fortunately, there were no traps or dangers on the high platform except for the barriers that covered the various treasures. Xiao Qin stood in front of the pseudo-emperor artifact shield, and although there was a trace of unwillingness on his face, he could only summon his sword, push his source chi, and slash at the semicircular barrier covering the high platform. Even if he did not use his full strength for this attack, he used at least half of it. Moreover, it was an attack filled with anger. Naturally, its power was extraordinary. With a flash of light, the long sword landed heavily on the light screen. However, the light barrier was extremely sturdy, and after being slightly dented by the huge force and slash, it directly bounced back and scathed, "Oh?" Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. While lamenting the strength of this barrier, they were also calculating how much power they would need to break it and snatch the treasures. Xiao Chen's failure to break the barrier made him feel a little embarrassed, so he withdrew his sword, shook it and slowly recited, "Plum blossoms hide in snow, fragrance comes naturally." As the sword was drawn, plum blossoms bloomed. This killing move was displayed at this moment and it was poetic and picturesque. A mesmerizing aroma wafted in the air. The plum blossoms that lingered around the tip of everyone's nose suddenly turned into countless fluorescent lights that violently bombarded the light screen. Intense vibrations spread out, and the light screen flickered wildly. Although the color continued to dim, there was still no sign of it being broken. Xiao Chen was enraged. The sword turned again. Another ultimate move appeared, slanting moon imperial crushing mirror sky. Another sword skill that was pleasing to the eye was displayed, and the violent power continued to bombard the screen of light. Crack. Finally, cracks appeared on the light screen. When Xiao Chen saw this, he circulated his origin energy and thrust his sword forward. With a loud crash, the barrier was completely destroyed and Xiao Chen grabbed the pseudo-emperor artifact shield in his hand, leapt up and landed next to Lan Sun. "Your Highness, I've got it." "Yes." Lan Sun nodded lightly but did not look at the pseudo-emperor artifact shield, instead turning to the others with a smile and saying, "Then, Lan Sun will take her leave now. Everyone, good luck." Saying so, she turned and walked towards the light gate on the right side of the hall. Although Xiao Chen was full of unwillingness, he had no choice but to follow closely behind Lan Sun. Before leaving, he glared fiercely at the others as if to say, "Count yourself lucky this time." After a short while, the two from Star Soul Palace disappeared into the light gate together. "Your Highness is quite good." After a moment of silence, Kong Qi suddenly said. Gong Wenshan nodded in agreement. "In the end, she is the daughter of great emperors, her breadth of mind is extraordinary. This Gong is ashamed, you really should be ashamed." Kong Qi looked at him bitterly. At that moment, a burst of giggling rang out as Bian Yuqing looked around with her beautiful eyes and said, "Although your Highness and that attendant have left, the remaining people and treasures don't seem to have enough to share." On the high platform there were originally 5 treasures, but now that the pseudo-emperor artifact shield had been taken away, only 4 remained but there were still 6 people. "I want to take one first," Luo Yuan suddenly said in a deep voice. Gong Wenshan cast his gaze over and curled his lips. "Why?" Kong Qi also said, "If you want to seize treasures, naturally you have to rely on strength. Your Highness taking one first I have no objection, but if you want to take one first I have a big objection." Luo Yuan came from the octagonal door, which could only be regarded as a medium-sized sect in the entire southern territory, but Kong Qi was from Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce. The weight of his backer alone was different, so how could Kong Qi be afraid of him here? Luo Yuan smiled proudly as he swept his eyes over the crowd coldly and said, "If anyone is not convinced, come forward and try." Kong Qi could not help showing a cold look on his face as he slowly nodded and said, "This friend's attitude really makes this Kong feel a little uncomfortable. This Kong would like to ask for some advice from this friend, but..." "Chem? Bastard, what are you doing?" Before Kong Qi could finish his words though, his face suddenly changed and he couldn't help shouting. In the next moment, everyone became angry. Because while these people were arguing, Yang Kai's figure flickered, and he appeared directly on top of the high platform, stretched out his hand, and slammed it towards one of the light curtains. "Bold! How dare you!" Luo Yuan shouted as he also pushed off with his feet and flew out. Seeing this, the others no longer hesitated and all used their movement skills to chase after him, lest they fall behind. However, when Lan Sun asked Xiao Chen to take the pseudo-emperor artifact shield, everyone had already figured out what kind of treasure to snatch. After all, the remaining 4 treasures had different functions and everyone's preferences were not the same. As such, when the 6 of them jumped onto the high platform, they all chose different targets. Yang Kai's goal was the fiery red bead that even Lan Sun could not recognize. The reason he chose this was not because he recognized it, but because of what Zhang Ruoshi had said before. She had told Yang Kai. Qiongqi had said so. If there was a chance to enter the final destination, he had to choose the most useless thing. Among the remaining 4 treasures, whether it was the Emperor Aura, Emperor Authority Bead, or Supreme Divine Water, they were all very useful treasures. Only this fiery red bead could not be recognized, so it looked the most useless. Qiongqi was a divine spirit, and he had even given Zhang Ruoxi the Pink Cloud's Phoenix robe, so there was no reason for him to lie to him. So Yang Kai's goal from beginning to end was this fiery red bead. And this choice of his also intentionally or unintentionally avoided the others. No one was interested in this bead. Although they felt that it was absolutely extraordinary before they knew its specific effects, they were afraid that the gains would not make up for the losses if they rashly snatched this thing. What if it had no use? So the remaining 5 people. They set their sights on the remaining 3 treasures. Among them, Luo Yuan and Kong Qi were eyeing the Emperor Authority bead. The two's thoughts were simple. The Emperor Authority bead sealed the full power of a master from the Emperor realm and was their strongest trump card. With it, they would have the capital to save their lives. As long as they were alive. There was hope in everything. As for Bian Yuqing and Gong Wenshan, they chose the Emperor Aura. This thing could be used to refine an Emperor artifact. Its value was simply immeasurable. Murong Xiao wanted to snatch the Emperor Authority bead, but when she saw that Luo Yuan's goal was the same as hers, she could not help gritting her teeth and immediately change direction, rushing to the supreme divine water that no one was paying attention to and directly breaking the barrier. Xiao Baiyi had once told her that when she was alone, she should never have any conflict with Luo Yuan because he was very dangerous. Xiao Baiyi was not sure he could win against him. Murong Xiao was very obedient and naturally would not disobey Xiao Baiyi's advice. The 6 people immediately divided into several areas of territory, with Yang Kai and Murong Xiao breaking the barrier on their own while the remaining 4 people fighting in pairs. Among them, the battle between Kong Qi and Luo Yuan was the most intense. Neither of them was willing to back down, and while each of them was using their own methods to break the barrier, they were also constantly exchanging blows, causing the high platform to be filled with world energy aura. As for Bian Yuqing and Gong Wenshan, it should be said that Gong Wenshan was worthy of being called a spirit array master. After landing on the high platform, he directly summoned an array plate. This array plate turned into ripples and spread out, turning into a cloud of smoke that enveloped the place he was standing, including Bian Yuqing. No one could see what was going on inside. However, after falling into the opponent's array plate, Yang Kai estimated that Bian Yuqing was probably powerless to reverse the situation and could only silently feel sorry for her in his heart. The scene of Xiaoqin breaking the barrier was still vivid in everyone's mind, so everyone knew that this barrier was extremely tough and could not be broken at will. At this moment, they naturally spared no effort. Yang Kai directly used his dragon transformation secret technique, urging his 5 elements indestructible sword qi to transform his hand into a dragon claw that smashed towards the barrier. Under the condition that no one was interfering, he tried a total of 5 times before he finally broke the restriction. Once the light barrier shattered, Yang Kai took out the fiery red bead and threw it into his space ring. Turning his head, Yang Kai saw that Luo Yuan and Kong Qi were not giving way to each other, one of their hands touching the other as they competed with their source qi. Both of them were also using their other hands to crack the barrier around the Emperor Authority bead. The light of the barrier was fading at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if it was about to be broken. Next to the 2 of them, Bian Yuqing and Gong Wenshan were shrouded in smoke, not even the slightest sound could be heard. On the outermost edge, Murong Xiao anxiously urged her artifact, the Heavenly Feather Ring, to continuously bombard the supreme divine water barrier. Although she was using all her strength, it would still take her at least a few breaths of time to break this barrier. Seeing this, Yang Kai's figure flickered and he arrived directly beside Murong Xiao. Junior brother Yang? Murong Xiao pursed her red lips lightly and called out with a complicated expression. Yang Kai did not answer, instead using his 5 elements indestructible sword qi to coordinate with Murong Xiao's heavenly feather ring and slamming it towards the light barrier. With the combined strength of the 2, the barrier shattered with a bang. Yang Kai reacted quickly and took out a jade bottle, filled it with a drop of supreme divine water, and immediately threw it to Murong Xiao, shouting in a low voice, "Go!" Chapter 2171. Yang Kai was not an insatiable person. At this moment he had already snatched a treasure and helped Murong Xiao obtain the supreme divine water, so naturally, it was best for him to leave first. Murong Xiao heard this and had no objections, immediately holding the jade bottle in the palm of her hand and putting away her heavenly feather ring before following closely behind Yang Kai. The 2 of them, one in front and one behind, rushed directly into the light gate and disappeared. Just as the 2 of them left, on the high platform, Luo Yuan let out a shout and a surge of source qi burst forth. Kang Chi's complexion changed drastically as he exclaimed, "You!" As soon as his words fell, he coughed up blood and was sent flying. When he landed, his face was filled with shock. He never expected that Luo Yuan's strength would be so high. Both of them were cultivators from the third order Dao Source realm, but at the final moment of their Source Chi competition, Luo Yuan was able to directly injure him. Kang Chi was also a Heaven's Pride, the #1 rising star of Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce, but compared to Luo Yuan, the difference between the two was obvious. Overconfident. After Luo Yuan shook off Kang Chi, he had no intention of chasing after him and instead smashing the barrier with his palm, easily taking away the Emperor Authority bead that sealed the full power of the Master from the Emperor realm. Then he turned his gaze to the place filled with smoke, let out a low roar and rushed over fiercely. But at that moment the rolling smoke parted on its own, and when Luo Yuan rushed over, the thick fog burst like a bubble and disappeared. Only Bian Yuqing remained in place, looking around blankly and gnashing her teeth. A figure flashed like a ghost and rushed towards the light gate. Soon it entered. Then it disappeared. "Where's the Emperor Aura?" Although he had some guesses, Luo Yuan still shouted at Bian Yuqing. Bian Yuqing said with a look of grievance, "How should I know? I was trapped in that smoke and couldn't see anything. Waste?" Luo Yuan cursed before chasing after the figure and disappearing into the light gate. If he was not mistaken, that figure should be Gong Wenshan, who had definitely snatched the Emperor Aura and escaped. "Why are you yelling at me?" Bian Yuqing felt wronged. In the blink of an eye, only the pale-faced Kang Chi and the dejected Bian Yuqing were left in the hall. The latter glanced at the former and pursed her lips into a smile. "This little brother?" Kang Chi glanced at her and smiled bitterly. "Don't call me so intimately, I didn't get anything, it's useless to try and scheme against me." Bian Yuqing bitterly curled her lips and said, "A bunch of bastards. I'm so angry." Aside from Lan Sun and Xiao Qin who had left at the beginning, Lan Sun and Xiao Qin were the only ones left. Only Bian Yuqing and Kang Chi were left with nothing. The rest of the people divided the rest of the treasures equally, which naturally annoyed Bian Yuqing. In terms of cultivation, she wasn't the weakest among them. In terms of strength, she didn't think she was the weakest either. But in the end he returned empty-handed. She was naturally unable to accept such an opportunity. Outside the Flowing Time Temple, somewhere with a flash of light, Yang Kai and Murong Xiao appeared at the same time. Yang Kai immediately released his divine sense and scanned the surroundings. After confirming that there was no danger, he breathed a sigh of relief. There was no sign of anyone else nearby, so he didn't know if they had been teleported somewhere else, but the light gate was indeed a passage out of the Flowing Time Temple. There was no doubt about that. After waiting for a while, there was still no trace of anyone else. Yang Kai immediately understood that unless they all passed through the light gate at the same time, they would appear in different places. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at Murong Xiao, who was looking at him gratefully. Yang Kai had helped her obtain the supreme divine water at the last moment, not taking the opportunity to snatch it from her, which was enough to make Murong Xiao very grateful. At that time, Yang Kai could have taken advantage of the opportunity to snatch the supreme divine water. Murong Xiao opened her mouth and was about to say something when a sudden change occurred. In the sky, a buzzing sound like muffled thunder suddenly rang out. This sound was so loud that it spread in all directions, and all the cultivators within 100 kilometers could hear it clearly. At the same time as this sound came out, the Flowing Time Temple suspended in the sky emitted a dazzling divine light, making it difficult for people to open their eyes. An amazing pressure spread from there, spreading in all directions. Hong long. The sound continued. "Junior brother Yang?" Murong Xiao called out with a dignified expression. Yang Kai did not answer, but instead narrowed his eyes and observed in that direction. After a while he sighed, "This temple seems to be going into hiding again. I don't know what kind of opportunity it will take the next time it appears, and I don't know when it will appear again." As he said, after the dazzling light dissipated, the Flowing Time Temple in the sky no longer existed, and just like its bizarre appearance, it once again returned to the void. However, in the place where the temple was originally located, there was a black dot standing there. "This is..." Yang Kai looked over and could not help narrowing his eyes. In the sky, a strange beast appeared out of thin air. This beast was burning with flames and was extremely tall. It looked like a tiger or an ox as if it was made of flames. There was a single red horn on its forehead, a pair of wings on its back and scales all over its body. It exhaled a flame-like breath from its nostrils, melting the void, and wherever its 4 feet stepped, flames burned and space distorted. "Qiongqi!" Yang Kai exclaimed in horror. Murong Xiao Xiao could not help but cover her red lips with her small hands, and her beautiful eyes trembled violently. Born in the Azure Sun Temple and an elite disciple in the sect, she had naturally heard of the name Qiongqi. These 2 simple words represented extreme evil, endless slaughter, and eternal despair. Even in the ancient times, the Holy Spirit Qiongqi was a ferocious beast with a notorious reputation. Countless heroes had died to its flames, and very few experts had the heart to resist it. At this moment, it was just standing quietly in the void, but its cruel and fierce aura was like a deadly poisonous gas, making the creatures within 100 miles unable to breathe and trembling all over. Within 100 kilometers, all the cultivators who felt this ferocious pressure felt their bodies sink, as if a towering mountain was pressing down on their shoulders, and a feeling of impending death appeared in their hearts. Roar! A roar came out. Qiongqi roared to the sky, and there were extremely complex emotions in its voice. It seemed to be happy, excited, and sad. After that, it looked arrogantly at the surroundings, and its eyes that burned like flames were fixed on a certain spot in space. It stretched out a claw, tore through space, and bore its head into it before vanishing. Outside the 4 Seasons realm, in a nameless valley, there was no more world energy here, and it was extremely desolate. Only a huge oval-shaped light gate still existed in mid-air. The many cultivator who had gathered here had already poured into the 4 Seasons realm a few days ago. At this time, only a few masters from the Emperor realm remained here. Silver Star Envoy Xiao Yu Yang of Star Soul Palace, Gao Shueting of Azure Sun Temple, Qin Wenhao of Heavenly Martial Holy Land, Feng Ming of Orthodoxy Temple, 7 Glories Chamber of Commerce's Tseng Yuan, Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's Lu Qi. These masters stayed here to observe the changes at the entrance to the 4 Seasons realm, so as to avoid accidents that could not be remedied, and also to wait for the return of their elite disciples. Since the Dao Source realm masters entered the 4 Seasons realm, these masters from the Emperor realm each found a place to sit and rest. 4 masters like them, waiting for 33 days was nothing. Perhaps they just needed to comprehend the mysteries of their secret arts, or perhaps they just needed to refine their Emperor artifacts a little. 33 days passed quickly, so no one found it boring at all. Suddenly, Xiao Yuyang opened his eyes as if he had sensed something. There was a trace of confusion in his eyes, and soon, this confusion turned into shock and horror. In the next moment, all the masters from the Emperor realm stood up and opened their eyes wide, looking in the same direction. There, a crack suddenly appeared in the void. As soon as the crack appeared, it directly collapsed into a large hole. From that crack, a terrifying pressure that made everyone present tremble in fear came out. Under everyone's gaze, a fiery red exotic beast that burned like flames slowly stepped out from the crack. Ah! This uncle is finally free. As soon as the exotic beast appeared, it suddenly spoke in human language and laughed wildly, like a prisoner who had been imprisoned for countless years and was finally released. Divine Spirit, Qiongqi. Xiao Yuyang, after observing the exotic beast for a moment, could not help exclaiming as he pushed his source chi fiercely. The faces of the other masters from the Emperor realm also sank as they all gathered around Xiao Yuyang. The masters from the Emperor realm knew better than anyone else just how terrifying Qiongqi was, but none of them had expected that in this nameless mountain valley, a divine spirit would suddenly appear, let alone the notoriously fierce Qiongqi. 7 Glories Chamber of Commerce's Vice President Tseng Yuan's legs and stomach trembled as his face turned extremely pale. Oh! Qiongqi's pair of beastly eyes swept the area below as it said in a low, muffled voice, "I see so many delicious meals as soon as I come out." As it spoke, a string of crystal-clear saliva flowed out from the corner of its mouth, as if it had been starving for a long time. Gudong, the sound of saliva swallowing rang out, but the source was not Qiongqi, but the masters from the Emperor realm who had gathered together. Almost everyone was frightened by Qiongqi's words. The words of a divine spirit were not overconfident. Any mature divine spirit was no weaker than the great emperors, so if it really wanted to treat the people from the Emperor realm as food, few would be able to escape. At this critical moment, Xiao Yuyang was the first to recover. He quickly cupped his fists and shouted, "Star Soul Palace's Silver Star Envoy Xiao Yuyang greets Master Qiongqi. May I ask why Master has appeared here?" Star Soul Palace? Qiongqi heard this and a trace of disdain flashed across its beastly eyes. What's that? It had not even heard of the Southern Territories Overlord sect. Xiao Yuyang could not help but feel his heart sink as he realized that the situation was not good. This divine spirit might have been asleep for countless years, so it had not even heard of Star Soul Palace. His plan to use the name of the Bright Moon Great Emperors to deter the other party was not going to work. Chapter 2172. It is your honor to be able to become this young master's food. Who wants to go first? Qiongqi looked around fiercely and asked in a deep voice. No one dared to answer. Everyone from the Emperor realm was pale, their bodies trembling as they felt extremely depressed. Not speaking? Qiongqi said sarcastically, if you don't speak then this young master will choose one at random. You can't escape, it's just a matter of time. Don't be afraid, Master Xiao. Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's Vice President Lu Qi couldn't help but shout as he looked eagerly at Xiao Yuyang, as if he was pinning his hopes on him. Xiao Yuyang's face darkened as he realized that it was too late to act now. He could only summon a golden mirror-like object. As soon as this object appeared, it suddenly exploded. At the same time that the mirror-like thing exploded, a gentle pressure as deep as the sea descended from the sky, and a stalwart figure slowly emerged from the shattered space. Everyone turned their heads to look, and their faces couldn't help but turn solemn as they bowed respectfully towards this figure. This person wore a jade crown, and his figure was tall and straight like a mountain. His aura was deep and unfathomable. When he appeared, his figure was illusory, so it was obviously not a physical body. But in the next moment, two solid eyes pierced through the void and fixed directly on Qiongqi. Even someone as strong as Qiongqi couldn't help restraining his aura and coldly snorted, "The souls of the great emperors have descended?" He could feel the aura that only the great emperors possessed from this illusory figure, so he naturally understood who this person was. This was clearly the soul of the great emperors, the overlords of this world. They were like the two most dazzling balls of light in the darkness. Qiongqi focused all of his attention on the great emperor. The great emperors were also paying close attention to the other party. This king didn't know. There is still Qiongqi in this world. Mingyu suddenly said. Humph. Qiongqi didn't back down and said coldly, when I was free and unfettered, you weren't even born yet. Why are you pretending to be a big shot in front of me? It looked like it didn't put Mingyu in its eyes at all. It said in disdain, what? You think I'm afraid of a mere soul? One man and one beast. As the words collided, it was as if there was a substantial fluctuation of energy. The collision caused the void to collapse and pressure filled the sky. Tiny spatial cracks swam in all directions, and in an instant the world lost all light. Sand and stones flew everywhere, and the nameless valley was on the verge of collapsing. Xiao Yuyang and the others didn't dare to utter a single word. Everyone stood there with solemn expressions, secretly circulating their origin energy to resist the terrifying pressure coming from all directions. Master Qiongqi, you must be joking. As one of the few experts in the world, Mingyu did not mind Qiongqi's arrogant attitude at all. Instead, she smiled and said, Mingyu just wants to congratulate Master for finally regaining your freedom and breaking free. Qiongqi's eyes darkened. He shouted in a low voice, what do you know? Mingyu said, when I was young, I heard that the Flowing Time Great Emperor Master had a playmate, Divine Spirit Qiongqi. Unfortunately, after the Flowing Time Great Emperor Master passed away, this playmate disappeared without a trace. After tens of thousands of years, I wonder if Master still remembers those happy times? The Flowing Time Great Emperor. Qiongqi seemed to have been awakened by Mingyu's words. His arrogant and violent aura gradually disappeared, and his pair of burning beast eyes were filled with reminiscence. Mingyu stood there quietly, not intending to disturb him. Xiao Yuyang and the others didn't dare to move. After a long time, Mingyu said, I wonder if Master Qiongqi is willing to come to my Star Soul Palace for a chat. This queen has a relic left by the Flowing Time Great Emperor Master. Perhaps I can give it to Master. It's useless to flatter me. Qiongqi shook his head and snorted, then said, this Master is hungry. Mingyu smiled and said, I will prepare it for Master. That's more like it. Qiongqi said in a loud voice, since you've invited me so sincerely, then I'll give you some face and pay you a visit. Mingyu awaits Master's good news. This is the location of my Star Soul Palace. Saying so, Mingyu stretched out her hand and pointed in front of her. From her fingertip, a white light slowly flew out and arrived in front of Qiongqi. Qiongqi swallowed it in one gulp, stood in place and pondered for a moment, then turned in a different direction and disappeared in a blaze of fire. After Qiongqi left, Xiao Yuyang and the others breathed a sigh of relief. A cool breeze blew over and a sticky chill ran down their backs. Mingyu turned around and glanced at everyone, but didn't say anything. With a shake of her body, she turned into countless streaks of white light and disappeared from this world. Farewell, Master. Everyone from the Emperor Realm bowed and said. After a long while, these 6 from the Emperor Realm slowly straightened up and looked at each other, seeing the fear in each other's eyes. They were all masters in this world, but ever since they ascended to the Emperor Realm, there had never been a day like today where they were so close to death. It's all thanks to Master Xiao, otherwise today's matter, Zheng Yuan said with a lingering fear. And if it weren't for Master Xiao, I'm afraid we would have been buried here today. Lu Qi also nodded in agreement. Xiao Yuyang's mouth twitched as he smiled bitterly. It was the great emperors who saved us. It wasn't this Xiao's credit. However, with Qiongqi's appearance, I'm afraid the southern territory will be plagued with disasters again. Everyone's hearts couldn't help sinking when they heard him say this. Qiongqi was a ferocious beast, and it represented disaster and war. Its appearance would definitely set off some unpredictable and extremely ferocious tides. Everyone secretly decided in their hearts that when they returned to the sect, they would definitely report this matter to the sect leader so that they could take precautions early. In the Four Seasons realm, Yang Kai moved forward alone, crossing the Two Seasons mountain range and heading towards the winter territory. Not long ago, while he and Murong Xiao were waiting in the Two Seasons mountain range, the latter had contacted Xiao Baiyi through the sect's communication artifact. After meeting each other, Xiao Baiyi naturally didn't give Yang Kai any face. After all, although Yang Kai had defeated Xiao Baiyi on the Dao discussion stage, he had also cut off Xiao Baiyi's path to continue exploring and obtaining opportunities. Chapter 2173. In the wind and snow, Yang Kai stood in place and waited for 3 hours before Lu Yen returned from the ice peak. Seeing her mysterious look, Yang Kai couldn't help but be interested and asked, "What did you do there?" Lu Yen didn't answer but said to the side, "Come out, don't be afraid." Wherever she looked there was nothing at all. Yang Kai was stunned, but he also knew that Lu Yen wouldn't tease him, so he held his breath and carefully observed the place. Unfortunately, he still found nothing. Lu Yen said helplessly, "Master, wait a moment, it still seems a little timid. Let me talk to it." After saying that, Lu Yen squatted down and stared at the bottom of the snow with her beautiful eyes. Her divine sense surged as if she was communicating with someone. After a long time without any response, Lu Yen suddenly became a little annoyed. Her face darkened and she said coldly, "If you don't come out, I'll melt you." As soon as she said that, a piece of flat snow suddenly protruded, as if something was coming out from below. Yang Kai couldn't help but widen his eyes to observe, secretly surprised. Not long after, the snow flew out. Something suddenly shot out from under the snow, turned into a streamer and danced in the air. Although it was fast, Yang Kai still saw it clearly. It was a palm-sized snowflake. However, this snowflake was different from ordinary snowflakes. It seemed to have a certain degree of spirituality, as if it had its own thoughts. Not only that, but there were flame-like lines on the surface of its body, constantly burning. The surrounding air was distorted. "What is this?" Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out. He asked in surprise. Lu Yen said, "I don't know, but it should be something similar to my body." As she spoke, she hooked her finger at the snowflake. The flying snowflake immediately settled down and fell in front of her, but it didn't dare to get too close. Yang Kai looked at the snowflake with interest and found that it was right in the center. There were traces of facial features. Although it was not very clear, there was no doubt that they were facial features. "Natural wonder?" Yang Kai exclaimed in a low voice. These snowflakes were probably created by the special environment of the realm of winter over the years. In this world, it was likely that no one knew what kind of existence it was. "Sort of." Lu Yen nodded. "But it's also a kind of ice flame. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to sense its existence." After hearing what she said, Yang Kai immediately understood. Lu Yen himself was the incarnation of a weapon spirit. The essence of this snowflake was probably a kind of heaven and earth unique fire. Therefore, Lu Yen had an inexplicable connection with it. It was just that one was cold and the other was hot, so the little snowflake didn't dare to get close to Lu Yen. Moreover, he was extremely fearful of her. "You brought it here. What do you want to do?" Yang Kai asked strangely. Logically speaking, Lu Yen could completely devour this kind of ice flame. Although the other party's attribute was ice, it had already given birth to wisdom, which was of great use to Lu Yan's growth. But she didn't mean to devour it. Instead, she deliberately brought it in front of Yang Kai, which showed that Lu Yan didn't want to use it to improve her strength. It's very familiar with this place. We can ask it to help us find things. Lu Yan smiled slightly. Good idea. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Lu Yan frowned and said, but its wisdom is very limited and it's very difficult to communicate with it. I don't know if it will work. It's better than looking for it aimlessly like this. Yang Kai grinned. As for its effect, we'll know after we try it. While speaking, he looked at the snowflake softly and said, what good things are here? Take me to find them. The little snowflake was indifferent and quietly suspended in the air. Yang Kai looked embarrassed. He looked at Lu Yan and said, can't it understand? Lu Yan pursed her lips and said with a smile, it has never seen a living person. How can it understand human language? I can only communicate with it by divine thoughts. With that said, Lu Yan suddenly sent her divine thoughts to the little snowflake. This time the little snowflake obviously understood something. It shook slightly in the air and suddenly shot in one direction. Yang Kai and Lu Yan looked at each other and immediately followed. After a while, under the guidance of the little snowflake, Yang Kai and Lu Yan came to a valley together. On a snowy ground, the little snowflake stopped and kept circling around one place. There should be something good here, Lu Yan said. Let's see. Yang Kai had already started to move while speaking. As he activated his source strength, the snow in that place flew out. After an incense stick worth of time, a huge deep pit appeared. Yang Kai buried his head in it and searched. After a while, he jumped out with a happy face, and there was a spirit grass in his hand that looked like it was carved out of ice and jade. Good, good. Yang Kai smiled and looked at the little snowflake approvingly. It's really useful. It's much better than me searching blindly. As if it understood Yang Kai's praise, the little snowflake flew around Yang Kai quickly a few times and immediately fell on his shoulder. Its vague facial features showed a happy expression. Seeing this situation, Yang Kai immediately understood that the little snowflake's mind should be very simple. After all, it was born in this winter territory and had never been in contact with other creatures. Its spiritual world was as pure and flawless as a piece of white paper. Otherwise, how could a casual praise make it so happy? Do your job well or I will melt you. Lu Yan played the bad guy at the right time. Her pretty face was cold and her killing intent was obvious. The little snowflake was scared and shivered. It hid behind Yang Kai and clung to his shoulder, revealing a corner and looking at Lu Yan timidly. Yang Kai couldn't help but stare at Lu Yan. The latter stuck out her tongue at him. When their eyes met, everything was understood without words. After a while, Yang Kai rolled his eyes and said, let it take me to find the most valuable thing here. If there is any treasure along the way, don't let it go. Lu Yan nodded and released her divine thoughts to convey Yang Kai's meaning. When the little snowflake received the order, it immediately rushed out and led the way. With this kind of natural treasure leading the way, Yang Kai really saved a lot of trouble. He didn't need to deliberately look for anything. In this snowy land, as long as there was any precious treasure, it couldn't escape the little snowflake's detection. As long as it flew around a certain place a few times, Yang Kai would know that there must be something good under the snow. Along the way, Yang Kai's space ring had many more ice attribute spirit grasses, all of which were Dao Source grade, and there were even some Emperor grade spirit grasses. The special environment of the winter territory had created good growth conditions. Many spirit grasses and medicines had not been discovered since the day they were born until now. Under the guidance of the little snowflake, they were collected by Yang Kai. No matter what kind of spirit grass or medicine it was at least 10,000 years old. Yang Kai's harvest was huge. With the contact along the way, the little snowflake seemed to have gradually become familiar with Yang Kai and was no longer as timid as before. Like a newborn child, it was full of curiosity about Yang Kai and would fly around him from time to time, observing Yang Kai from a special angle. However, because Lu Yan had always played the role of the bad guy along the way, threatening from time to time, the little snowflake naturally respected her and didn't dare to approach within 10 meters of Lu Yan. As a result, Yang Kai and Lu Yan had to be separated for a while. Although his harvest was great, to Yang Kai's disappointment, he did not obtain the tribulation fruit. He had obtained several things rarer than the tribulation fruit, but the thing he wanted the most was still missing. He also knew that this kind of thing couldn't be rushed, so he could only go with the flow. A few days later, Yang Kai suddenly stopped and looked at the scene in front of him in surprise. Not far in front of him, there was a sparkling lake, which covered an area of about 10 acres. It was surrounded by mountains and the scenery was extremely beautiful. What made him extremely surprised was that such a lake actually did not show any signs of freezing. Heavy snow fell from the sky and as soon as it touched the lake, it melted as if the lake had some magical power, so that it would never freeze because of the cold. The water was so clear that Yang Kai even saw some strange fish swimming under the water. However, from the big mouths full of fangs, it was obvious that they were not to be trifled with. At this place, the little snowflake stopped moving forward and kept flying around Yang Kai. From its body, a strange emotion was transmitted. After being in contact with the little snowflake for so long, Yang Kai had learned to figure out its thoughts through its behavior, so when he saw it like this, Yang Kai asked thoughtfully, "Are you trying to say that the most precious thing is at the bottom of the lake?" As soon as this statement came out, the little snowflake immediately floated up and down as if nodding. Yang Kai was certain and nodded, "I'll go take a look." "Master, you must be careful," Lu Yen exhorted with concern. Yang Kai nodded and leapt forward. After arriving at the top of the lake, he observed his surroundings for a moment before diving straight down into the lake. A cultivator like him didn't need to worry about his clothes getting wet from the lake water at all. He only needed to circulate his source chi to form a protective barrier around his body and he could move freely underwater. The pressure of a Tao source realm spread out, and the surrounding fish scattered like birds and beasts. Although the fish at the bottom of the lake looked terrifying, in fact they didn't have much strength, so naturally they didn't dare to approach. The little snowflake didn't follow him, so Yang Kai didn't know where the so-called most precious thing was, but heading towards the center should be the right choice, so while investigating the surrounding environment he swam towards the center of the lake. On the shore, Lu Yen watched quietly, her beautiful eyes staring in the direction of Yang Kai, waiting for the slightest situation so she could immediately go to his aid. The little snowflake was floating a few dozen meters away from her, its fuzzy facial features showing a worried expression as it fluttered uneasily from time to time. Chapter 2174. The lake water was cold but it was still tolerable. Yang Kai went deeper without any surprises or dangers. The surroundings were so quiet that only the sound of his own heartbeat could be heard. Suddenly, Yang Kai seemed to have sensed something and stared in a certain direction. Over there was the sound of splashing water. And what Yang Kai saw was even more unbelievable. In the center of the lake there was actually a woman bathing in the lake. This woman had soft black hair, picturesque features, a delicate face and exposed shoulders. When the heat of her body came into contact with the cold lake water, a thin layer of mist formed, making her look extremely unreal, as if she was shrouded in a layer of mist. The surface of the lake was sparkling, and the clear lake water reflected the part of this woman's body that was immersed in the water, making one's blood boil and daydream endlessly. At this moment, this woman was holding a soft hand slightly, and the other hand was scooping up water in front of her, slowly wiping her snow-white and flawless skin, as if she didn't notice Yang Kai's arrival. However, when Yang Kai's gaze was cast over, the other party obviously sensed it and hurriedly turned her head to look at him. That pair of beautiful eyes were as bright as the stars, emitting a different kind of light, making one unable to look away after a single glance, as if they were about to sink into them. When their eyes met, Yang Kai's expression froze. On the other hand, the woman pursed her lips and smiled, revealing a soul-stirring smile. A layer of halo that couldn't be seen by the naked eye spread out from that side, enveloping Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression became even more sluggish, the woman grinned, and that smile suddenly became incomparably ferocious. She immediately opened her mouth. The originally small cherry mouth under this grin. It actually turned into a huge ferocious mouth, biting towards Yang Kai fiercely. Even though there was a distance of more than a dozen zhang between them, this huge ferocious mouth swallowed Yang Kai whole, and even swallowed a lot of the lake water where Yang Kai was. When the huge mouth closed, the scene where the woman was twisted and changed. There was no longer the scene of a beauty coming out of the bath. Instead, it was replaced by a strange-looking exotic beast that was chewing on something. This exotic beast was truly indescribable. Its entire body was in the shape of a sphere, with a diameter of around 30 to 40 feet. Its body was pitch black, and there were a dozen pairs of eyes densely covering its body, as well as 7 or 8 tentacle-like tentacles. It kept dancing. On the shore, Lu Yen, who had been paying close attention to Yang Kai's movements, saw this scene and couldn't help but become gloomy. However, she didn't show too much worry because she could feel that Yang Kai was fine. On the contrary, little Snowflake was startled. He started to fly at high speed. He seemed to want to rescue Yang Kai, but he didn't dare to. A monster beast that's proficient in divine soul attacks is really rare. Yang Kai's voice came from somewhere in the void like a ghost. In the next moment, his figure appeared, standing on top of the round beast's head, looking completely unharmed. When the scene of the woman bathing appeared in his field of vision, Yang Kai felt that something was wrong. In this damned place, which sect's female disciple would take a bath in peace? Even the Dao Source Realm cultivator who entered the Four Seasons realm didn't have the leisure to do so. At first, he thought that the woman-like existence was some kind of monster beast, but after being attacked he suddenly realized that it was a kind of divine soul attack. The beauty bathing was just an illusion that appeared in front of him after he was attacked. It was just that this illusion was so real that even Yang Kai couldn't see through it immediately. After figuring this out, it was naturally easier to deal with it. When the real fatal attack arrived, he could escape with a single teleport. As soon as Yang Kai's voice fell, the exotic beast that was chewing on something in its mouth suddenly stopped, and the dozen pairs of eyes on its ball-like body looked towards Yang Kai. Immediately, it opened its mouth wide and spat out the lake water in its mouth. Somewhere in front of its body, a mouth-like existence split open, revealing dense fangs and letting out a roar. The sound gathered into a wave that was visible to the naked eye and spread in all directions, causing the calm lake surface to ripple in an instant. On the surface of Yang Kai's body, source chi emerged, resisting the inexplicable attack of the sound wave while emitting a halo of light. Second-order Dao Source Realm. Yang Kai scanned with his divine sense and understood the level and strength of this monster beast. As for the exotic beast, seeing that its sound attack was ineffective, it seemed to be furious. Its dozen pairs of eyes suddenly shrank, and an invisible force rushed out. Yang Kai raised his brow and shouted, "Soul power comparable to a peak Dao Source Realm cultivator." His expression was solemn as his knowledge sea tumbled, and a ferocious spiritual energy poured out, turning into an invisible shock wave that rushed forward. Hong. With a loud bang, Yang Kai's body shook and he couldn't help but stumble back a few steps, a sharp pain in his head. The exotic beast didn't fare any better, its round body convulsing and trembling violently as its tentacles danced about, letting out miserable howls from its mouth. A collision between divine senses was the most dangerous and unpredictable. This exotic beast didn't put Yang Kai in its eyes because it was proficient in soul attacks, so Yang Kai naturally couldn't show weakness to his enemy. He had the soul-warming lotus, so he wasn't afraid of using his spiritual energy to fight head-on with his opponent. In this confrontation, neither man nor beast managed to gain any advantage. However, Yang Kai had the soul-warming lotus to mitigate the damage to his soul, so it only took a moment for him to calm down. On the other hand, the exotic beast was still unable to control itself and was trembling violently, as if the collision just now had caused it great damage. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai didn't hesitate. Summoning the myriad sword in his hand, Emperor pressure filled the air as he transformed into a streak of light and slashed forward. Chi. The long sword swept up thousands of sword lights and shot towards the exotic beast like a storm. Blood instantly dyed the surface of the lake red. The exotic beast howled in pain as its dozen or so pairs of eyes showed a look of horror. Its 7 or 8 tentacles danced about in the air to intercept the omnipresent sword lights. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai's blow failed to kill it. In its field of vision, the budding lotus flower occupied its entire field of vision, and the lotus flower bloomed with its spiritual energy as the source. Although its spiritual energy was extraordinary, it had been injured in the previous head-on collision with Yang Kai, and now that it had been hit by the blossoming lotus secret technique, it was naturally powerless. After a short while, with a burst of popping sounds, the dozen pairs of eyes on the exotic beast's body all burst open, as if there was infinite pressure inside them. Yang Kai grasped the myriad sword and merged with it, turning into a stream of light and disappearing. When he reappeared, he was already behind the exotic beast. A huge hole had appeared in the exotic beast's round body, exposing its internal organs. Yang Kai sent out a palm strike and Space Force surged as he muttered, "Exile." A deep black hole appeared, like the mouth of a fierce beast, and swallowed up the exotic beast's body. When the black hole disappeared, only Yang Kai was left. Opening his palm, he held a dark red inner core in his palm. Chapter 2175. This was the monster core of a monster beast at the level of a second-order Dao Source Realm monster beast, and one that was proficient in the power of its soul. It was definitely the best raw material to refine a spirit pill that could enhance one's soul. Yang Kai put it into his space ring before strolling over to the altar. On the altar, there were no traces of barriers or spirit arrays, and the green bead was simply placed on it. Yang Kai checked it for a long time before reaching out and picking it up. It went unexpectedly smoothly. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai couldn't feel any energy fluctuations from this bead. He poured his source chi into it, but there was no reaction. Everything was the same as the other fiery red bead. Yang Kai didn't know how the strange beast managed to use the energy in this green bead to heal him. Immediately afterward, he took out the fiery red bead and compared the two, finding that it was exactly as he had observed. These two beads were exactly the same size, only their colors were different. After observing them for a long time, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. He couldn't infer the specific purpose of these two beads at all, so he could only helplessly put them away. But just as he put the green bead into his space ring, a sudden change occurred. This lake, which was originally cold but showed no signs of freezing, suddenly began to crackle from all directions, as if an omnipresent cold was attacking from all directions. The lake began to freeze. Yang Kai's face changed slightly and he quickly jumped up. When he was completely out of the water and looked down from above, he saw that the entire lake had been frozen, no longer sparkling like before. It seems. It's because of the existence of this green bead. This lake has avoided the fate of freezing, Yang Kai secretly speculated. He didn't know what kind of magical power was contained in this green bead that could prevent the invasion of the cold. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai turned around and flew towards the shore. After he returned, Lu Yin just nodded slightly to him and didn't say anything. The little snowflake, on the other hand, looked very happy and flew around Yang Kai. Continue, Yang Kai said to the little snowflake. The other party seemed to understand Yang Kai's meaning and turned around and flew in a certain direction. For the next few days, Yang Kai kept wandering around the winter territory. With the little snowflake's guidance and search, as long as there were any precious treasures nearby, they couldn't escape its prying eyes. Naturally, they were all put into Yang Kai's space ring. Yang Kai's thoughts were very simple. Since the great emperors of the secular world had instructed Qin Chaoyang to come to the Four Seasons realm to search for the tribulation fruit, they definitely wouldn't be aimless. In other words, there was definitely such a spirit fruit in the Four Seasons realm, but he hadn't found it yet. He could not find the tribulation fruit. He would never leave the winter territory. Otherwise, once he left the Four Seasons realm, he really wouldn't be able to explain himself to Qin Chaoyang. To Yang Kai's disappointment, although he had obtained a lot of spirit grasses and herbs, there was no trace of the tribulation fruit. He had also killed a lot of monster beasts, but apart from obtaining some monster cores, he hadn't obtained a single star seal. As time passed, Yang Kai couldn't help but secretly become anxious. On this day in an ice field, Yang Kai stood under a layer of ice, looking at a crystal-clear fruit tree in front of him with an ugly expression. This fruit tree was about the height of a person, and its leaves were like ice cubes, exuding a threatening chill. A Dao Source realm cultivator might not be interested in them. Yang Kai's harvest inside the Four Seasons realm was not small, and he might be able to take them out, but others might not be interested in them. After thinking about it, Yang Kai set his mind on the drop of Immortal Source liquid, secretly feeling that this thing was definitely a bargaining chip that no one could refuse. Chapter 2176. Soul Cleansing Divine Water, Immortal Source Liquid, and Life Revitalizing Jade Cream were the three great divine waters. Among them, the birth of Soul Cleansing Divine Water was quite coincidental. It required the fall of a master and the spiritual energy of their soul to remain in the place of their death. Only then could Soul Cleansing Divine Water be born. Although it was rare, it was not extinct. The remaining two were, without exception, extremely difficult to find treasures. Life Revitalizing Jade Cream was one thing. Perhaps in some hidden corner of the star boundary such a thing existed, but no one knew about it. As for Immortal Source Liquid, there was no place to find it. Because immortal source liquid was a derivative of the immortal tree. It was the life essence of the immortal tree. A drop of immortal source liquid was enough to bring flesh and bones back to life, possessing extraordinary heaven-defying effects. In this world, the only immortal tree was planted in Yang Kai's small medicine garden, so others naturally had no way to obtain immortal source liquid. The drop in his hand was the leftover from when he obtained the immortal tree at the beginning of the year, and he had never been willing to use it. Using such a heaven-defying treasure in exchange for a tribulation fruit, presumably no one would refuse. The only thing he needed to worry about was whether the appearance of immortal source liquid would cause other troubles. However, for the sake of the tribulation fruit, Yang Kai didn't care so much. If someone really asked about it, he could just pretend to be ignorant. No one would have thought that a supreme treasure like the immortal tree would be in his hands. Making up his mind, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and waited quietly. There were still 5 or 6 days left, so the cultivator who had entered the Four Seasons realm was not in a hurry to leave. At this moment, they were probably still looking for opportunities that belonged to them. Therefore, the area around the entrance was extremely quiet. Time passed by slowly, and a day later, on the plain where the entrance was located, there was still only Yang Kai with no trace of anyone else. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and opened his eyes to look in a certain direction. In that moment just now, he actually felt a strange energy fluctuation which flashed and disappeared. However, when he looked in the direction of the energy fluctuation, he did not notice it at all, causing him to feel a little suspicious, wondering if it was just an illusion. Just as he was pondering, a halo of light visible to the naked eye suddenly appeared at an extremely distant location. The halo seemed to have substance, spreading out in all directions like ripples. Kai Yang suddenly stood up, squinting his eyes as he looked around. Up ahead, about 100 miles away from him, on the top of a tall mountain, a halo of light continuously fluctuated. At first it was only a halo of a single color, but as time passed it changed. The color of the halo gradually became multicolored. Not only that, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth seemed to be surging. Above the mountains in the sky, multicolored clouds surged endlessly, making the entire sky look extremely strange. A natural phenomenon. Yang Kai exclaimed in a low voice. The birth of a rare treasure? Although he didn't know what was going on over there, judging from the current situation, it was definitely the birth of a rare treasure. Moreover, it was an extraordinary rare treasure. It was impossible for such an obvious phenomenon to occur. How could it happen at this time? Yang Kai frowned, his face extremely gloomy. There were only 4 or 5 days left before the exit of the Four Seasons realm closed, and as expected, the disciples of the major sects would begin to rush back. The place where this phenomenon occurred was only 100 miles away from the exit. If one could comprehend them, they would be able to obtain endless benefits. Yang Kai's heart shook violently as he muttered in a low voice, "This is..." While speaking, he flipped his hand and took out a jade slip from his space ring. Closing his eyes, he immersed his mind and checked the contents of the jade slip. This jade slip was something left behind by Gong Sun Mu. Yang Kai had already memorized everything recorded on it, but the thing in front of him still made Yang Kai somewhat uncertain. Only by comparing the contents of the jade slip could he confirm his observations. After a while, Yang Kai really found the answer he was looking for in the jade slip. Opening his eyes, a light of excitement and fanaticism flashed across them as he stared at the budding flower bud and shouted, "The extraordinary treasure lotus." Gong Sun Mu's jade slip stated that the extraordinary treasure lotus was born from the world's destiny and is formed from the essence of the sun and moon. On the day it blooms, emperor intent will fill the surroundings. Those who obtain this extraordinary treasure lotus have a significantly increased chance of reaching the emperor realm. If it can be refined into a pill, the effects will be even better. In other words, this thing was a heaven-defying treasure that could help a cultivator break through to the emperor realm. The Emperor realm was already the pinnacle of the Star Boundaries cultivator realm. Except for a few pills that were almost extinct, there was nothing that could help a cultivator increase their chances of breaking through. The extraordinary treasure lotus was one of those pills. Moreover, it was very different from ordinary spirit grasses and medicines. It fundamentally improved a cultivator's comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao, and had an incomparable effect on a cultivator's ability to condense their emperor intent. The value of such a spirit flower could be imagined. If Xia Xing, Wu Chang, or any of the other masters obtained this extraordinary treasure lotus, they would definitely be able to break through to the emperor realm in less than 5 years. There was absolutely no possibility of failure. The Emperor realm was the mainstay of every great sect, the absolute backbone of their strength. The birth of the Emperor realm cultivator was enough to significantly improve the strength of a sect. Thinking about it this way, the value of this extraordinary treasure lotus was simply immeasurable. Yang Kai's heart suddenly became hot, but soon, his expression became extremely gloomy. Because the extraordinary treasure lotus in front of him had not fully bloomed yet and could not be harvested. If he rashly tried to harvest it at this moment, it would greatly reduce its medicinal efficacies. And even if it fully bloomed, it must be taken or refined into a pill in a very short period of time, otherwise its medicinal efficacies would quickly fade away. In this world there were always gains and losses. The extraordinary treasure lotus's heaven-defying effects were naturally due to its rarity. It was precisely because after it bloomed, it would wither within 3 hours, causing its aura to wither, giving it an almost legendary reputation. As a result, even if an extraordinary treasure lotus appeared somewhere in the star boundary and bloomed, if no one discovered it within 3 hours, it would wither away and cease to exist. I need to find a way to cover up this heavenly manifestation first. From the looks of it, it probably won't be able to bloom for a while, and if this continues, it will only attract more and more people. When that time comes, it'll be difficult to deal with, Yang Kai muttered to himself, but when he looked up at the obvious heavenly manifestation in the sky, he felt powerless. Chapter 2178. Since the moment he entered the Four Seasons realm, Yang Kai had been called trash more than once. This was not surprising though. Yang Kai's clothes were extremely ordinary, he didn't have any unique symbols of a great sect, and his cultivation was only at the low level of the first-order Dao Source realm. These elite disciples from great sects and families naturally looked down on him. In the Four Seasons realm, a first-order Dao Source realm cultivator was at the very bottom. Unless one had a background similar to Lan Sun's, no one would look at them with new eyes. This was a top novel. Bao Ping naturally didn't put Yang Kai in his eyes. Facing his question, Yang Kai tilted his head and thought for a moment before asking, "My luck is good?" "I said it wasn't a matter of luck, you really are courting death." Bao Ping grinned, his expression extremely hostile. His good fortune had been disturbed by Yang Kai, so at this moment, he was naturally annoyed and couldn't wait to tear Yang Kai into 10,000 pieces to vent the hatred in his heart. "This is your business, deal with it yourselves. This spirit flower, this Ching will be taking it first." At that moment, Ching Tai suddenly shouted and rushed towards the extraordinary treasure lotus. The two from Flowing Shadow Sword sect were startled when they heard this, but it was already too late to stop him, so they could only grit their teeth and chase after him. Bao Peng obviously had no intention of continuing to entangle himself with Yang Kai at this moment, his figure flickering as he rushed towards the extraordinary treasure lotus. Everyone just wanted to grab this spirit flower as soon as possible. With a flash of brilliance, Yang Kai's figure suddenly appeared in front of the extraordinary treasure lotus, blocking the path of the four people. Looking at everyone helplessly, he said, "Everyone, this spirit flower is not mature yet. Now is not the best time to pick it. If we act rashly at this moment, it may be a waste. Why don't we all sit down and have a good chat while waiting for this spirit flower to mature?" What nonsense are you spouting? Get out of the way." Ching Tai remained unmoved and quickly shouted, "Please cooperate." Yang Kai looked at him sincerely. "What if I say no?" In just a few words, Ching Tai had already rushed in front of Yang Kai and swung his fist, which was wrapped in a violent aura, towards Yang Kai. Looking at his posture, it seemed that he didn't hold back at all. He only wanted to kill Yang Kai in one blow. He sneered sarcastically, "Ignorant thing, don't blame anyone for your death. There's really no other way?" Kai Yang muttered to himself. As these words left his mouth, his originally calm expression suddenly became ferocious. The corners of his mouth curled up into an evil smile, looking extremely terrifying. He said sternly, "Speak properly. Since you don't want to listen, then let's make something you can understand." Saying so, a brilliant light flashed in his palm and an emperor artifact appeared. Emperor's might filled the air. Yang Kai's sword swept out horizontally. He recited, one sword for 1,000,000, one man against the pass. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk sword chi overflowed in all directions. With Yang Kai as the center, the invincible sword chi formed a terrifying fan shape as it leisurely shot outwards. A shocking pressure suddenly descended. The aura of death rushed towards them. What? Ching Tai's face changed drastically. A moment ago, he had a look of disdain and ridicule, but in the next moment, his eyes bulged as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight as he stared straight ahead. Emperor pressure. This is Emperor pressure. This is an Emperor artifact. Bao Peng also exclaimed. Quickly forming a seal, he once again used the 5 Essence Sect's secret technique, Golden Cicada Shell Shedding. A lifelike afterimage appeared on the spot as he dodged in the nick of time. Chapter 2179. The overwhelming number of sword seals flew towards Yang Kai, the sharp sword chi emitting a sharp cutting sound that was extremely jarring to the ear. Apex novel, Ching Tai's expression changed slightly. Only now did he realize that the two from Flowing Shadow Sword sect had not used their full strength when they fought him before. If they had used such a secret technique before, he would not have been able to defend himself. Even at this moment, Ching Tai still felt extremely uneasy when this attack was not aimed at him. It was as if his will was about to be crushed by the countless sword seals. He opened his eyes wide, wanting to see how Yang Kai would defend against this killer move. In any case, this guy has an Emperor artifact, so his background shouldn't be low and his knowledge should be extremely profound. Although such a blow is terrifying, it won't be easy to take his life, Ching Tai thought to himself. However, what he saw in front of him was far beyond his expectations. When the overwhelming number of sword seals arrived, Yang Kai, who was standing in place, seemed to have been struck dumb and did not react for a long time. Only at this critical moment did he assume a defensive posture. But it was already too late. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk a strange sound rang out as Yang Kai's entire body was wrapped in countless sword seals and cut into countless pieces. What? Ching Tai exclaimed as he stared ahead in disbelief. He died just like that? This fellow that caused him to be extremely fearful had actually been annihilated so easily with a single strike? And the scene before him was rather difficult for Ching Tai to accept. But soon he felt relieved. He secretly felt that the reason why Yang Kai was so strong just now was probably because he had borrowed the power of his Emperor artifact. Yang Kai's strength was only at the level of a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Thinking about it this way, everything made sense. Overestimating yourself. Brother, he also sneered. Swinging the sword in his hand, Brother He's eyes flashed with an extremely excited light as he fixed his gaze on the myriad sword in Yang Kai's hand. At that moment, Yang Kai's body, which had been cut into countless pieces, suddenly twisted and transformed. Yang Kai's figure disappeared into thin air. Brother He's face stiffened as he cried out, "Afterimage?" Only now did he suddenly understand why there was a strange feeling in his heart. This strange feeling was indescribable, as if something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. The scene in front of him explained the source of the strangeness. The thing that was cut up was obviously not a real body of flesh and blood, but an afterimage. Brother, be careful. The young woman's beautiful face suddenly changed as she cried out. Meanwhile, a ray of light flashed past Brother He's neck and pierced through his back. Senior Brother He's expression changed drastically. He wanted to turn around, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't turn his head. Not only that, there seemed to be a slight pain coming from his neck. He exerted a little more force. His entire head suddenly fell from his neck, and his vision was completely upside down. I am dead. A very funny thought flashed through Brother He's mind. His whole body was completely shrouded in darkness, and the last scene reflected in his eyes was Yang Kai holding the myriad sword, quietly standing not far behind him. On the wide blade, a drop of blood flowed down the blade. It was dripping down. Piu? Brother He's death seemed to have caused some kind of chain reaction. The young woman, who was connected to him, suddenly turned pale and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her aura suddenly withered, and her face seemed to have aged countless years in an instant. She seemed to be unable to control her own body. Chapter 2180. At the top of the mountain, clouds rose and wind surged as a vision appeared, illuminating half the sky with a multicolored glow. This was the culmination of a novel. The extraordinary treasure lotus slowly bloomed into a pure white and flawless flower bud, its unique aura spreading throughout the world as a strange fragrance filled the air, making one feel relaxed and happy. Yang Kai sat cross-legged not far from this spirit flower, his mind empty as he closed his eyes and meditated, like a guardian, not moving an inch. 300 miles away, somewhere, several figures were looking in the direction of the mountain as they rapidly approached. The sight of the heavenly anomaly made everyone extremely surprised. They did not know what was going on over there. However, this group of people seemed to belong to different forces, but at this moment, because of the obvious heavenly vision, they were all attracted to the same place. The strength of this group was also mixed, ranging from the first-order Dao Source realm to the third-order Dao Source realm. While flying, one of them suddenly turned his head and asked, "Brother Jing, can you see what's going on up ahead?" The person he asked was Jing Li, the benevolent martial sect disciple Yang Kai had met outside the Flowing Time Temple before. Although this person's cultivation was in the third-order Dao Source realm, he had behaved very humbly when facing Wu Chang, but at this moment he had regained his confidence. Hearing this, Jing Li pondered for a moment before saying, "This kind of heavenly vision is either the birth of a rare treasure or the maturation of a spirit flower. Judging from the fragrance coming from this place, it probably belongs to the latter." The person who asked the question lit up and asked happily, "Does Brother Jing also think so?" What he meant was that he had also speculated so and just wanted to find someone to confirm it, so he continued, "I wonder if Brother Jing can see what kind of spirit flower this is? How would I know?" Jing Li rolled his eyes. There are countless natural spirit medicines out there, so anything that can cause such a big commotion must be of extraordinary value. Ahaha. Suddenly, another person next to him laughed softly. Licking his lips, he said, "Perhaps the opportunity I've been waiting for is coming." As soon as this remark came out, everyone was shocked. Jing Li quickly said, "Now that this opportunity is here, it all depends on luck. If this opportunity is obtained by this Jing, don't be jealous." Ah. He let out a long laugh as if he had already obtained the opportunity. "Bah! You think you're worthy of this opportunity?" A disdainful voice came from the crowd. "Brother Zhou Huai seems to have a problem with me?" Jing Li coldly looked in the direction of the person who spoke with a provocative expression. It was true that he didn't even dare to breathe loudly in front of Anitya Helgard. After all, Anitya Helgard was notorious for his ferocity. However, he was still a powerhouse of the third-order Dao Source realm. How could he not be a little arrogant? "I don't have any objections to anyone obtaining this opportunity, but not you." Zhou Huai was not willing to be outdone. There seemed to be some kind of grudge between the two of them. Therefore they didn't see eye to eye with each other. Jing Li's expression sank, and just as he was about to say something, someone suddenly shouted, "Look, someone has arrived first." As soon as these words were spoken, the hearts of everyone sank as they looked over. Sure enough, they saw a figure silently sitting cross-legged at the peak of the mountain. Not far behind him there was a pure white flower bud. It was exuding a dense light that pulsed with a strange rhythm, giving off a mysterious aura. Chapter 2181. At this point, Pang Hai would never admit what Yang Kai said, otherwise, it would be tantamount to slapping his own face. In front of so many people, how could he back down? As such, he could only viciously shout, "Brat, there should be a limit to what you can say. What do you know? This Pang is an origin king great alchemist. If I say this is the profound frost sacred lotus, then it is." As soon as this statement came out, everyone regained some confidence in Pang Hai. After all, they didn't know Yang Kai well, so how could they know whether what he said was true or false? Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "I'm also a Dao Source grade alchemist." He was telling the truth, but unfortunately no one believed him. "Everyone, as you can see, this little brat is spouting nonsense and can't be trusted at all." Pang Hai took the opportunity to add insult to injury. Everyone nodded lightly. "Good." At this time, Kai Yang suddenly patted his butt and stood up. Stretching his neck, he crossed his arms and straightened them. As his bones moved, a crackling sound could be heard. Everyone stared at him in astonishment, not knowing what he was trying to do by suddenly assuming such a posture of preparing to do something big. Enough with the idle chatter. Yang Kai said as he swept his eyes across the crowd, and any cultivator who met his gaze involuntarily felt a chill in their hearts, as if they were being stared at by some terrifying existence. Since you're here, do me a favor? Yang Kai grinned and quickly said, hand over your space rings. Everyone was startled, seemingly unable to believe what they had just heard. But soon several people flew into a rage. Bastard, what do you want to do? Friend, are you trying to defy the heavens? A trivial first-order Dao source realm dares to rob us? Ah, what a joke. This brat is really crazy. Since you say so, then hand over your space rings. Hand over your space ring and we'll spare your life. Several people began to speak, either angry, sarcastic, or preparing to rob them. In any case, no one cared about what Yang Kai said, nor did they think he had the ability to do so. He only felt that this person had lost his mind and was simply unreasonable. Yang Kai had a grin on his face as he looked at Chao Huai and said, earlier, this friend asked why no one came to investigate even though the heaven and earth phenomenon had appeared for such a long time. I'll tell you the answer now. It's not that no one came to investigate, it's just that everyone who came was chased away by me. Zhou Huai couldn't help but sneer. Are you joking? Yang Kai shook his head. There were also people who overestimated themselves and wanted to make a move against me, but the outcome was like that. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and pointed below. Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing and saw a headless corpse lying among the rocks in the mountains. Fresh blood covered the ground. Another woman seemed to have fallen from a high altitude and was smashed to pieces. These two are from the Flowing Shadow Sword sect. Jing Li observed for a moment. He suddenly cried out in alarm. Yes, they claim to be from the Flowing Shadow Sword sect. Yang Kai nodded. You actually killed them. Jing Li looked at Yang Kai in shock. You actually killed them. No wonder there was always a smell of blood, so that's why. Zhou Huai frowned. The smell of blood was covered by this strange fragrance, damn it. I didn't even notice it. So what if you really killed these two people? Pang Hai suddenly stared coldly at Yang Kai and said in an icy tone, these two people from the Flowing Shadow Sword sect aren't too strong and there aren't many of them. Do you want to make a move against the five of us? As soon as these words came out, everyone felt relieved, thinking that this was right. Yang Kai frowned and said, there is nothing in your ring that I want. So that's how it is. Jing Li suddenly understood and cupped his fists ecstatically. Many thanks. After saying so, he hurriedly used his movement skill and fled into the distance. Although he had been frightened for no reason, he was fine and his things were all intact. This was already a result he could not hope for, so how could Jing Li be dissatisfied? Naturally, it was best to leave first. Next. Yang Kai looked at the remaining four people and grinned. Take the initiative, don't force me to attack you. However, you can rest assured that if you don't have what I want, I won't take it casually, but if you do, then you can only blame your bad luck. The four people looked at each other, their faces pale, but none of them dared to leave without permission. Judging from the movement skill Yang Kai displayed just now, none of them had the confidence to escape and would likely be caught if they made the slightest move. This friend, what are you looking for? If you don't mind, please tell me. If this Zhou has something, I won't hide it. Zhou Huai thought for a while before speaking. The others also nodded vigorously and said, yes, if we have something, we will definitely give it to you. Although from Jing Li's reaction just now, Yang Kai did not seem to have taken anything from his space ring. Everyone had their own secrets, and these secrets were often stored in their space rings. No one was willing to hand over their space ring to others for inspection. Don't bother, I'll look for it myself. Yang Kai coldly snorted. I'll count to 3, those who don't hand over their space rings will have to bear the consequences. Murderous intent filled his face and he didn't seem to be joking, directly beginning to count. Seeing this, Zhou Huai could only sigh and not make any unnecessary attempts, quickly taking off his space ring and tossing it to Yang Kai with a wry smile. I hope you can keep your word. Yang Kai didn't say a word, catching the space ring and inspecting it, but after a while he tossed it back without taking anything. Zhou Huai gladly caught it, not even bothering to say any polite words, and directly fled. Among these 5 people, the 2 strongest had fallen to such a fate, so how could the remaining 3 have the courage to resist? After exchanging a glance with each other, they all took off their space rings and handed them to Yang Kai. After a round of inspection, Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Because he didn't see anything he needed. Whether it was the 3 herbs he needed to refine the extraordinary treasure pill or the tribulation fruit he needed, If he couldn't collect the required herbs, he wouldn't be able to refine the extraordinary treasure pill. If that was the case, he could only wait until this extraordinary treasure lotus matured and swallow it directly. But doing so would greatly waste the medicinal efficacies of this spirit flower, so Yang Kai wasn't willing to do so unless it was absolutely necessary. After dispersing the remaining 3, Yang Kai continued to sit cross-legged, waiting for the next person to take the bait. He'd already planned in his heart that he had to gather the things he needed as much as possible before those true experts arrived. Otherwise, a fierce battle would be unavoidable once those people arrived. For the next 2 days, Yang Kai guarded the extraordinary treasure lotus, not leaving it at all. Many cultivators were attracted by this heavenly manifestation, but whether it was by luck or by necessity, none of them were the ones Yang Kai feared, only some of the weaker cultivators. These people's fates were naturally the same as Jing Li and the others, coming in high spirits but leaving in disgrace. Those who were tactful obediently handed over their space rings so that Yang Kai could inspect them and leave safely. Chapter 2182. Although Yang Kai's approach would offend a lot of people, he didn't take things too far. He didn't rashly kill people, nor did he really rob them, so the situation wasn't too serious. If he really robbed everyone he met, it would be completely over. As soon as he left the Four Seasons realm, he would become the target of all the major sects. At that time, unless he joined Azure Sun Temple or Gao Shuiting was willing to shelter him, he would inevitably be punished by the masters of other sects. But by doing this, he not only ensured that he wouldn't offend anyone, but also guaranteed a harvest. 2 days later, Kai Yang had already collected 2 of the 3 herbs he was missing. Only the last one was missing. According to his observation, this extraordinary treasure lotus would fully mature in a day at most, and if he couldn't find the last auxiliary herb by then, he would have to swallow it. At this time, there were only 2 days left before the exit of the Four Seasons realm closed. Yang Kai was quite anxious, because if he guessed correctly, those few true powerhouses should already be rushing towards the exit, and they should be arriving soon. Just as he was thinking this, Yang Kai's face suddenly changed slightly as he looked in a certain direction. After a while, he curled his lips in dissatisfaction and said, "They're here already. It seems a bit early." In the sky over there, a dazzling light was rushing over. Inside this light there were many auras, obviously more than one person. One of them gave Yang Kai an unusual feeling, as if he was much stronger than the others. This person was obviously one of the Dao Source Realm Masters who were strong enough to make Yang Kai take them seriously. But before they could get close, Yang Kai didn't know who they were. Just as he was observing, the light had approached the top of the mountain and soon stopped in front of Yang Kai. The light dissipated, revealing several figures. As soon as these people appeared, a man in his 30s pointed at Yang Kai and shouted, "Brother Zhuang. It was this bastard who robbed me and junior sister Su earlier and stole our space rings." As he spoke, a beautiful fair-skinned woman in the crowd also nodded. She glared at Yang Kai with a look of deep hatred, as if she had a deep grudge against him. Yang Kai took a closer look and realized that the man who spoke and the woman who nodded looked familiar. He had seen them yesterday. However, the fate of these 2 people was the same as the others who came here. They were all subdued by Yang Kai's superb means. He snatched the space ring and inspected it. "Oh, so the 2 of you are from the Orthodoxy Palace. My apologies for not recognizing you." Yang Kai smiled at the man who spoke and cupped his fists. He had not inquired about the origins of these 2 before, but now that he saw them together with Zhuang Bufan, he naturally understood. The Orthodoxy Palace was one of the top sects in the Southern Territory. As the elite disciples of the Orthodoxy Palace, they were naturally very proud. He was robbed for no reason. How could he swallow such a grievance? Most likely, after they left yesterday, they had tried to contact their eldest brother, Zhuang Bufan, hoping that he would help them vent their anger. Of course, the most important thing was the extraordinary treasure lotus. If Zhuang Bufan came here, not only would he be able to suppress Yang Kai's arrogance, he might even be able to snatch this precious world spirit flower. Bah! The man who spoke heard these words and spat towards Yang Kai's direction, coldly snorting, "Boy, don't try to act like that, it's not too late for you to admit your wrongs. If you obediently kneel down and kowtow a few times and slap yourself a few times, Senior Marshal Brother Zhuang may not necessarily not spare you. Senior Marshal Brother has always been benevolent and righteous, and he has never killed innocent people." Chapter 2183. It's good that Brother Zhuang understands. Yang Kai laughed when he saw Zhuang Bufan being so easygoing. There's no need to say anything else, Brother Yang, let's fight. Zhuang Bufan's expression suddenly became serious as he spoke. Ah. Yang Kai was taken aback for a moment before shouting, I explained so much just now for nothing. Brother Zhuang, did you not understand? Zhuang Bufan shook his head and said, I understand everything from the beginning to the end. This battle is not for my junior brother and junior sister, nor is there any grudge between us, it is simply for that world spirit herb. As he spoke, he pushed his source chi, causing his clothes and black hair to flutter without any wind, causing his aura to rise steadily. He continued, although this world spirit herb was discovered by Brother Yang first and has been guarding it all this time, since it has not been harvested, it is without an owner. This Zhuang does not want to miss out on such a precious treasure, so we can only fight. Yang Kai stared at him in a daze, and after a long time he let out a bitter laugh and said, although I don't want to admit it, Brother Zhuang really is an open and above-board person. Speaking openly about your intentions is much better than those sanctimonious people who speak righteous words but have a belly full of evil tricks. This is very admirable, but I still want to ask, do we really have to fight? Is there no other way to solve this? Brother Yang, if you feel that you cannot win, you can leave now. This Zhuang does not want to bully the weak. Zhuang Bufan frowned and replied. Fine. Yang Kai sighed helplessly, if that's the case then I have nothing to say. Saying so, Yang Kai's body trembled as a sea of source chi surged out from his body, creating a violent storm that swept out in all directions. Zhuang Bufan's eyes shrank. He shouted in a deep voice, Brother Yang is indeed extraordinary. My two junior brothers and junior sisters didn't die unjustly by your hands. Ah, Brother Zhuang, be careful, don't let the same thing happen again. While Yang Kai was laughing, he had already swung his fist forward. Dazzling energy wrapped around his fist, as if he wanted to smash open the heavens and earth, directly landing on Zhuang Bufan's head. It came crashing down like a mountain. All of you step back. No one is allowed to interfere. At the same time, Zhuang Bufan let out a low shout, and at the same time he turned his palm upwards, and a gust of wind and cloud surged out from his palm, transforming into a torrent of energy that rushed towards Yang Kai to counterattack. At the same time he chanted, Flying Cloud Palm Imperial 4 Extremes. The energy visible to the naked eye burst out from his palm and transformed into a flood dragon. Shaking its head and wagging its tail, it rushed into the clouds and directly swallowed Yang Kai. Zhuang Bufan did not have the slightest bit of joy after succeeding. Instead, an extremely strange expression appeared on his face. Because he found that Yang Kai didn't try to dodge his attack, but instead took it head-on. It was falling towards him at an even faster speed. Brother Zhuang. Yang Kai's shout came from behind. Amidst the raging energy around him, Yang Kai appeared to be a little unstable. This Yang wants to end this quickly. After all, I am your only enemy while I have many. This Yang does not have the time or energy to fight with you for a long time. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed towards Zhuang Bufan, turned his fist into a palm, and directly pressed it against Zhuang Bufan's palm. Hong. The moment the two palms collided, a huge burst of energy erupted, and a halo visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions. Zhuang Bufan felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Without hesitation, he directly used his most powerful secret art, the heaven and earth inverting phantom secret art. Since you want to fight, I'll do as you wish. Moreover, he was going to face this competition in his strongest state. The moment the second palm reached out, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. Because what he saw was not a palm, but a vast ocean, a bottomless abyss, pouncing towards him, wanting to swallow him up and tear him to shreds. With a roar, his entire body seemed to swell up in an instant as popping sounds rang out from his body. Along with the popping sounds, the dozen drops of pure golden blood he had stored in his body instantly burst open, all of them transforming into pure source chi that filled his limbs, causing his entire body to glow with a dazzling golden light. Huhu, a gust of wind, like a sword cutting through the air, howled. The few cultivators from Orthodoxy Temple who had followed Zhuang Bufan here were all dumbfounded. What they saw was Yang Kai and Zhuang Bufan's palms facing each other, one hanging upside down while the other stood still, staring at each other, sparks flying as their eyes met. The place where the two of them stood had become the source of the energy frenzy, the golden and white light blooming there, intertwining and clashing constantly. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. He can actually compete with Brother Zhuang in Source Qi? Is this person really from the First Order Dao Source realm? Could it be a Third Order Dao Source realm cultivator pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? He's just trying to be brave. Brother Zhuang will soon deal with him. While the cultivators from Orthodoxy Temple were dazzled, they did not forget to mutter a few words. However, things did not develop as they had imagined, and Zhuang Bufan did not manage to repel Yang Kai in a short period of time. Instead, the two of them maintained the same posture, pushing their source qi madly to suppress each other. As time passed, Zhuang Bufan's expression became more and more dignified while Yang Kai's eyes became crazier and more ferocious. It was not until this moment that Zhuang Bufan suddenly realized that the reason Yang Kai had explained so much to him before was not because he was afraid of him, but because he did not want to fight with him. As he said, Zhuang Bufan's only enemy was him, but Yang Kai had many enemies. As long as he wanted to protect the immature spirit herb, he would inevitably become enemies with the masters who came here. These masters included Wu Chang, Xiao Qin, and Lan Sun. It was for this reason that Yang Kai chose to use source qi to quickly determine the winner. This method was not opportunistic in the slightest. All the secret techniques and artifacts he had cultivated were useless. All he could rely on was his own confidence and the strength he had obtained through cultivation. Looking at the crazed look in Yang Kai's eyes, Zhuang Bufan knew that in a sense, he had already lost. Because this guy who was competing with him in source qi had a cultivation 2 minor realms lower than him. If he had suppressed his strength to the same level as Yang Kai's, there would have been no need to fight at all to determine the winner. In this world there was actually such a freak. Zhuang Bufan was shocked. At a certain moment, the balance was suddenly broken, and the golden and white light that filled the world suddenly showed a difference in strength. Under the watchful eyes of the Orthodoxy Temple disciples, the golden light was actually suppressed. How is this possible? Brother Zhuang is being suppressed. Where the hell did this little brat come from? No way, it must be Brother Zhuang showing mercy. Big Brother is a benevolent and righteous person, yes, that must be it. Even though they had seen it with their own eyes, none of them could believe that Zhuang Bufan had actually fallen into a disadvantage in a battle of source qi. Yo! Suddenly, a shout rang out from somewhere, and a figure suddenly appeared not far behind them, casually glancing around. Smiling casually, he said, "I was wondering who was making such a big noise here. It turns out it was you too." Hearing this, Yang Kai immediately opened his eyes again, showed a smile and said slowly, "The second one to come here is you, Brother Xia." He didn't need to look back to know that the person who had come must be Xia Sheng. In an instant, Yang Kai couldn't help relaxing. He was really afraid that Wu Chang would suddenly come here at this time. After all, he urgently needed to restore himself at this moment. If Wu Chang were to come here, it would be a bit troublesome, but Xia Sheng was different. He was acquainted with Yang Kai, so he shouldn't act rashly. "That's me," Xia Sheng smiled lightly. Xia Sheng smiled faintly and said, "Seeing that the entrance was about to close, this Xia originally wanted to go over there and wait for my fellow junior brothers and junior sisters so that we could return together. However, I didn't expect to see the heavenly anomaly and the sounds of people fighting here, so I came over to join in the fun." As he spoke, his eyes narrowed slightly as he quickly said, "It looks like the battle between the two of you was quite intense." His tone was inevitably a little shocked. Because he had never expected that Yang Kai's strength could be compared to Zhuang Bufan's. Before this, although he felt that Yang Kai was extraordinary, he still felt that there was a big gap between him and a character like himself. There were only a few people who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him, and one of them was Zhuang Bufan. But now, Yang Kai being able to fight Zhuang Bufan to the point where both of them were injured was a big indication of their strength. Although Xia Sheng didn't know who had the upper hand in the battle just now, everything he observed now was enough for him to infer Yang Kai's strength. He had clearly underestimated him before. Saying so, his eyes turned to the extraordinary treasure lotus again and his eyes lit up as he muttered, "Oh, this is really a good thing. Xiaobai, do you recognize what this is?" His last sentence was directed to Xiaobai, who had followed closely behind. He didn't know when the two of them had met up, but Murong Xiao was also with them. "I don't know, I've never seen it before." Xiaobai stood not far from Xia Sheng and said concisely, "I don't know either." Before Xia Sheng could ask, Murong Xiao took the initiative to answer. Xia Sheng shrugged helplessly as his eyes swept between Yang Kai and Zhuang Bufan. suddenly showing a sly grin as he said, "If you don't know, then I'll just swallow it. And I wonder which one of you discovered this thing first?" Yang Kai didn't speak, but Zhuang Bufan, who had recovered a bit of strength at this moment, said, "When this Zhuang came here, Brother Yang was already here and sent away a lot of people." "Brother Yang discovered it first?" Lan Sun also hurriedly looked over, and after seeing who the speaker was, a strange expression appeared on her face as she muttered, "Brother Yang, you?" Xiao Chen also looked at Yang Kai with a very interesting expression, but after a while he couldn't help but sneer. "Do you know what you're saying? What your highness just said, didn't you hear it clearly?" "Naturally, I heard it clearly," Yang Kai smiled lightly, still wearing a calm expression under everyone's gazes. Zhuang Bufan, who was sitting cross-legged and recuperating, also looked at Yang Kai at this moment with a thoughtful expression on his face. Xiao Sheng suddenly stretched out his hand and tugged at Yang Kai's sleeve, whispering, "Brother Yang, I don't think this is a good idea. If you really want to monopolize the extraordinary treasure lotus, you should think of another way. Pretending to be a Dao Source grade alchemist will soon be exposed." He obviously thought that Yang Kai had some ulterior motive for saying this, so he quietly tried to persuade him so as not to lose face and become the target of public criticism. If that really happened, no one would be able to save him. If it was handled well, this furnace of spirit pills would be considered a success, but if it wasn't, all the previous efforts would be in vain. Yang Kai's hands danced like butterflies, his expression solemn as large drops of sweat flowed down his forehead. It was as if he had just been fished out of water, his clothes completely soaked and his face slightly pale, as if he had consumed a great deal of energy. But even so, his movements were orderly and steady to the extreme. This pill condensing technique is actually so amazing? Lan Sun's eyes flashed as she stared at Yang Kai's movements. Although this was the first time she had seen the Nine Heavens profound pill method, it still did not prevent her from prying into a different kind of information from this pill condensing technique. This set of techniques seemed to be used to condense pills, but every movement and seal contained a profound mystery that coincided with the heavenly way, dazzling everyone who saw it. With Yang Kai's movements, a faint aura of the heavenly way spread out, making everyone feel heavy. The Nine Heavens profound pill method was, after all, a technique that the grand alchemic Dao Tone poured into Yang Kai's mind. It was born from the heavens and earth itself, so it was natural for Lan Sun to find it mysterious. If Lan Sun, with her cultivation in the First Order Dao Source realm, could see this, it was only natural that so many cultivators from the Third Order Dao Source realm present could do the same. For some reason, as Yang Kai displayed the pill condensing technique, many cultivators could not help but be immersed in the mysteries of this technique, and the tension and anticipation that had surged up before had unknowingly dissipated. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly roared, "Condense!" As if he had exhausted all his strength, he slammed his palms together and his body swayed slightly. Along with his movements, a soft tinkling sound suddenly rang out from inside the pill furnace. At the same time, a light burst out from the black jade furnace. The pills were complete. At this moment, everyone realized that the extraordinary treasure pills had been refined. At this moment, everyone urged their source chi, wanting to rush towards Yang Kai and snatch the unparalleled pills that could lead them directly to the Emperor's realm. It was also at this moment that the heavens and earth began to hum as a muffled thunderclap suddenly rang out from above everyone's heads. An astonishing pressure descended from the sky, making it difficult for everyone to breathe and their bodies stiffen. Everyone looked up and saw that the sky above them had at some point been covered by dark clouds while lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The vast heavenly might made everyone feel small and insignificant. Pill tribulation. Lan Sun exclaimed, a look of panic flashing across her beautiful eyes for the first time. They really came. Yang Kai muttered in a low voice. Before the extraordinary treasure pills were refined, Yang Kai had already faintly guessed that this refinement would trigger a pill tribulation. The effects of the extraordinary treasure pills were simply too heaven-defying and could not be tolerated by the heavens and earth. Once they were born, the omnipresent world principles would naturally find a way to destroy them. And judging from the ferocity of this pill tribulation, it was likely even more ferocious than when a cultivator from the Third Order Dao Source realm ascended to the Emperor realm. How could a few trivial spirit pills resist it? A single blow would be enough to reduce them to ashes. Even with Yang Kai's full protection, whether or not he could block this pill tribulation was uncertain. When the time came, all of Yang Kai's efforts and expectations would turn into bubbles. At the critical moment though, Yang Kai patted the pill furnace and sent out his divine sense. In the next moment, Lu Yen turned into a streak of flame and shot out of the black jade furnace before being directly taken into Yang Kai's sealed world bead. Without anyone noticing, Lu Yen took away all the extraordinary treasure pills in the pill furnace. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on the pill tribulation, so who would notice Lu Yan's actions? Even if they saw Yang Kai's artifact spirit return, no one would have thought that she had taken away all the extraordinary treasure pills. Very soon, something that shocked everyone happened. In the sky, the pill tribulation that was gradually forming gradually dissipated for some reason. The rolling dark clouds dispersed in all directions, and the frightening thunder and lightning also slowly disappeared. After 10 breaths of time, everything returned to normal, leaving behind a group of cultivators looking at each other with lingering fear. Without that jade blood mushroom, there would be no extraordinary treasure pill at this moment, so your highness will naturally receive one. As for the others, they didn't contribute anything, just stood by and watched. Do they think they can get a pill? He spat mercilessly, in their dreams. Brother Yang's actions are fair. Lan Sun nodded lightly and said, since that's the case, this little sister won't be polite. Saying so, she walked over to Yang Kai. Not long after, she arrived at Yang Kai's side, took the spirit pill he handed over and whispered, thank you. Princess is too polite. Yang Kai responded with a smile, if possible, your highness can take this spirit pill now. The extraordinary treasure pill is different from other spirit pills in that it does not need to be taken at the critical juncture of one's breakthrough. On the contrary, the earlier one takes it, the better its effects will be and the more complete the medicinal efficacies will be. On the day your highness ascends to the Emperor realm, the extraordinary treasure pill's effects will be maximized. I'll take it now. Lan Sun said, stuffed the extraordinary treasure pill into her mouth and swallowed it. Gudong. The sound did not come from Lan Sun, but from the onlookers below. Watching Lan Sun swallow this spirit pill, they couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Your Highness' talent is peerless, and with this spirit pill, becoming an emperor is just around the corner. This Yang wishes Your Highness here the best of luck and hopes Your Highness will soon reach the emperor realm. Thank you for your auspicious words, Lan Sun smiled lightly. Are you done with your flattery? Wu Chang suddenly interrupted the conversation between the two with a disgruntled look and stared coldly at Yang Kai. I think I understand what you want to do. Yang Kai raised his brow and looked at Wu Chang. If brother Wu Chang has guessed it, why don't you tell me? Wu Chang coldly snorted and said, the extraordinary treasure pill has been refined, and you are proficient in the Tao of space so you can leave this place at any time, but instead of leaving you stay here and talk endlessly, deliberately taking out the extraordinary treasure pill to tempt everyone. What you want is nothing more than to use the extraordinary treasure pill to exchange for something from the people here. After a pause he continued, you are a smart person. You know that even if you leave the Four Seasons realm with the extraordinary treasure pill, you may not be able to protect yourself. Because as long as the cultivator here brings the news out, the people from the Emperor realm outside the exit will not let you leave easily. They won't go as far as to bully the weak and rob you, but they will definitely ask you to hand over the extraordinary treasure pill and then give you some compensation. However, instead of passively accepting compensation from others, it is better to take the initiative and try to obtain the greatest benefits. He finally concluded. Am I right? Yang Kai stared at Wu Chang in amazement, seemingly dumbfounded. After a while, he clapped his hands and praised, I really didn't expect brother Wu Chang to be such a clever person. His words undoubtedly confirmed what Wu Chang had said. In fact, Yang Kai really did think so. The extraordinary treasure pill was indeed extremely precious. If possible, Yang Kai really wanted to take it away and find an opportunity to exchange it for some other precious items that would be useful to him in the future. He believed that no one, no sect, would be willing to refuse the extraordinary treasure pill, not even Star Soul Palace. However, as Wu Chang said, even if he took the extraordinary treasure pill out of the Four Seasons realm, it was absolutely impossible for him to take it away. Chapter 2196. After scolding Luo Yuan, Yang Kai turned back to the round-faced woman and asked seriously, you know what an extraordinary treasure pill does, right? The woman nodded and said, I know. Then I think you understand how precious it is. The woman nodded again. Yang Kai smiled and said, then do you think a trivial piece of fire spirit stone can be exchanged for an extraordinary treasure pill? An awkward expression appeared on the woman's face as she pursed her red lips and whispered honestly, I can't. That's right. The value of the two is not on the same level at all. Although I am somewhat interested in your fire spirit stone, this is obviously a losing trade. Yang Kai chattered for a while before finally shrugging, even a fool wouldn't do such a thing, right? Then do you want anything else? I can give you something else, the round-faced woman hurriedly said. The round-faced woman hurriedly said. She wasn't an idiot and naturally understood the meaning behind Yang Kai's words. Yang Kai had only said that such an exchange would be a loss, but he didn't say it was impossible. She immediately understood that Yang Kai wanted to exchange for more items, so she grit her teeth and said, I can give you all of these things. Yang Kai raised his brow and showed a hesitant look, as if he was considering something. In all fairness, the value of the things this round-faced woman took out was not low, but it was still a bit difficult to exchange them for an extraordinary treasure pill. However, if the thing Yang Kai was interested in had the effect he guessed, that thing alone was enough to exchange for an extraordinary treasure pill. Is this still not enough? The woman seemed to be very eager to obtain an extraordinary treasure pill, but seeing Yang Kai show a hesitant look, she couldn't help asking. Seeing this, she couldn't help feeling uneasy. If Miss can compensate me with some source crystals, then this transaction. Before Yang Kai could finish speaking, the round-faced woman reached out and touched her space ring. The next moment, a large pile of source crystals appeared in front of Yang Kai, piling up into a small hill. Roughly counting, there were at least a few 100,000 source crystals. These are all the source crystals I have. I didn't leave a single piece behind, the woman said. All right. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai immediately smiled and said, since young lady is so sincere, I'll exchange it for an extraordinary treasure pill. Really? The woman's voice trembled and she almost cried tears of joy. She looked at Yang Kai with gratitude and surprise, as if she couldn't believe that happiness had come so suddenly. After all, so many people had failed before her, but she had succeeded in making the deal. Moreover, she did not have much hope before. This was truly an unexpected surprise. She was simply unable to control herself, and she couldn't help but cover her red lips with her small hand. Yang Kai had already reached into his alchemy furnace, took out an extraordinary treasure pill, and handed it to the woman. If I say we'll exchange, naturally we'll exchange. Why would I lie to you? Only then did the woman stretch out her small hands. Trembling, she took the round white spirit pill and held it in her palm, as if she was afraid it would melt, carefully examining it in front of her eyes. Yang Kai began to tidy up the various things and source crystals the woman had taken out, stuffing them all into his space ring. When he picked up a yellow bead, he quietly poured his source chi and divine sense into it but found that it did not respond at all. Immediately, Yang Kai was overjoyed and quietly put away the bead. At the same time, the surrounding cultivator was in an uproar. Almost everyone's eyes were burning as they stared at the round-faced woman's back. He was very surprised that Gao Shueting had called him over just to say this. But in this way he felt a little moved. He wasn't a disciple of Azure Sun Temple, but Gao Shueting still cared about him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said such a thing to him. Yang Kai had just turned around when he suddenly heard a voice behind him. Are the extraordinary treasure pills really gone? Yang Kai quickly turned his head, but what he saw was Gao Shueting's back to him. She didn't move as if she hadn't said those words. He stood in place and frowned for a while but didn't dare to speak again. He could only return to his seat and continue to sit cross-legged. This woman couldn't have seen through me, right? A woman's intuition is really terrifying, Yang Kai thought to himself. A few days passed. On this day in the Azure Sun Mountain Range, a beautiful ship sped past. Many Dao Source Realm cultivators standing on the ship had just recovered from the sadness of losing their companions. They all stood up and looked at the familiar scenery below. Wow! Xiaoxing am back. Xiaoxing put his hands on his waist, as if he was afraid that others didn't know, and laughed loudly. His voice followed the ship as it moved forward, rolling over the mountain range. The Azure Sun Temple disciples below were so shocked that they quickly looked up. Can you be more mature? Xiao Bai looked at him coldly with a look of disdain. Xiao Bai, you should be happy when you're home. Come, shout with your big brother. Xia Xing said as he walked over to Xiao Bai and put his arm around his shoulder. Who wants to shout with you? Xiao Bai's forehead bulged. So embarrassing. Murong Xiao Zhao's face turned red. Umph. Xiao Bai coldly snorted and squinted at Xia Xing. Look at the big brother of other sects. Look at Wu Chang and Luo Yuan. Each and every one of them is cold and ruthless, making their junior brothers and junior sisters feel safe and reliable. But what about you? You're not serious at all. How can you be a big brother? So you want to be a cold brother? At this moment, Xia Sheng's expression suddenly became solemn. His eyes emitted a cold light, and his cheeky smile disappeared in an instant. Instead, it was replaced with a condescending attitude as if he was the only one in the world. At this moment, Xia Sheng's temperament underwent an earth-shaking change. If other sects' brothers can do it, then this brother can naturally do it too, he said solemnly. Murong Xiao Xiao was stunned. Her small mouth formed a circle as she covered it with her small hands. Her beautiful eyes trembled. Do you feel very reliable and safe? Xia Xing stared at her and asked in a powerful and low voice, do you want to abandon everything and throw yourself into your big brother's broad chest and strong arms? Murong Xiao Xiao pursed her red lips and said timidly, Brother, your murderous aura is leaking. Don't make trouble. Gao Shueting glanced at Xia Sheng and said lightly, if the upper beam is not upright, the lower beam will be crooked. Don't learn from our temple master. Be careful that you won't be able to find a woman in the future. Is that so? Xia Sheng immediately felt as if he had been struck by lightning, as if he had received a huge blow. After thinking seriously for a moment, cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and he muttered in a low voice, That's right. Other sect masters and palace masters have groups of wives and concubines, and enjoy the blessings of having multiple wives, but our palace master is an old bachelor. His face turned pale, as if he had seen a very terrible scene. As he spoke, he raised his head and looked at Gao Shueting. Elder Gao, temple master is so pitiful, have you ever thought? Ah, here it comes again? Before he could finish speaking, Gao Shueting suddenly flicked her sleeve and threw him off the ship. He let out a long scream as he was tossed far away. When Zishan glanced at Yang Kai and said, You come too. After a while, in the main hall of Myriad Saints Peak, many elders of Azure Sun Temple took their seats, while several disciples and Yang Kai stood in the middle. Directly above, when Zishan looked down with a smile and said, Elder Gao, you're the leader of this trip to the Four Seasons realm, so you should know the details very well. So, please tell us how many star seals did these people get? Gao Shueting heard this and said calmly, Although I haven't compared them with other sects, judging from the number of star seals these disciples obtained, this trip should be considered a good harvest. Speaking of this, she turned her pretty face and said, Xia Xing obtained 4 star seals, Xiao Bai obtained 2, Murong Xiao Xiao obtained 2, and Qin Muji obtained 2. Hearing this, Yang Kai knew that the second-order Dao Source realm young man was called Qin Muji. She paused for a moment and said, There are 3 other disciples who obtained 1 each, but they are not here. When Zishan nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. Before they set off, Azure Sun Temple had said that any disciple who obtained a star seal in the Four Seasons realm would be eligible to enter the Shattered Star Sea. Therefore, the 3 disciples who only obtained 1 star seal kept their star seals and did not need to come here to turn them in. Those who came here were those who obtained extra star seals. What about this kid? When Zishan turned his gaze to Yang Kai, Gao Shueting's expression became a little complicated. After pondering for a while, she opened her red lips and said, 7. What? Did I hear wrong? So many? Even though everyone present was a master from the Emperor realm and had extraordinary mental fortitude, when they heard that Yang Kai had obtained 7 star seals, they couldn't help but be surprised. All of them looked at him in surprise, looking him up and down as if they wanted to re-evaluate him. After all, the eldest disciple of the temple, Xia Sheng, had only obtained 4 star seals, and that was with a powerful cultivation base in the third-order Dao Source realm. Yang Kai was only a first-order master, So how did he obtain 7? This kid's luck is too good, isn't it? Everyone thought so in their hearts, secretly thinking that Yang Kai's luck was heaven-defying. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to obtain so many star seals. Under everyone's gaze, Yang Kai remained calm. 7 star seals were indeed all he had obtained in the 4 Seasons realm. The first one was the diamond-shaped star seal obtained in the 2 Seasons mountain range. At that time, a monster beast was chased by Wu Chang and the others. It panicked and ran to Yang Kai but was killed by him in one move. After that, Yang Kai never had a chance to obtain another star seal. It wasn't until he protected the extraordinary treasure lotus and killed 2 cultivator that he obtained 2 more. At the last moment he made a deal with Wu Chang and obtained 4 more from him. Being able to obtain so many star seals was partly due to luck, but strength was also a necessary guarantee. From a certain point of view, star seals were not easy to obtain because there were not many of them. If Yang Kai hadn't killed 2 cultivator and made a deal with Wu Chang, he wouldn't have obtained so many star seals. Perhaps, when the exit of the 4 Seasons realm closed, he would only have obtained the first one. There are some reasons that I will explain to you later, but he did obtain 7 star seals alone, Gao Shueting said. The reason she was talking about was naturally related to the extraordinary treasure pill. When Zishan nodded lightly and nodded before smiling, "Good, good, good, when the Shattered Star Sea opens, 19 people from my temple will be able to enter." How satisfying. If the experience in the 4 Seasons realm was just a small matter, then the Shattered Star Sea was a place to test one's martial Tao in heavenly way. That kind of place was not a place that just anyone could enter. First of all, one must have a star seal as proof, and second, one must have the strength to pass through the entrance of the Shattered Star Sea. In other words, even if one had a star seal, those without strength would still not be able to enter. Of the 19 spots in Azure Sun Temple, it was unknown how many would be able to enter. However, this number had indeed surpassed many sects and forces. When Zishan was naturally overjoyed. "This is a sign of the prosperity of my temple." Qiu Ran muttered in a tone like a charlatan, reaching out and stroking his snow-white beard as he spoke, feeling very relieved. "There's no time to lose, little Qian, collect their extra star seals," Wen Zishan said as he cast a glance at Qin Qian. Qin Qian understood, got up slowly and stretched out her hand, summoning an incense burner-shaped artifact. It was unknown what this artifact was used for, but its grade was not low. The runes on the surface of the incense burner were faintly discernible, making it look extremely mysterious. She strolled to the front of the crowd, stood in front of the disciple named Qin Muji and said softly, "Just relax." "Yes." Qin Muji responded, took a deep breath, and his expression immediately calmed down. Seeing that he was ready, Qin Qian immediately held the incense burner with one hand and formed a seal with the other, poking Qin Muji a few times. Accompanied by a muffled groan, Qin Muji took a few steps back, his face slightly pale as if Yuan Qi had been seriously injured. But at the same time, a stream of light suddenly shot out from his body. Qin Qian reacted quickly and stretched out her hand to beckon the stream of light, immediately binding it with an invisible force and dragging it into the incense burner. Yang Kai watched in amazement. At that time in the 4 Seasons realm, when he made a deal with Wu Chang used a secret technique to force out his excess star seals, allowing Yang Kai to obtain them. But now, it seems that in addition to this method, there was also a way to forcibly strip star seals. Thinking of this, Yang Kai felt that he had to be more careful when he walked the star boundary in the future. Otherwise, if he encountered someone with ulterior motives, they might have ideas about his star seals which would cause him a lot of trouble. Next, Qin Qian did the same thing, stripping out the excess star seals of Xia Sheng, Murong Xiao Xiao, and Xiao Bai one by one. Yang Kai could clearly see that no matter how strong these people were, once their star seals were stripped, they seemed to be injured. Even Xia Sheng could not help but tremble, his face slightly pale. It seemed that this method of forcibly stripping star seals should have some drawbacks. Not long after, Qin Qian arrived in front of Yang Kai. Chapter 2203. Wait a minute. Yang Kai suddenly said. What's wrong? Qin Qian frowned and looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, not knowing what he wanted to do. The others also looked at him. Yang Kai looked calm as he turned to look at Wen Zishan and cupped his fists. This junior can turn in his star seals. After all, this is what we agreed on before. You only need to leave one for me, but before that, this junior has something to ask Temple Master Wen. Wen Zishan smiled and nodded. Tell me, what is it that this Temple Master needs to answer? Yang Kai said, Elder Gao said before that the extra star seals must be turned into the temple. This junior's quota to enter the Four Seasons realm was provided by the temple, so there is nothing wrong with handing over the extra 6 star seals to the temple. After a pause he continued, Elder Gao also said that after turning in the star seals, the temple will give a corresponding reward. So that's what it is. When Zishan smiled and said, You can rest assured. Although you are not a disciple of the temple, we will not bully you. We will give you whatever reward you deserve. Then can I make a request? Yang Kai asked. What request do you have? Let's hear it. When Zishan looked at him with interest. Temple Master Wen should still remember why this junior entered the Four Seasons realm, right? Yang Kai asked instead of answering. When Zishan thought for a moment and said, For the tribulation fruit? By the way, I haven't asked you yet, did you gain anything from this trip? Yang Kai shook his head. No. However, I found a tribulation fruit tree in the winter territory. There should have been a spirit fruit on it. Unfortunately, I don't know who got there first. That is indeed a pity. When Zishan also showed a regretful expression. This junior wants to make a request. I want to ask the temple to help me find that spirit fruit. If Temple Master Wen can agree, I will give you all 6 star seals. Yang Kai said solemnly. The experts from the Emperor realm couldn't help but frown when they heard this. It wasn't that Yang Kai's request was unreasonable, it was just that, it was too difficult. At that time, there were so many sects and clans that had entered the Four Seasons realm, almost all of the southern territory. No one had seen who had picked the tribulation fruit in the winter territory. If the Azure Sun Temple were to search for it, it would take a lot of manpower and energy to find out. But even if they managed to find out, they might not be able to obtain it. The other party would definitely put forward some conditions in exchange. In other words, the Azure Sun Temple must pay a certain price to hope to get the tribulation fruit. If the disciples of some small sects or families obtained the tribulation fruit, it would be fine. The Azure Sun Temple only needed to exert a little pressure, and the other party would not comply. What he was afraid of was the Orthodoxy Palace and the Heavenly Martial Holy Land. Even if a disciple of a sect like Star Soul Palace obtained it at that time, it would not just be a matter of a spirit fruit, but a matter between two great sections. If it was not handled well, they would owe a huge favor. There were all kinds of interpersonal relationships. The interests of the sects involved. Yang Kai might not have thought of it, but how could the higher-ups of the Azure Sun Temple not think of it? So after Kai Yang made this request, everyone couldn't help but fall silent. Seeing them like this, Yang Kai did not urge them and just waited quietly in place. After a long time, when Zishan spoke, if I remember correctly, the tribulation fruit was not what you needed, but was entrusted by someone else, right? Yes. Yang Kai nodded. Since you couldn't get it in the Four Seasons realm, you have tried your best. Why are you still begging? You can put forward a condition that is beneficial to you. For example, at this point, when Zishan suddenly showed a touch of strange danger, and his tone was full of strong temptation as he said in a low voice, let this temple master take action and enlighten you and improve your cultivation by a lot. Yang Kai frowned and said, I was entrusted by someone, so I have to be honest. Temple master, why are you testing me? Haha. When Zishan was exposed, but he was not embarrassed and just smiled and said heartily, well, this temple master promises you that the temple will help you find the tribulation fruit. It must be found within 3 months. Yang Kai said solemnly, if it takes too long, I'm afraid that side won't be able to hold on. 3 months is enough. When Zishan smiled slightly and turned to look at Chiu Ran, Deputy Temple Master, you are in charge of this matter. You must bring the tribulation fruit to this boy surnamed Yang within 3 months. Chiu Ran stood up and cupped his fists. Subordinate obeys Temple Master. After speaking, he left the hall directly as if he was about to send someone out to search for it. Seeing this, Yang Kai could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. With the help of a powerful sect like the Azure Sun Temple, their chances of finding the spirit fruit would definitely increase greatly. If even the Azure Sun Temple could not find it, Yang Kai really had no other way. At that time he could only go back to Maplewood City and inform Qin Chaoyang. Is this good? When Zishan looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Yang Kai gently nodded and turned his gaze to Qin Qian. Thank you, Elder Qin. Qin Qian did not say a word. Her divine sense swept over Yang Kai as she held the incense burner in one hand and made a few seals with the other, pointing at Yang Kai several times. In the next moment, Yang Kai felt a surge of heat in his body. His arm was hot as if something had shot out. At the same time, an indescribable feeling of discomfort rose in his heart. He could not help but groan as his body shook slightly. Ah! Seeing this, Wen Zishan could not help but reveal a look of surprise. Because everyone before Yang Kai, when their star seals were forcibly stripped from their bodies, their reactions were more or less a little uncomfortable. Murong Xiao Baiyi and Qin Muji even took a few steps back. Although Xia Sheng did not retreat, his face was pale. Although Yang Kai was the same as Xia Sheng, 6 star seals were stripped from him. And it was only with the cultivation of the first order Dao Source realm, yet he was still standing straight in place. That was enough to make people wonder. The others obviously noticed this as well and couldn't help but look at him with interest. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk 6 rays of light soared into the sky, but they were directly bound by Qin Qian and dragged into the incense burner. After everything was done, Qin Qian said softly to Yang Kai, "I left you a 5-pointed star seal." After entering, don't look at what you shouldn't look at and don't say what you shouldn't say. Gao Shueting suddenly said seriously, especially you. When she said the last sentence, her majestic gaze was cast on Xia Sheng, who was hiding behind Murong Xiao. She didn't know when he had caught up. This disciple will become a mute now. When Xia Sheng heard this, he immediately reached out and drew a line across his mouth, as if he was sewing it shut with an invisible needle and thread. Only then did Gao Shueting turn her head and face the flat cliff, calling out, "Is Grandma Yu here?" Shueting is under the orders of the sect master to bring a few disciples into the divine ascension mirror. "Grandma, please open the barrier." Her tone was extremely polite, not even when facing Wen Zishan and Qiu Ran. It was fine with Wen Zishan, but Gao Shueting seemed to have been brought up by Wen Zishan. The two of them had a very close relationship, and Wen Zishan often did things that angered Gao Shueting, so Gao Shueting naturally didn't respect him. However, Qiu Ran, as the Vice Temple Master of Azure Sun Temple and a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master, had never been treated so politely by Gao Shueting. Moreover, Yang Kai faintly felt that besides politeness, Gao Shueting's attitude also had a trace of caution and nervousness. Coupled with the way she addressed herself as if she was a junior, Yang Kai immediately guessed that this Grandma Yu, who was guarding the forbidden area, should be an old antique with an extremely bad temper. This speculation surprised Yang Kai slightly, because he didn't expect that there would be such a person in Azure Sun Temple. After Gao Shueting shouted, she kept waiting. After half an incense stick worth of time, a flash of light suddenly appeared on the cliff in front of them. Immediately after, a cave appeared on the originally empty cliff. When Gao Shueting saw this, she whispered to everyone, "Follow me." Then, her figure flickered and she rushed into the cave, with the others following closely behind. After entering the cave, a cold atmosphere immediately enveloped everyone. Even though the weakest person present was a Dao Source Realm cultivator, they couldn't help but shiver and get goosebumps. The cave was quiet and secluded, and the light was dim. Gao Shueting led the way at the front while the others followed closely behind. No one spoke, and even the sound of their breathing was suppressed to the limit. Only the faint sound of their heartbeats could be heard, adding to the eerie atmosphere. The path in the cave was full of twists and turns, and Gao Shueting seemed to be leading everyone into the heart of the mountain. After walking for a long time, a light suddenly appeared in front of them. After a short while, everyone arrived at a spacious cave. Looking around, this cave was clean and monotonous and there wasn't much in it. However, in the center of the cave, there was a flickering, mirror-like object about the size of a table. Everyone's expression couldn't help but shake as they immediately understood that this was the legendary Divine Ascension Mirror. All of them looked in that direction, wanting to see it clearly. However, when everyone looked in that direction, they discovered that the Divine Ascension Mirror was extremely mysterious. The originally flat surface of the mirror had suddenly transformed into a huge vortex that released an unimaginable suction force. Immediately after, everyone's knowledge seas began to churn, and their souls became restless, as if their souls were about to be sucked away. Everyone turned pale with fright and hurriedly averted their gazes. No one dared to pay attention to that strange existence anymore, and all of them broke out in cold sweat. Young people always need to suffer a little before they realize how insignificant they are. Humph. Suddenly, an ear-piercing voice rang out, echoing throughout the spacious cave.